Hello, everyone. Hope you're all doing well today. Such, Pagan, you guys still alive?
Yeah, I'm just eating a
Yeah.
pickle. It's the funniest thing you've ever seen. No.
Oh, God. That's a great way to start this episode.
Yep. I've been looking forward to this episode for quite a while.
Yeah, when did we first say we would cover Deep Space Nine? That was back in, October, wasn't it?
Yep.
Wow. So, where should we start?
Well, the first thing I want to do is, before we get the discussions and everything going from all of us, Pagan, what did you think overall of season 1 of Deep Space Nine?
Yeah, that was something I was wanting to ask, too. That was one of the early things I wanted to do. I just didn't know if we should do it immediately, but this is Pagan's first time seeing Star Trek Deep Space Nine, and I think he's only watched a few random episodes of Star Trek in general before this, so I'm most interested in his opinion on all this.
I loved it. I thought it was really good. Uh, I didn't expect to like it anywhere near as much as I did. It's definitely got some of that, 90s jank to it, but yeah, it's really good. Uh,
Yeah,
Yeah.
the 90s jank is definitely strong, that's for sure.
Yeah, I remember when we first said, "Oh yeah, we've got to watch and cover Star Trek TNG or Deep Space Nine on Stag." I could just feel Pagan going, "Oh no, they're gonna make me watch this." I could sense it.
Yeah. Oh, man. That was a spicy pickle. Woo! They had their spice ratio off. Feel the burn.
Hmm.
But yeah, that's why the big thing I wanted to do was to get Pagan's thoughts on it before we start going into discussion on it, because I didn't want people to be like, well, he's only thinking that now that you've talked it over and explained some rough patches or anything like that. No. I wanted to get that out of the way first.
Yeah. So, should we move on to episode one, or is there anything else we need to get out of the way first?
Isn't it amazing that this show's roughness is on par? Like, the roughest episode in season 1 is on par with some of the best TV we get nowadays, because my god,
Honestly,
TV is.
I'd even go as far as saying Move Along Home is still better than a lot of TV today. Because there's just
Yeah.
some, dumb things in that episode. It wasn't that good, but
Yep.
it still leagues better than fucking shit like WandaVision or Loki or fucking.
Yeah. And Move Along Home is just a subpar episode, whereas WandaVision and Loki and shit like that are broken to its very core and don't make a lick of sense.
Both season one of TNG and Deep Space Nine are usually pretty rough, but Deep Space Nine pulled it off better. Um, I do think in general that season one of Deep Space Nine is a lot more solid than season one of TNG because
Yes.
man, there's a lot of things in season one of TNG. Holy shit!
I mean, when season 1 of TNG has the African American planet and they act like tribals and they kidnap the white woman to be his wife, like forcefully beat her unconscious and kidnap her. It's like, yeah, this is a bit of a big oof.
And of course, there was also the first encounter with the Ferengi where they were just weird. They were like little goblins.
Yes. And the original intent of the Ferengi, Gene Roddenberry wanted them to be little sex goblins, and I fucking kid you not. He wanted them to have a book of like thousands of sexual positions and stuff like that, and he wanted them to stuff all their costumes so they had giant packages and bulges.
Yeah, that's I'm glad they didn't go that direction with them.
I'm glad somebody on his team said, "No, Gene, no, stop being weird. Stop it." The Ferengi, not the Fringy. It's not Fringy in his group.
Fringy is a sex goblin.
I need that book? No!
Oh, God.
The new Ferengi book is a lot better. The Rules of Acquisition. No, that's
Yes.
a better read.
And we actually get to see that transition in season 1 of Deep Space Nine. We get to go from, oh, there's an old Ferengi saying, and then he goes, the rule of acquisition, blah, blah, clearly states.
Yeah.
So we see them as they start to understand how they're going to shape the Ferengi culture and everything. And they do a lot to redeem the Ferengi in Deep Space Nine. And they do a lot to redeem a lot of characters in Deep Space Nine. Like, good fucking god. Like, Luxana Troy. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's a pretty good episode. I still laugh every time I think of Odo. I wonder how many volts are in that electrical socket.
Yeah, that was great. I'm just thinking
Odo,
about how much
are you
current flows through that electrical socket over on the wall, on that exposed outlet on the wall.
Odo? What? Oh, sorry. I was just imagining that how much 100,000 volts feels like. Because they had told him he can't get out of the elevator because all of the elevator wires are exposed. So he can't just shapeshift into goo and get out of the elevator to escape Luxana Troll.
Also, the Ferengi. The episode with the Negus. Every time they said Negus, all I could think of was that fucking meme of the kid and the spelling bee being like Negus and just being like you could tell he's so uncomfortable and doesn't want to say it. He's like, can you use it in a sentence? Negus, the leader of the Ferengi.
Yeah.
And the goofy little laugh he does every fucking time is amazing.
It is just fun.
Yeah, one of the best guest characters.
Absolutely. The Nagus is great.
So,
Yeah, I guess we'll start with episode 1, and then we'll just, each character we come to it, we'll do thoughts on our first exposure to them, and then, we can swing back around to them again at the end of season 1.
yeah.
I think that would probably be the best way to do it as a structure.
Yeah, that sounds good. It's just so everyone in chat knows we don't have any visuals for today's episode, because...
Oh, we can. We can just, we can get some stuff up here and there.
Yeah, like if we
still have those pictures that, when we get to Duet, we can show that on the screen as one of them.
Yeah, we could probably even grab YouTube clips here and there. I'm just like, it's not like Invincible or Bebop flicks where we have the episode playing in the background without audio.
Yeah. I mean, we could, but that would fuck up so many other things.
Well, I don't have the episodes on hand, that's why I can't do it.
Oh, I do, but that's what I'm saying. It would fuck up a lot of things if I'm the one that did it. We could if you want to.
Nah, it's not gonna work.
Alright.
Did you ever watch Babylon 5, Creetosis? No, I haven't, but I have heard a lot of good things about it. I'll probably check it out at some point.
Absolutely, you will. It will be required for us to do Babylon 5 at some point. And that won't be anytime soon, chat. No, won't be anytime soon. Just telling you right now.
Yeah. So...
But no, Babylon 5 is definitely required viewing, for sure.
So, should we start with episode 1?
Yeah, episode 1 and 2, because it's technically 2 episodes that they rolled into one for all future releases. The pilot is Emissary Part 1 and 2.
Yeah.
And we get an explosive start, like, quite literally. We get a text crawl that goes up the screen, and it's talking about Jean-Luc Picard, he got captured by the Borg, and he got transformed into Locutus. And Benjamin Sisko, who will be our point of view character, he's our captain, though he's a commander. He is our captain for Deep Space Nine. We get to see from his perspective because he was at the Battle of Wolf 359.
Yeah, this is from the Best of Both Worlds episodes from TNG as well. Just, I assume there might be some people in chat who haven't seen Deep Space Nine or haven't seen TNG or haven't seen either of them. It's a bit of a crossover almost. So, the Next Generation had their own episodes where Picard is captured and turned into a Borg by the Borg.
Yeah.
Now, it's a two-parter. There's also a season ender cliffhanger. So, part 1 was at the end of, I believe, season 3? And part 2 was at the start of season 4.
And what was so good about Deep Space Nine choosing this was the fact that in Best of Both Worlds, the Enterprise shows up at the aftermath of the Battle of Wolf 359. So they come across the debris fields and all the destroyed Federation ships and everything that took place in the battle. And there's just, the horror of it, of like, yeah, the Borg aren't stopping. There's nothing we can do to stop the Borg. Deep Space Nine starts off with, we get to see the battle actually take place, and it is an absolute fucking curb stomp.
Yeah, the Borg are incredibly powerful. So.
Yep. It also informs Sisko's starting characterization, where he cannot bring himself to look Picard in the eye. He can't. Well, you know what I mean. Like he looks him in the eye but he's giving him the death glare. He can't.
Yeah, he's
look at him as a peer,
staring him down like a motherfucker.
Yeah, because in this battle, the ship, the Saratoga, goes down, and it not only kills most of the crew, but it also takes Sisko's wife from him. Because this is the Federation before they've really been in multiple conflicts in recent. Because again, the Khitomer Accords and everything like that, the fights with the Klingons had been over for a long time, and there wasn't really a war with the Federation and the Romulans. There had just been like border skirmishes and stuff like that. So every Federation ship had kind of geared towards exploration and science, so they became like family ships. So they have their families and everything aboard their vessels. It's supposed to be a home, a mobile home. And yeah, he saves his son, but his wife is dead by the time he gets to her. She's long gone. And he has to be forcibly dragged away from her, and he is freaking the fuck out as they're abandoning the ship. Yeah, exactly. Federation versus Romulans was a Cold War. There were, again, border skirmishes and like side conflicts and espionage and like weapons dealings. There's stuff like that happened. It wasn't an actual like open war. But yeah, let's see. Then we get to Jake. We get to Sisko talking to his son Jake on the holodeck. So this is our first introduction to Jake. He's kind of naive, but he again, it makes sense. He's a kid. He's, I think, 13 in this episode, 13 or 14. It's one of the two.
I'm not sure exactly. Yeah.
That honestly, I'll do a quick aside here. Watching Jake grow from a boy into a man through this season, or not season, through the series, my God, is great. Like seeing the naivete of youth get literally like grilled off of him in horrific situations, and him developing into his own man is just great.
Yeah, but we get a lot more of that later, in later seasons rather than season 1. We do get one good moment, I think. You probably know the one I'm referring to.
Yeah.
In season 1, but yeah.
But for the most part, he's playing the part, and his actor did really, really well, all things considered. Again, it's a younger actor, So they're going to be a crapshoot at the best of times. But no, I think he did pretty fantastically. Honestly, there was a bit of awkwardness, like when they're first seeing their quarters and everything like that, and he's like, "Dad," and Cisco does that weird like grab him by the chin thing to look at him, like, "Hey." Oh, that was a bit weird, but you can tell they weren't comfortable yet, and they didn't know their characters yet, anything like that.
Yeah, still very early jank for the first episode for sure.
Yeah, very much jank. Yeah, so they get to, he talks to his son out on the dock, and he's saying, hey, we'll take the fishing program with us. Hey, we're going to Deep Space Nine, and there it is. Attention to detail is a key word in Deep Space Nine. The opening introduction to Deep Space Nine is fantastic, but a key thing that they do in the opening introduction for episodes 1 and 2 is they don't show anything out in space. As the camera turns and looks past Deep Space Nine,
Yeah,
it looks blissfully at the stars. There's nothing there.
And you see the runabout coming into land.
Yeah, and then but in episode 3 onwards, it will show the wormhole.
Yep.
So let's see. Then we get to the station itself as it's landing. And they come on, and the station is a shithole.
Yeah. And what we learn is the Cardassians, not to be confused with the Kardashians. Fucking goddamn. The Cardassians held military control over Bajor for like 60 years, just raping the planet for resource, killing the people, enslaving them, putting them into labor camps. And obviously there's a huge resistance movement among the Bajorans as well. But the Cardassian occupation ended, and they stripped anything of value from the space station, and that's why it's in shambles when Cisco gets there.
Yes. And I mean, we're talking like full on in shambles. The place is an absolute shithole. It is. It like there's piping everywhere, wires hanging everywhere. The atmospheric systems are acting up, so it's spraying like fire retardant all over the place. It's just it looks like a shithole.
I love how in those like early episodes, and mainly like the first and second, Kira is trying to get him to like do some work, and he picks up like one thing and puts it on a pile, and he's like, "See, I can help," and then never touches anything ever again.
Well, it's because he gets pulled away.
Yeah, I know, but it's just funny to me.
Yeah, it was shown that because she was being a blowhard, talking about how like, oh well, you Federation types are too good for work. I bet And it's like, yeah, Major, let me show you something. I'm the motherfucking Cisco. It becomes way more appropriate the further we're gonna get into this series.
Yeah.
Like, there is a starship that is jokingly referred to as Cisco's motherfucking pimp hand. And it is so accurate, it is shocking. But, so as we're getting to introduction to the station, we meet Miles O'Brien, who a lot of people from TNG would immediately recognize, like, oh my god, that's Miles O'Brien. Here he has been promoted to Chief of Operations.
And he's also been promoted to being a major character.
Yes.
Rather than a guy who just shows up from time to time.
Yeah, he's no longer a guy that kind of shows up every now and then, has a little bit. They're going to delve fully into his characterization as well. And yes, he still has his wife Keiko and Molly along with him. So it's just great to see an old returning character from TNG.
Yeah,
Cisco punched a god. That it is hard to understate the fact that Cisco punched a god.
Yeah, that was great. You hit me. The god never hit me.
I'm not the god.
We're getting a little bit ahead there, though.
Yeah. So let's see. They're walking along the promenade. They're realizing shithole. O'Brien's telling them all the stuff that they're gonna need to fix because, my God, he's just letting them know, like, yeah, the Cardassians literally stripped everything of value they possibly could. Cisco then gets interrupted briefly by a man who we can only assume, we'll later find out it's true, we can only assume is of a holy order. He looks kind of like a monk. And he's talking about how, Commander, the prophets await you. And he's trying to get him to come into the temple. And Cisco then looks at him and says, another time perhaps. And the monk nods his head and smiles and is like, another time. What we're going to come to find out is just how prophetic the monks and everything of this religious order are. And it's they're cheating. They are cheating, but hey, that's just the nature of their gods.
Yeah, there gets a lot more into that, especially in later seasons. They're only barely scratching the surface in season 1.
Yeah. We then go to the quarters where the exchange between Jake and Cisco happens because O'Brien's talking about how, like, Jake walks to the room and is like, Dad, there's not even beds in here. Well, we can get you some cots off the Enterprise. Dad! And then he does the weird, like, hold him by the chin thing. We're going to have to rough it for a while, okay? Okay. Then we go to Ops, which, for anyone that doesn't know, Ops is operations. It's basically where all of the command staff, it's where all the runnings of the entire space station come from.
At what point does he get called by Picard? He's called twice to talk to Picard, and it's the second time he goes.
Yeah, I believe O'Brien. First off, O'Brien's telling him about. Have you ever dealt with a Bajoran before? And he's like, no. And O'Brien's just like, oh, good luck, because he's gonna go meet the Major. And the first thing we see the Major doing is she's yelling at her own government that bringing the Federation here was a mistake, and you're throwing our entire freedom away. It is a mistake. You're all pieces of shit. And
because she essentially. She seems to think that the Federation are going to do the same thing the Cardassians did.
And to be fair, she was a major figure in the Resistance. There's a reason she became a major of the Bajoran military once the occupation ended. She was a key member of the Resistance. But yeah, and they're like, stop it, Nerys, you're being a fool. Well then, don't ask me my opinion next time. And then she shuts him off.
Yeah, which is a great little introduction to her, because she's that headstrong throughout most of the series.
Yes. And it is just great. She then looks at Cisco, and Cisco is just, like, amused. I am amused that you think you are headstrong. Well, you have seen nothing yet, my lady. Yeah, she's like, yes, hello. Hi, my name's Commander Benjamin Cisco. I suppose you want the office. Well, I figured I'd say hello and then take the office, but we could do it in any order you like. Hello. And then she leaves. Major. He's talking with her, basically talking about how he wanted her to be assigned. So this is our introduction to Major Kira, a very headstrong woman.
Yeah, but
for sure what he's gonna do. She has spent her entire life fighting the Cardassians. Now she has actually seen the promised day that they have been ousted from their world, and now the Federation is invited in the second the Cardassians leave. So yeah, she's very much pissed. Mabajor. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, that describes her character very well.
Yeah. Which is a great, again, a character arc is when a character goes on a journey that changes themselves. And this is a great starting location of her being completely headstrong and against the Federation. Now, the audience knows the Federation isn't going to do what the Cardassians did. That's a a bias that has already been ingrained in the audience. We know the Federation, we know what they do, we know they're not like the Cardassians. So they know that that's not going to happen. So we know already that the Major is wrong. However, it's her going on a journey of discovery of why she's wrong that is so fascinating. And how she changes, too. Because she's going to get a significant character change in Season 1.
Yeah.
A very significant character change. Then we are introduced to Odo, who is on the screen, and thank God his makeup gets better as the series goes on. He does look pretty frightening. Hold on a second.
And some people in chat will know this, some might not. Odo, the guy who plays him, is Mr. House from New Vegas. Which, sometimes it's a little hard to, unhear.
Yeah.
You know, House is fucking telling Quark off. You know?
Yeah, I can't separate the two sometimes. I'm just like, it's literally Mr. House yelling at somebody. I love it.
Yep. But there is I gave Creetosis a picture of Odo, of his early makeup and everything. And by God, I'm so glad they get so much better at doing his makeup as the series goes on.
Let me get this up on screen. Yeah, it's not good at first, but they improve it for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is one of my favorite characters in the whole show. I just love his fucking take no shit, like, justice attitude. I just really like him.
Yeah, he believes fully in justice and law and order.
Not just that,
him to do is very big.
Him being amused at Quark's misfortunes too is just glorious.
Yes.
Yeah. The imagination episode. I won't go into it, but you know exactly.
We
what
will
I'm
when we get there.
about.
We will when we get there. That I do love that. No imagination, indeed. All right. Anyways, so yeah, we meet Odo, and then we immediately, because Major Kira notices that people are breaking into shops on the promenade, because again, the promenade's a shithole. So what are they going to do?
Yeah, everything's torn up. There's chaos or smoke.
Yep. So we have Nog. We are introduced to Nog, who is a Ferengi, and his accomplice, who is unnamed. We don't know the accomplice. We don't know what species they are. Nothing. But Nog is stealing ore samples, which are apparently very, very valuable. Nog and the accomplice are confronted by Major Kira and Benjamin Sisko, and they're about to get into a fight. He runs off the other way, though, and Odo is standing in the way. The accomplice pulls out a really, really stupid sci-fi flail that he throws like a bolus, and it goes through Odo's head, because this is our introduction that Odo is a shapeshifter.
Yep, he's made of goo. And he could just revert to goo, so a projectile like that will just go through him and not hurt him at all.
Then we are introduced to, if we want to talk about star character relationships, we see over Odo's shoulder, lurking in the shadow, a Ferengi of incredible renown in the Star Trek fandom, as he starts walking from his bar that he has named after himself, Quark. And he steps towards Odo and the commander and talks about how his brother's son is such an idiot and everything, and that is Nog. We have now learned that Nog is related to Quark, that Quark is Nog's uncle. And Quark is trying to put on an act of like how, if you let him go, I will promise you the boy will be severely punished. Again, he's trying to get his family member out of trouble. So he's starting the wheeling and dealing early, and this is going to be a great introduction to Quark's character, that he is a scheming, conniving, low-down, dirty son of a bitch. And he is a magnificent bastard all the while.
Yeah. And
Quark and Odo's relationship of them constantly playing off of each other and fighting against each other is amazing.
oh yeah, easily one of the best parts of the show. And we get a little taste of that with this conversation between Quark, Odo, and Cisco, where, as Seth was saying, Quark is trying to get his nephew out of trouble. He's trying to bargain. And Cisco makes an argument that, okay, we can either punish him or we can let him go if you stay here on the space station because, well, we're going to need shops here. And
we're going to need businesses. If we don't have shops and businesses, nobody's going to come here. This station will literally be dead.
Yeah.
That happens a little bit later. At first, when Quark is starting his wheeling and dealing, Cisco's like, I don't think so. Constable, take him to a holding cell and keep him there. And then and Kira's like, you know what? Quark's probably ordered Nog to go steal the ore samples to begin with. And then Cisco, again, explaining what kind of person he is, he's like, there's an old Ferengi tradition. It's called plea bargaining. I might let the boy go, but I want something from Quark first.
Yeah.
And then he gets contacted by Picard again, and Picard is demanding to see him, so he has to go up to the Enterprise to talk with Picard.
Yeah. I've got the clip open in a tab for Watch Together. And just the entire time, Cisco's staring down Picard. He's not happy to be talking to him.
Yeah.
Welcome to Bajor. It's been a long time, Captain.
So right away, it's been a long time, Captain. Just, he doesn't say hello. He doesn't do anything else. It's been a long time, Captain. He's already just fucking...
Yeah, he's already pouring gasoline over Picard's head. And Picard doesn't realize it yet. He's just like, huh?
And Picard's reaction when he realizes.
Yes, that reaction when he realizes what... It's coming immediately after this, but... You know, have we met before? Go ahead. We'll just let the scene play it out. This is great.
We met before. Yes, sir. We met in battle. I was on the Saratoga at Wolf 359.
Bam! Right there. That reaction of Picard like, oh, fuck.
Yeah, because he was conscious during that battle. He remembers everything from it. So...
Yeah. He remembers how he killed and really massacred Federation, citizens and people. He knows what he did. In fact, he is traumatized after that episode in TNG. He is traumatized for the rest of his life.
Yeah.
And the movies go into it further as well when he can't let go of his pure hatred and rage for the Borg. He despises the Borg with every fiber of his being. It's the one spot where Picard is normally forgiving and understanding. He cannot with the Borg because he can never forgive. Because Picard can't forgive himself. The Borg made him do it, but he was the one that, fully aware and conscious, he was the one telling the Borg how to do it efficiently and how to get around all the countermeasures and everything.
Well, also luring other Federation ships in, like how they were toying with that one ship that Cisco was on, rather than just destroying it, because, oh hey, the others are going to come in and try and help them.
Yeah, because the Federation believes in saving every life they can, so if we just hold this ship and we hold it hostage and we start draining its shields and everything, the other Federation ships are going to freak out and be like, we've got to save them because they're going to die. So, yeah, it's pretty brutal.
Yeah.
I was on the set when you dropped that N-bomb. Oh, no!
But anyways, this whole scene is obviously more early character for Cisco, and this changes by the end of this two-parter, which is a really neat thing to see. Because it just ties into the whole thing about Cisco not letting go of the past, which is a very major point in this episode.
Yes. Again, when you have actual competent writers, and it's showing right here, this scene right here is your clue that Cisco can't let go of the past. Because he doesn't view Picard as a victim. He doesn't view Picard as a Federation officer who was kidnapped against his will and forced to obey. He doesn't view him that way. He only sees Picard as Locutus, even in this moment right now.
Yeah.
And that is your first clue that Cisco can't let go of the past.
And we get more of that in a few seconds here.
That you have been briefed on the events leading to the Cardassian withdrawal.
Okay, just pausing for copyright there.
Yeah, that's...
But you could see, even here, Cisco's just staring him down the entire time.
Yeah, there's no... And notice he's not relaxed or anything like that. He looks like he is ready to lunge at Picard and just beat the piss out.
Yeah.
He doesn't have his shoulders up or anything like that. No, he's got that, like, you can tell that his back is stiff and everything like that. His legs are stiff. He looks like he's debating over how much trouble he'll be in if he just punches Picard's lights out right here and now.
Yes, sir. Understand they spent the last half-century robbing the planet of every valuable resource before abandoning it.
Not breaking eye contact the entire time.
He didn't blink either. He is literally glaring him to death.
They've left the Bajorans without a means of being self-sustaining. The relief efforts we've been coordinating are barely adequate.
Pausing for copyright again. But
So again, Picard here is basically laying out just how dire the situation is. Bajor had been raped for 60 years. They don't have much resources. They are not very self-sustaining for the population they have left. They aren't self-sustaining or anything. The Federation is constantly trying to get them supplies and everything, but they can't. They can't get them enough. So Bajor is barely holding in.
Again, pausing for copyright.
Yeah. So here Picard's basically going to be talking about how he's really come to associate himself with the Bajoran people. He's found a deep connection with the Bajoran people, and he's really admires them.
To know the I'm a strong proponent for their entry into the Federation.
Is it going to happen?
No.
Okay, I'm going to see if I can skip forward a little bit. Okay, here we go.
I would have thought that after 3 years spent at the Utopia Planitia Yards that you would be ready for a change.
Again, pausing for copyright.
Yeah. And Picard is trying to be friendly and everything like that. He's trying to show that, he's not being aggressive. He's trying to smooth things over. Notice how he poured him a drink. He doesn't ask Cisco if he wants a drink. He just pours him naturally a drink, and he offers him the cup right in front of him. Takes his own cup. And he's just trying. He's trying to be the peacemaker. That's who Picard is. He's all about diplomacy and thinking things through. He's the intelligent peacemaker. That's his entire characterization throughout all of TNG.
Yeah.
And Cisco will never touch that drink.
Well, now.
And he won't stop staring at Picard. He just won't stop staring at Picard.
I have a son and captain. This is not the ideal environment.
Unfortunately, as Starfleet officers, we do not always have the luxury to serve in an ideal environment.
Again, pausing for copyright.
So again, Cisco is laying out his cards to the audience. The audience knows what he means. I'm raising a son alone. And notice how, he hasn't broken eye contact at all. He hasn't blinked or anything. He is glaring at Picard because the audience knows Locutus killed Cisco's wife. Again, it's more evidence that he can't let go of that. He cannot let go of the past. He's bringing up this fact that, yeah, I'm raising a son here alone on a space station on the frontier that is barely controlled, is barely still in orbit. Like, the fuck you think that this is a smart idea? Again, it's building up more of his hatred towards Picard.
I read her, and I'm investigating the possibility of returning to Earth for civilian service.
And perhaps Starfleet Command should be considering a replacement for you.
That's probably...
So, Cisco basically saying, like, yeah, because Picard said, Starfleet officers don't have the luxury of choosing where we serve. We have to serve. That's the entire point. And then Cisco immediately goes in, I understand. That's why want to go back to Earth for civilian service. And notice how in that scene Picard was kind of taken aback. Because again, he was trying to be diplomatic. He was trying to do an olive leaf. He was trying to be more of like, hey, I know, I'm an officer too. I understand. We don't get the luxuries here. I'm trying to build a bridge, stuff like that. Cisco immediately sees what's happening, just destroys that bridge, just right off the bat. Just like, no, I agree. I understand, which is why I'm probably going to leave Starfleet. So fuck you. And then Picard tries to be like, well, then should we need to get a replacement then? Perhaps we should look into a replacement for you. Because he's trying to make it realize, like, no, you were chosen for this. He's like, I chose you for this because I thought you needed this. He talked about how he was at the shipyards for so many years and everything like that, and designing starships and everything, which will become important later in the series. But yeah, he was designing starships and everything. And he's like, he needed a change of scenery. Picard thought he needed this. And now Picard is just getting it thrown in his face.
Probably a good... I'll look into it. In the meantime, however...
In the meantime!
I will do the job I've been ordered to do to the best of my ability, sir.
Yeah, again, he hasn't touched the drink that Picard has given him. He hasn't accepted any peace offerings. And in fact, when he hears any confrontation from Picard in the meantime, which, is a friendly officer way of telling you you're going to do your job until that time comes. Cisco knows the language. He knows the lingo of officers. So the moment he hears that, he immediately interjects in the meantime and stands up to show that he does not, he's not submissive to Picard. He is going to stand up, and he is on the verge of literally strangling this piece of shit.
Is this a new series? No, this aired in 1993.
Yes.
But we've been watching it. Series. We dragged Pagan kicking and screaming to watch it.
And then after we did our initial watch, it wasn't kicking and screaming anymore. It was like, man, we should get back to that. It's like, yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I can't wait to see season 2.
I was really happy when Pagan was like, so, are we going to watch more Deep Space Nine? Fuck yes.
Yeah. We are definitely going to be watching more Deep Space Nine. Like, I can't wait to get into season 2 as well.
Same.
Especially because the season 2 finale. Oh, boy.
Yeah, Pagan has no idea what's coming.
Yeah. This show is so fucking good. It's really, really good. But
there's more. There's a little bit more going on here too, because it isn't just Cisco being pissed at Picard. Part of this is like a lot of this is still part of Cisco's character. He's just when he's in that mood, he just doesn't deal with shit from anyone. He straight down the business.
Yeah, like I said, and Cisco is an officer. He knows how officers think. He knows the platitudes and everything, and the half-hearted comments that officers make to reprimand somebody, but trying to make it look like they're offering a hand of friendship sort of thing. He knows all this. So he isn't taking any of it, like, especially not from Picard. Oh God, no, not from Picard, not from Locutus, not from the man who murdered my wife.
Yeah.
This is again building up characterization for Cisco of he cannot let go of the past.
Dismissed.
And notice how weak Picard sounds. Like this guy who is a subordinate to him. He's just commander. This commander literally stood up to him and literally threw a gauntlet right in front of him. Is like, pick it up, I dare you, bitch. And so Picard just is like, dismissed. Very quietly. Picard doesn't stand up and use his shouting voice back because he knows he's gonna lose.
Yeah. And
he's just like I can't do anything here. Every peace offering I've given you, you've literally shot down.
And anyone who's watched TNG knows that Picard can raise his voice and will stand his ground when he has to.
Yes. So this is again setting up the fact that Cisco is a different kind of commander. He's a different kind of captain. Okay, it's fine. Figuratively, he's thrown the gauntlet down. Literally, though, if Cisco had a fucking gauntlet, it'd be on the table right now. Because that's Cisco. That's Benjamin motherfucking Cisco. Dude doesn't saber rattle. Let's just put it that way. Dude is literally looking for an excuse of like, oh, fuck me. Okay. And then the fists come out.
Anyways, after that scene with Picard, then we get the scene with Cisco, Odo, and Quark where
yes,
he does the bargain for Quark to keep his shop on the station. And
Odo's great, like as Quark is trying to talk about how much of a businessman he is, like, I'm just a simple businessman and a thief. If I am, you haven't been able to prove it yet, have you?
But my favorite part is right at the end too. Quark really doesn't want to be here. He wants to get out of here. He doesn't see much value or profit in it. And Cisco strong arms him into staying. And then once Cisco leaves the room, Odo to Quark, hang on. I didn't
Before that, my favorite part is like, what we need is a community leader, and it's going to be you, Quark. Community leader! Seems reasonable. You have all the character witnesses of a politician.
But
how could I possibly operate under Starfleet rules of regulations and conduct? And he's talking about how, like, if you run honest games, you won't have any worries for me because it's still a Bajoran station. So he's like, he's basically telling him, hey, Federation rules of conduct don't apply as long as you're not cheating your customers and I get yelled at for it. I don't give a shit.
Yeah. But then comes my favorite line. After Cisco leaves, Odo says to Quark, I didn't think I was going to like him at first. And Quark is just standing there like, oh God, what have I gotten into?
Yeah, in dumbstruck awe.
What do you think of Babylon 5? I've heard that back then people said DS9 and B5 ripped off each other. I've heard that too. I haven't seen Babylon 5.
Well, they did metaphorically in that they were shooting on sets that were across from each other, and they would bump into each other constantly and be like, you're doing what? Oh, no. It was funny. Like, again, there is a faction in Deep Space Nine that had to be entirely renamed because it was originally going to be called the Gray Order. Because Cardassians are gray. Like, they have a grayish complexion and everything like that. Their uniforms are gray. They're very militaristic. And so the Order was originally being called the Gray Order. And then Babylon 5 comes out with the Great Council. And the writers of Deep Space Nine saw the Great Council and were like, oh no. So they renamed it to Obsidian Order. But again, that just happened. It wasn't so much they were ripping off from each other. It's that they were literally filming near each other, and they would constantly have shit like that happen, where they'd just be like, you thought of that too? Damn it!
Well, I mean, it makes sense that two shows that take place on a space station are going to run into, like, similar things.
Yes.
Also, what a coincidence that they would call it the Obsidian Order, and they have the guy who's going to play Mr. House in, like, a few years on there. That's pretty great.
Oh, God. Yeah. Which sounds better, the Grey Order or the Obsidian Order? I didn't say it was a bad change. I think Obsidian Order does sound more intimidating, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
But again, those are kind of changes that happen. Like, when you're in the creative field and somebody beats you to your idea, like, you've got this plan, you've got this all laid out and everything, and somebody else does it, and totally unrelated to you, they just happen to do it. It's just like, well, fuck.
What happens after the meeting between Cisco, Odo, and Quark?
Okay, so Cisco, Odo, and Quark happens.
He goes to see the Kai.
No, he goes to Major Kira. He goes to Major Kira again. And Major Kira's being her usual boisterous self and talking about how Federation officers aren't used to getting their hands dirty and stuff like that. And on Bajor, when we were in the Resistance, it didn't matter who you were, who your family was, or where you came from. We all chipped in because it was a fucking Resistance. And Cisco's like, I'm standing here, bitch. Hand me the fucking trash. I'll put it up for you.
Yeah, that's the point where he's like, yeah, I'll get my hands dirty.
Yeah. Again, this is showing we're getting different pieces of characterization about Cisco. Number one, Cisco can't let go of the past. Number two, he is a very hands-on operator. He is totally willing to get down in the mud.
But it's after that the priest or the monk guy comes up and says to Cisco, it's time.
Yeah. Commander, it's time. And then he goes down to Bajor, where he meets the Kai.
Which is essentially their version of the Pope.
Yeah. Only think of it as more the entire population of a species believes this person is like the holiest person in existence.
Yeah.
Not like people of a species, a part of a species, like, oh, only the religious people of Bajor think that the Kai is, like the holiest person in existence. No, the entire species of Bajorians believe that Bajorians?
I was going to say
Bajorans believe that the Kai is the holiest person in the entire species. Everybody. You do not fuck with the Kai. And the very first thing that she does is she grabs Cisco's ear because she's curious about something, because she has had prophecy given to her as well. Space Pope? Do they have Space Undertale? Well,
oh,
I'm sure Space Game Theory will give them Space Undertale and talk about how good of a person they are after that. No, Jesus Christ.
I hate being reminded of that. It feels like a part of my soul dies a little bit each time I hear about that.
Yep. So she grabs his ear. Oh, no. The Bajorans aren't a one-note stereotype. That what is made clear in Deep Space Nine over and over again is that the reason all Bajorans believe this is because it was their faith and their faith alone that kept the Resistance alive, that kept Bajor from fully submitting and capitulating to the Cardassians. Like, their faith and their belief in the prophets was the only thing that saved them. So now we are literally in the months / years after a brutal occupation has just taken place. So, of course, everybody's still in that mindset because it was literally their faith that saved them, that kept them strong.
They also have more evidence of things
Yes.
than we do as well. They literally have a glowing orb that like
an orb that was sent to them by the prophets. Now, that's her whole thing, is when she grabs his ear and she's reading his paw, she talks about how, it's ironic. One who does not wish to be amongst us is to be the emissary.
I need to point out, just because there's degenerates in our chat, that's spelled P-A-G-H.
Yeah.
The Pog, or however it's pronounced.
Yeah, paw. Have you exploded your paw, Commander? But yeah, it's P-A-G-H. But yeah, she talks about how ironic it is and everything that that Cisco, he literally doesn't want to be there. He wants to transfer back to Earth and everything. He just wants to leave. And she's like, that's funny, because you're going to be the emissary to the prophets. And he doesn't know what she's talking about. And he's like, emissary? What the fuck are you talking about? So she then shows where they hid their orb, the last orb of the prophets, because the Cardassians thought they had everything. They thought they'd stole all of it. And they missed one orb. So she opens up the fountain. They go down into the fountain, and she says that she will not be able to unite her people because the Bajorans, now that the Cardassians are gone, all those old tensions, all those old woes and family feuds and everything like that are coming back to the surface. Because, hey, they don't have a common enemy to fight anymore. So when you don't have a common enemy to fight anymore, you look for the enemy amongst yourself. It's just the nature of species, all species. So now the provisional government is about to collapse, which is why Quark wants to leave. Because when the provisional government collapses, and when any government collapses, it's men like Quark that get put up against the wall and shot.
Yeah, that's actually a direct line from him. When governments fall, people like me are lined up and shot.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely want to get out of there, Quark.
Yep. And yeah, so she's like, I cannot unite everyone, because she is, again, their faith is what got them through the occupation. All of their faith is what did it. So if she told them to unify under the provisional government, they would listen. But she will not do that until she knows the prophets are safe. So she has Cisco look into the orb that was given unto the Bajorans by the prophets, and Cisco is suddenly transported back in time. He's fully aware, though. He fully knows what's going on. He knows that he's back in time, and he's like, what the hell? And he even reminisces about how he's like, it was this moment here, and because he's looking at the woman who was his wife. He gets to see his wife again. And somehow the sands were burning his feet. He was holding lemonade, and
not just seeing her again, meeting her for the first time again.
Yes. And so the orb literally sent him back in time. Only, again, he knows everything that's happening. And he does...
Well, it's more of a vision of what happened rather than actually sending him back in time. Right?
No.
Oh.
We get that. We get more of that later on. Because remember, that's how a certain somebody survived an assassination plot. Like, it had to happen. The prophets knew it was going to happen. It had to happen. It only happened because they sent a certain someone back in time who was trying to carry out the assassination.
That's probably something I forgot then.
Yeah. So the orb literally sent him back in time. And he's fully aware of it. And it's why his speech is so awkward when he's talking with her. It's not every day you get to meet the woman who's going to be your wife. You use that line on all the girls? No, never before, and never again. And it's like, damn, Cisco, you will play it. then he freaks out because the orb comes back right as he's like getting to know his wife again and takes him away. The orb takes him back to where he was.
Yeah. And
any major plot holes? No. That's the beauty of Deep Space Nine. Again, all of this becomes very important. Every piece of dialogue that it was a bit awkward and stuff like that, but every piece of dialogue actually is very important.
Yeah, the worst thing that comes out of season 1 is some awkward acting at worst.
Really awkward acting.
Yeah, especially in the first pilot episode. So, and
yeah, Zia's another one. She's a fine actress, but there's too much you can tell that she's doing the walk to block A, then say this line, walk to block B, then say this line. It's very obvious, and luckily, when they get more comfortable, it becomes that goes away. That's early installment awkwardness. That's an early installment weirdness.
No, we've already got someone quitting duet. Oh, we'll get to that.
I love that line. I did what had to be done. My men understood that. And they loved me for it. I told them to go out and kill Bajoran scum. And they did. They would murder them. And they would come back covered in blood. But they felt clean. Now, why would they feel that way, Major? Because they were clean. Oh, God. It's such a great fucking speech. I know you cut off a lot of it, but yeah, that's... yeah, it is really good.
Yeah, that was fucked.
Yeah. So he gets sent back to Kai Opaka, and Opaka's telling him that 9 orbs, like this one, were given unto us, and so like that. They come from the prophets, and that's how we know. That's how we know their teachings. That's how we know their how we know their will. How they brought unto us language and faith and everything like that. The prophets gave us these.
And after that, he returns to the station and has Dax examine the orb, right?
Well, he looks at Jake first, and then he's realizing, I never realized, what, Dad, how much you had your mother's eyes? Because he hadn't, he had only thought about her constantly, about her being dead. So getting to see her again, he got to see her with life and with her eyes wide open and staring at him. And then he looks at his son, and he realizes he has the same eyes as his wife. And so this is starting that healing process that Cisco needs. Again, yeah. The prophets are absurdly powerful. They know exactly what is needed when it is needed. Let's see. Then he goes back. He can't sleep, so he goes to Quarks, and he sees Quarks is booming again. There are people like cheering and gambling and having drinks. And then he asks Quark, "How's the synthale?" And of course, like, "Oh, it's dreadful. Never trust synthale from a God-fearing people or a Federation officer who has one of your relatives in custody." This is then when they meet Zia Dax, the science officer, Lieutenant Zia Dax, and Lieutenant Julian Bashir, the doctor.
Unfortunately for now. He becomes a really good character later on, but he kind of sucks in season 1.
We get to see him slowly transitioning when they realize, like, oh, we need to do something with this character. So let's just get Julian Bashir out of the way first. He is very naive, very arrogant and egotistical, and he is a complete fucking hornball. Yeah. He is aggressively horny. Like, my God, even in front of the commanding officer, he's talking about how much he wants to bang the science officer. Like, he can't help himself. Like, they're talking the commander is talking to the lieutenant, and you butt in, like, Zia, how about we have dinner later in my quarters? Your quarters? Doesn't matter. It's like, oh God, stop, please.
Yeah, that shit got grating real fast.
Yeah, I'd say like 60% of his lines in season 1 are him trying to fucking bang Zia Dax or some other woman.
Yes.
Or there's that imagination episode where...
Constantly calling him out, though. It's like, well, you didn't seem too distracted with that Beta Z diplomat. She was a passing replacement for you, but there's nothing that can compare to you. Well, what about this other one earlier? She was barely adequate a replacement. Julian, take a cold sonic shower. It'll help. No, it won't, because I've tried. It's like, God, Julian, stop. But again, they're starting to build up the relationships that are going to fix Julian and as a character. So he starts his relationship with O'Brien and everything like that in season 1 and stuff. And my God, O'Brien and Julian are like the perfect bromance. If you want to see what a bromance looks like in a piece of media, watch Deep Space Nine and watch Julian Bashir and O'Brien as they bust each other's balls and everything like that. They are the literal perfect bromance. And I love, this is a bit spoilery, but for the ending, sure, you love your wife. You just love me more. I love my wife, Julian. Sure, you just love me more. And O'Brien can't bring himself to say that he hates Julian or anything because, yeah, they are literally like the bestest of best buds. It is great. They will actually, like, they go out of their way to bust each other's chops all the time. Like, when Julian does something dumb and you just see O'Brien in the background going like, yeah, no, we're going to get to that character. We will get to that character. Don't worry. We're going through the characters as we meet them. Now, we got Julian out of the way. Zia Dax. She is a Trill, which means that she is a joined species. So there are 2 Trill. You have Zia, the host, and then you have Dax, the symbiote. So they have a symbiote kind of like the Jaffa from Stargate SG-1, except they are interconnected. They are linked. The Dax symbiote and Zia become one entity.
It's also worth mentioning that not every member of her species gets a symbiote. It's just certain ones they do.
They only the best of the best in the Trill Society can even join the Symbiosis Commission to even try to get a symbiote. Because what is a symbiote? It's immortality. As long as a symbiote lives, you live. You carry on. Zia has all the memories of every single host that the symbiote was with before her. And their personality traits, their likes, their dislikes, everything. She has all of that. So getting a symbiote is very, very much like it's considered your golden ticket to immortality in Trill Society. So she has been alive for at least 300 years?
Something like that. I think they say 7 lifetimes, though.
Yeah, but remember, some of those lifetimes were short.
That's true.
Like the transporter accident. Well, it wasn't a transporter accident. She was in she was in the ship that had an accident, and it was a ship that had a transporter on it.
Yeah. Anyway.
Make Cardassia strong again. Yeah. Hold on. I'll get there. So Cisco's talking with Zia and explaining, like, because Cisco knows Dax. Because Cisco used to be best friends with Curzon Dax, who was the host before Zia. And, I mean, best of buds. Cisco viewed Curzon as another father figure. Cisco had a great father. But when he was in Starfleet, he couldn't talk with his father all the time. So he bonded with Curzon Dax, who was the Federation ambassador to the Klingon Empire. And he was not like other Trill. He was loud, abrasive, very gung-ho, but he had a wisdom beyond his years, even beyond that of the symbiote. He was an incredibly intelligent man. But he also wasn't above getting physical when shit needed. Like when Cisco stepped out of line, fucking Curzon would whoop his ass and bust him up good. And I love when Cisco mentions that. He's like, but don't hit one of them. I'm not nearly as forgiving as Curzon was. And it's mentioned the fact that Curzon used to beat the shit out of Cisco when he would do something really stupid or foolish. Or like how he was going to kill this delegate because they were doing something awful, and he stood up and he was literally going to beat the shit out of this delegate until they died. He had decided at that point he was going to kill them. Cisco was going to commit murder, and Curzon stood up and literally punched him so hard in the face he knocked his ass out. Because Curzon saw it too, because Curzon looked in Cisco's eyes and realized exactly what was just about to happen, so he fucking knocked his ass to the floor.
That's the interesting thing about Curzon too, is he has an entire character that we learned purely through stories of him.
Yes, and the people who knew him and everything. That's what's great. Same thing with Morn as well. We get to learn more about Morn from the people that interact with him. Because the running joke is that Morn never speaks. Morn never speaks to the audience. He never says a single word to the audience the entire series of Deep Space Nine.
God
yet
damn
everyone else talks about how Morn will never shut the fuck up.
I was hoping you wouldn't explain that, because I was planning on saying something along the lines of, yeah, but they gave Morn way too many lines in season 1. Like, he's a great character, but he just won't shut up in season 1.
That would have worked. That would have worked so well. Shit. Oh, it's too late. Too late. I already spilled the milk on the floor and everything like that. The cat's already jumping in it.
It would have been extra funny, too, because Pagan doesn't know who Morn is yet. So he'd be like, who the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. So then we get to, after Jadzia Dax and Cisco kind of reminisce and touch up with each other, we then go to Julian Bashir and Major Kira in the what we will call the med bay.
Oh
for
boy.
Now. And he's talking about how it's all rusty and everything blown up and everything like that. The lights aren't working. And she's like, sorry, doctor, but this is the best we've got. And he's like, this is great. And Kira immediately snaps her. I was like, excuse me? And he's like, this is where real heroes are made. This is frontier medicine. I wanted this. This is what I signed up for. And Kira's like, frontier medicine, huh? She gets right in his face. She's like, well, how about you take your Frontier Federation medicine to the locals, doctor? Oh, you'll find them a simple, naive folk. And yeah, it's fucking Julian Bashir putting his foot in his mouth as usual.
Yeah. Not the kind of thing you want to say to
a freedom fighter.
A
literal freedom fighter. Well, freedom fighter / terrorist. We get into that. Because that is a fascinating thing that Deep Space Nine does. It's like, yeah, the Bajorans are victims. Yeah, the Cardassians were evil. But not all Cardassians. And also, the Bajorans were killing and murdering civilians, too. So, are they really freedom fighters?
But also, he's saying that to someone who's a part of a species that's been oppressed for fucking 60 years. Yes. It's like, man, Julian, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, it is so many missteps. Like, Julian's character is awful. Thank God this isn't like Voyager or something where that becomes his character for the entire thing. Thank God they actually changed.
When does he get better? Is it season 2?
No, he starts getting better in season 1. Season 2 is when he really does. Again, season 2 is when they start playing him off against you-know-who more.
Yes.
But yeah, we will get to him, because he shows up in season 1. So yeah, that's another Julian Bashir moment because of fucking course. Then Jadzia, who was told by Cisco to look at the orbs, she touches the canister of the orbs and she gets set back in time to when she was first being joined at the Symbiosis Commission. And she has memories of what it was like to... She gets vivid memories of being alone and then suddenly being more than she ever was before. Then we get to a very heartstring pull moment. O'Brien back on the Enterprise, and he's filling out his relief of duty orders for the Enterprise so that he can begin as Chief of Operations on Deep Space Nine. He is taking his leave. He goes to the bridge to see Picard. Picard's not there, and one of the officers on the bridge says, "Oh, you just missed him, Chief. He was just here a moment ago." And it's like, he's in his office. I can go get him if you want. And he's like, that's okay. I don't want to disturb him. And so he goes to leave. He goes to Transporter Room 3, which is where he worked for his entire time on the Enterprise. And he's about to go on the pad when suddenly... actually, do we just want to play that scene out? Hang on, wait. Yeah, I'm pretty positive we would have that scene. Hold on.
Is that one we need to play out?
I think it's a great send-off for O'Brien from the Enterprise, because again, if you were a TNG viewer, you only knew him as a bit part character from Enterprise from the Enterprise.
That's true. I'm just looking at the time though. We're not even through the first episode.
Well, again, because we have to stop and talk about each character. Once we're done talking about the characters, the episodes will go by faster when we can just talk about the plot and only the plot.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's see. I'm gonna try to start it. Do you want the whole scene, or do you want just the scene in the transporter room?
Just the scene in the transporter room.
Okay.
I always wondered, was this a promotion, demotion, or side motion for O'Brien? Technically, I'd say it's it's a promotion because he's becoming the chief engineer. Yeah,
he's literally chief operations. He is the third in command, basically.
Yeah, because in the Next Generation, the chief engineer was Geordi LaForge. O'Brien just ran the transporter room, mostly.
Hang on, I'm going to get us to where it is.
All right. I can get that up on screen as soon as you're ready.
This is him going into the transporter room, so we can start from here.
All right. Just remember to pause for copyright.
All right, you ready?
Yep. Oh, wait, I forgot to unmute. There we go.
Oh, cool. Well, you didn't unmute it for a while.
Transport me to the ops pad, Maggie.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so now he's going back to his favorite transporter room, and he's telling the transport operator to send him to operations. Send him to the operations transporter so he can start his work on Deep Space Nine.
And he'll have a lot of work to do on Deep Space Nine.
Oh, yeah. He will have a ton of work to do on Deep Space Nine.
Mr. O'Brien.
Boom. Who comes to see him off? Picard. Picard comes in and is just immediately like, hey, I almost missed you. This scene is definitely a heartstring puller for me. Again, coming from TNG and then going into Deep Space Nine, this is definitely one of those scenes.
Yeah.
Yep.
I understand that I just missed you on the bridge.
Yes, sir. I didn't want to disturb you, sir.
Yeah. So again, it's also showing O'Brien's character where he, even if he doesn't get what he actually wants, it does hurt him, it does affect him, but he's a soldier. He's got to carry on. So he wasn't going to waste time. He wasn't going to say, I need to sit around. He's like, no, that's fine. He goes, it just didn't work out this time. I got to go get to work.
Yeah. And he figures he'll probably see Picard again anyways at some point.
Yeah, that's the hope. Yeah.
Ensign. This is your favorite transporter room, isn't it?
Number 3. Yes, sir.
Yep. And again, this is also going to show what kind of a send-off that Picard is going to give him. It reveals Picard's character. We're getting more into O'Brien's characterization. Again, you got bits and pieces of it with TNG. Here, now that he's going to be a main character in the series, we're going to get a lot more of O'Brien. He's going to be a lot more fleshed out than he ever was before. But this is a great reminder of the way Picard views his officers. So Picard, as an analogy, Picard is very much the officer and a gentleman sort of officer. If you ever think of an officer who's the guy who is looking at the tactical maps and he's, drinking tea and everything like that and just kind of thinking about the bigger picture, the bigger strategy. Cisco knows the bigger strategy exists and he can think on the bigger strategy, but he is a field commander. He is somebody who is in the trenches right beside his men, eating MREs, shooting the shit with them, and fighting hand-to-hand combat with them when they get attacked. That's the kind of differences between the two. Cisco is the man who is there in the trenches with the men and why they support him vehemently and are super loyal to him, and Picard is the one thinking of the greater overall strategy.
Well, also, I don't know if it's worth bringing up now. It's definitely going to be something we'll have to talk about at some point, but Cisco is basically the anti-Picard, where he's the opposite of him in many, many aspects.
Yes.
Should we talk about that now?
I'd say no. Wait until we get to the certain big thing from season 2, ending of season 2 onwards.
Okay.
That's where it becomes way more relevant when we get into that.
Yeah. I don't know. This scene basically low-key tells O'Brien that literally anyone could do his job. It makes sense that Picard would know how to operate the transporter, though.
Yeah, it makes sense how Picard would know how to do it, but the whole point is how this scene plays out. This scene is... Well, I'll just let Picard say it, because he's about to say it right now. Oh shit, so you jumped forward. Fuck.
Sorry, I didn't mean to hit the button.
There we go, back again.
Yesterday, I called down here.
Charging battery.
Thinking. It won't be quite the same.
Just pausing for copyright, because that was 10 seconds.
Yeah. So again, Picard called to Transporter Room 3. Not any other ones. He called to Transporter Room 3, and he asked for O'Brien in particular. And then he realized that he wasn't there.
We also got a charging battery during that point.
Nice.
Just a transporter room, sir.
Again, just for copyright, because the bot picks up on short clips.
Which is stupid.
Permission to disembark, Captain.
Permission granted.
It is a really nice scene between them, though.
Yeah. It's definitely a great send-off for him to leave.
It won't be the same without charging battery.
Deep Space Nine as a whole is kind of the anti-TNG. The reason it works so well, though, is because Deep Space Nine understands TNG. I don't think it's the anti-TNG. Actually, it's pretty much lockstep in with TNG, but we'll have to get into that when the certain big thing happens.
Yeah.
Because... God, how to do it without doing any spoilers. TNG is about faith in the good nature of humanity and the human spirit. And Deep Space Nine is the same by showing what misplaced faith in something else can do to you. Well, I'll just leave it at that for now. When we actually get into the major goings-on in Deep Space Nine, we'll definitely talk about it.
Yeah.
Energize.
Again, pausing quickly for copyright.
Yep.
And Picard, a little sad to see him go.
Yep. And off goes the Enterprise. And again, it's using the the Enterprise's sort of Star Trek theme as the Enterprise is departing. Because again, that now for the Enterprise, this was literally just an episode of the week sort of thing. Was this, and now they're leaving.
Yeah.
So then after the Enterprise leaves, the space station immediately gets a hail from the Cardassians when a Cardassian warship shows up at the space station. And they're like, we're being hailed. It's from Gul Dukat.
One of
Star Trek's best villains ever.
I'd say
They ruin him a bit later on, but there's a point when he hits his crescendo where it's perfect. If they had just ended it there, it would have been perfect.
I'd say he's one of the best antagonists of all time.
Yeah, really. Really, really. It would be... I genuinely think Dukat would be up there as one of the best antagonists in fiction.
And we don't get a lot of them in season 1.
No, sadly.
But there's actually a lot less of them in season 1 than I remembered. So, but we do get more of them later on, which will be interesting to see.
Yeah, because season 2 is when we start doing the more stuff behind the scenes of the Cardassians and everything.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get a picture of them so you can show them on screen if you would like.
All right. Dukat and Garrick, my 2 favorite Cardassians. Yeah.
And Nabrantane. I need an Nabrantane in there as well.
Oh god, I forget which one that is off the top of my head.
Nabrantane wasn't just the leader of the Obsidian Order. He was the Obsidian Order.
Oh.
Oh, man, I can't wait.
Don't worry, Pagan. You're not hearing any big spoilery things right now.
Yeah, that is Gul Dukat.
Yeah, and we're going to be seeing a lot of him after season 1.
Yeah, we will discuss more, especially when we get more into the overarching plot. Here we're setting things up. Yeah. I see exactly what you want. Hold on a second.
Oh.
Yep. Don't worry. Yeah. Don't worry. I got it.
All right.
Fuck! Delete that quick. It's gone. But yeah. So this is our introduction to Gul Dukat. He was the prefect of Bajor, aka he was the man in charge of the occupation. Now, he didn't start the occupation. He was born after the occupation had already been going for a while. He rose to command Deep Space Nine, or as it was originally called, Terok Nor. He was the supreme leader of this occupation, but he still answered to the central command back on Cardassia. But his word, anything he said, was immediate law on Bajor. And we're going to get more into his rule and how bad of a guy was he really later on.
Yeah.
Again, there's a great episode that might as well have been called The Trial of Dukat, honestly. But yeah, there's a great episode later on. It is fantastically done. But yeah, so Gul Dukat shows up, and Major Kira points out he probably only showed up after he made sure the Enterprise was gone. So that, nobody can interfere with him. So he could come, he could kind of saber rattle back and everything and talk about how much. And he's like, you know what? I miss this office. I've only been gone a short time, and I miss this office you're sitting in right now, Commander. And don't worry. We know you're out here all alone and isolated. Oh, okay. Yeah, his whole thing is like, I know you'd be out here all alone. You'll be isolated. No one nearby to help you. Bajor can't help itself. They can't help the station. We just want to let you know that your Cardassian neighbors are always available. So, he's planting that seed of like, by the way, you're a Federation. You're part of the Federation. Federation's big and scary, sure. But you're by yourself. You're out here with nothing. You have no one to back you up. You have no one to come help you if things go south. You have nothing. Well, sure would be a shame if something were to happen, but hey, something happens, we're here for you. Yeah, he is definitely definitely one of those guys. We'll go more into what happens after this, but he's also pointing out the fact that he's like, we know you have an orb. We thought we had them all because they thought they took all the orbs from the Bajorans. They didn't realize there was one left. But yeah, again, we won't talk more in the episode until Creetosis gets back. But that's basically he's saber rattling at Cisco, but he's also trying to get the measure of what kind of commander Cisco is. Cisco doesn't back down or bat an eye for a second. So he's starting to realize, this is starting to build up his respect that Gul Dukat has for Cisco. Like, Cisco is basically talking about when I was like, wow, and even without all of that, even without the Federation, you still lost Bajor. Funny that. Yeah, so again, we will wait for him. Because, we'll gotta wait for Creetosis to get back. Hopefully you guys are enjoying this little deep dive into Deep Space Nine Season 1. Again, it'll pick up pace once we get past the first two. Once we get past all the character introductions. That's the big thing, is the character introductions. Then we can start moving into the plot and everything like that. Yeah, we talked about it earlier. Cisco punches a god. Because, again, it's Cisco. Cisco is. Hey, welcome back.
Hey.
Yeah, I was just telling him about Dukat and his whole thing of like, hey, we know you're out here alone and isolated, but don't worry, your Cardassian neighbors are always nearby. And the fact that we know you have an orb, we thought we got them all and everything like that. So maybe we can share information between each other. Let's see. We then go into Zia Dax jumps up and she's like, hey, I found out some new information, Commander. Every single one of these orbs was found in a location of space known as the Denorius Belt. So why don't we go check that out? Well, we can't check out that area while the Cardassians are here, because the Cardassian warship is now docked at Deep Space Nine. They can't leave. If they go out on a runabout to check something out, of course the Cardassians are going to follow them immediately.
Yeah.
So they hatch a plan. They go talk with Odo, and Odo helps them come up with a plan on how they're going to deal with the Cardassians. So the Cardassians all go to Quark's and they start gambling and everything. And they're winning big. They're winning massive amounts of gold-pressed latinum. Gold-pressed latinum is incredibly valuable. Incredibly valuable. Here, I think they kind of overplay how valuable it is. They should have had strips. They should have had strips of latinum. It should have been what they would have been winning, not entire like strips. But yeah. So the Major Kira and Chief O'Brien go talk about how the establishment of Quark's is now closed. Quark throws a fit about how you can't do that. He says every right to be open and bloody blah. Ian tells his Ferengi to get something so the Cardassians can put their winnings in. They bring a bag, a very suspicious bag. Well, it's because the suspicious bag is Odo. Odo is shapeshifted as a bag. The Cardassians put their gold-pressed latinum in Odo. They take him aboard the ship, throw him in a locker. Man, they're very rough on Odo. They're just throwing him around and everything. Odo then oozes out of the Cardassian footlocker he got thrown in, and he looks pissed, like, goddamn motherfucking Cardassians throwing me around like a bag. Oh, wait, I was a bag. No, I'm just kidding. Odo, this is all part of the plan. Odo has now infiltrated the Cardassian ship. He goes in and he sabotages their sensor system. And then he gets teleported back to Deep Space Nine, but not without trouble. They can't get the transporter to work. Like, Odo's stuck in the transport signal. And then Chief O'Brien gets pissed. He's like, why isn't it working? Bloody fucking Cardassian technology. And then he drop kicks the fucking computer, and then suddenly the transporter works. Again, every engineer knows that when all else fails, percussive maintenance might work. But yeah, that has destroyed the Cardassian sensors and scrambled them so that the runabout can escape and go check out the Denorius belt. The runabout is flying towards the Denorius belt when suddenly a massive fucking wormhole opens right in front of their face. And they get sucked into it. They're like, what the fuck?
And do they make it through the wormhole first, or do they start experiencing the vision? Okay, they do.
They make it through the wormhole first, and they're like, where the hell are we? We just went into a wormhole, because they could be anywhere. That's the scary thing about wormholes. Wormholes can literally take you anywhere.
Well,
so they need to figure out where the hell they are.
What's scarier about wormholes is there are no permanent wormholes in Star Trek. All previously found wormholes have collapsed, so they're not a reliable way of, like, getting across the universe.
Yeah, exactly. And they're like, oh my god. So now they're freaking out because we just fell into a wormhole. We could be anywhere. We need to figure out where we are. So then they figure out that they are in the Gamma Quadrant. They are
70,000 light years away.
Yes. 70,000 light years. Light years.
Their fastest ships, a Galaxy-class ship, an Enterprise, would take 70 years to get back to where they were.
Yep.
That's how fucked they are.
Yeah. So then they realize that the wormhole didn't collapse behind them. So then they think, is this actually, did we just find a stable wormhole? Is this actually a stable wormhole? So they think like, oh my god, if this is a stable wormhole, this changes everything. So they go back around to go fly back through the wormhole, back the other way. But all of a sudden their ship starts slowing down, and they don't know what's going on. And they start reading that there's atmosphere outside the ship.
And that they've landed.
Yeah, that they've been forced to land, and there's a brilliant, bright white light. And they're like, what the hell? So they go out of the ship. And when Cisco steps out of the ship, he sees storm clouds and a rocky edifice. There's no plant life at all. There's lightning going off everywhere.
Yeah, it very much looks like a dead world.
Zia steps out, and she sees a beautiful Garden of Eden. Like, perfectly manicured lawn, perfect rows of plants with different colorations and patterns, and trees everywhere, and birds
clear
chirping
blue
and singing.
Sky. Yeah, it's a paradise.
It's like, we are standing on a rock face. It's a clear blue day. And Cisco turns and looks at her and gives one of the best white bitch be crazy face I have ever seen.
For anyone on the Discord server, that's where the bitch what emote comes from. Because when we were watching that episode, we actually stopped it. The three of us were watching it at the same time. We stopped it, grabbed a screen cap, and edited that to be a fucking emote on the server.
Yeah, that initial bit where he like turns and looks at her, we were just like, oh, damn it, that's got that fucking look of bitch be fucking crazy.
No, not bitch be fucking crazy, white bitch be fucking crazy. There you go. There's the other one. There's the other one. So I got the other one of him fully committing to the turn.
Yeah.
It's great. It is great. I just love that look. It's just like, the fuck you on?
Well, that one's definitely more confusion. The one we have as an emote is, like, he looks mega pissed. Like, what the fuck?
Well, then they see the orb floating in the sky, and the orb scans both of them. And then suddenly, it shocks Jadzia. She gets knocked to the ground, and then her vision starts fading from the Garden of Eden into the storm, suggesting that the storm planet is the actual, real truth. And then she gets sucked into the orb and whooped away. Meanwhile, Benjamin, who's trying to get up from being shocked, suddenly a bunch of white ice cream forms all around him and starts sucking him in.
That's...
I just call it soft serve ice cream because it looks like it's oozing like soft serve ice cream up through the crack.
Fair.
And then suddenly he's now in pure white. And he hears a heartbeat. This is the creepy thing about the prophets. You always hear your heartbeat as you're experiencing the prophets. As if, like, you're very aware of your fragility. But Jadzia gets taken back to the space station and literally dumped off. And she's just like, goodbye. And Cisco is now suddenly in the soft serve ice cream, hearing his heartbeat. And memories are flashing before his eyes of baseball and of Jennifer and of meeting the Kai and everything. And all of a sudden, one of his memories turns and looks at him and pulls down some sunglasses and says, "It is corporeal." And he's like, what the fuck? Like, one of his memories just spoke to him. It turns out the prophets will use your memories of people you know to talk with you.
Turns out the prophets are real.
Yeah. Turns out the prophets of Bajor, the gods of Bajor, are very much real. So while Cisco is realizing that he is now talking with the prophets, they're trying to understand who he is, and they're like, the hell are you? And he's trying to explain to them that he doesn't know what the future is or anything like that.
Because they don't have linear time. The prophets...
Yeah. And he's like, this is from my past. And he's like, what is past? Things that happened before. What? Because what has happened before, what is to come, is no different from what is now. And it's like, that's when Cisco realizes that the prophets of Bajor do not have linear time. They exist at all times. Like, literally, they exist at all times. The past, the present, and the future all happen for them at the exact same time. So they know everything. They're literally omnipotent. Which is why...
Isn't that omniscient? Because omnipotent is when you can do anything.
That's right.
Omniscient is knowing everything.
Yeah, they're omniscient. Well, they're kind of omnipotent because they know everything that's going to happen, so they set everything in motion, so they can do everything.
Well, no, because then we go back to the whole, can they make a rock that's too big for them to lift? Because that's why omnipotence is literally impossible.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, no, never mind. Yeah. So yeah, we'll get rid of omnipotent. They're omniscient. They know everything. He's now trying to understand, and for everybody that's like, wait a minute, so why are they confused and having this conversation? If they've already had it, they would already know it. Well, that's explained. They know everything that's happening. They know exactly what they have to play. They know exactly their part and everything. They know that this has to happen because it's already happened, and it will happen, and it has happened for them. The prophets are fascinating. When we get deeper and deeper into the prophets, it's going to get crazy.
Oh, Q, you rascal. This has nothing to do with Q.
Yeah. This has nothing to do with Q. And so, he's like, what the hell? They don't have. How do we like get common ground if they literally don't have linear time? So then we go to Jadzia and them on the space station trying to figure out what happened to Cisco, and she's talking about how this is a wormhole. It's a stable wormhole, which is already mind blowing. But even more than that, it's not a natural formation. It was man made. It is a wormhole that was constructed by a species, not that just suddenly sprang into existence through the weird physics and dynamics of the universe. But this is where I'm talking about her scene blocking, where she'll be like, my analysis shows it may not even be natural. She does her line, and then she'll stop. She'll stop on a part, and then she'll do her line, and then she'll start walking again, and then she'll stop again and turn a little bit, and then start her line and start walking again. It's incredibly awkward and noticeable that she's hitting her marks on the set. You go to A, then you go to B, then you go to C.
Yeah, and as we've said before, this definitely improves the later into the season you get and the series as a whole. It's just the early episode.
Yeah, fine. They do specify. They actually specify in the episode that it is unnatural. And then Dr. Bashir goes, not natural? So it was made by someone? Yeah.
Yeah, my initial complaint with the show back when we were first starting to watch it was the acting. It felt very
wooden, stiff.
Yeah, very wooden and stiff, and I was like, "Ooh, I really hope this gets better." It did. It got a lot better later, but yeah, it definitely had some jank to it at the beginning, where it was like, "Oh wow, you guys are all very wooden."
Yeah, you can tell they aren't yet really comfortable with their characters yet. Once these guys they hit their stride, it is a thing to behold.
Yeah. Even by the end of season 1 here, that one episode in particular, oh man, that is fucking great.
Yes. They got a ringer for a guest actor and then a guest star. Holy shit.
Yeah.
So yeah, then they plan wait, so this would change Bajor's future forever. So what we need to do is we need to figure out how to get this space station at the mouth of the wormhole. Because if we have a space station at the mouth of the wormhole, whoever controls the space station controls the wormhole. And right now, Bajor controls the space station. So, and the Federation are there as an outpost. So if a Bajoran space station with a Federation presence controls the wormhole, Bajor controls the wormhole.
Which is going to be extremely beneficial for Bajor.
Yes. So they come up with a plan to use the system's own anti-gravity network and shielding to make the station lighter so that they can use their maneuvering thrusters to actually push the space station to the mouth of the wormhole.
Because otherwise it would take 2 months to move it there.
Yeah. And by that point, the Cardassians would have set up turrets and mined it and everything like that and be like, no, it's ours.
Yeah.
So they noticed that Ducat's sensors are online. He realized Ducat saw the wormhole and Ducat's taking off to head to the wormhole. Meanwhile, we get to Cisco, who's trying to explain what a linear existence is, while the prophets are yelling at him that he is
a
corporeal.
Danger to him.
He is aggressive.
Yeah.
He is aggressive. He is adversarial. Destroy him. Destroy him before he spreads his influence. And he's talking about how he doesn't know what he does. I do not know the threat which I bring to you people. And it's only after Ducat's ship goes through the passage and everything is disrupted that he's like, what just happened? He's like, every time one of you corporeal beings passes through the passage, we are hurt. Well, Ducat's ship makes it through, but the prophets then decide to close it, so the wormhole's gone. Wormhole don't exist no more. And they're like, shit. So Dukat is now stuck in the Gamma Quadrant. Cisco is in the Prophet's hands, and the wormhole don't exist no more.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot. Dukat, these people are trying to save you from a lot of trouble. Fucking Odo.
Anyways, as Cisco is talking to the prophets, they're appearing in different locations. He's trying to show them some of his life with his wife. You know, they're at a park, they're at the beach where they meet, and then they're in the ship under attack by the Borg where she's dead. And
if all you say is true about not knowing the future and you can't go back to the past, then why are you here?
And that's
and
a line.
They take him to the ship over and over again. He gets to watch his dead wife, on the floor as the ship is burning down.
And that's a line I like and has a lot of meaning once you realize what it's referencing exactly. Then why do you exist here?
Yeah. We do not bring you here. You bring us here. So you exist here.
So this is after repeatedly, like, they take him to the ship where his wife is dead. And then he's, take me away from here. I don't want to see this because it freaks him out. It's a horrible memory. And they'll see a few different locations, but they'll keep going back to the ship. And then, they explain to him, we're not bringing you here. You're bringing us here. You exist here. And
we cannot give you that which you deny yourself.
Yeah, Cisco
and then
tries
all of a sudden
resisting
he realizes, then a thing that Kyle Paka told him earlier comes back. Look, we cannot give you what you deny yourself. Look for solutions from within, Commander.
And the line where he accepts, I exist here, is pretty strong because it's him.
We should get that.
It's him. Yeah. If you could get the clip, but I'll explain it. It's him coming to terms with his inability to let go of the past. He's been lingering on this one moment for the past 3 years, and it's something that very much affects him in his day-to-day. You saw with Picard, he couldn't let it go. He was staring down to Picard. He was very short with him. And
it's not a great clip, but we'll use this.
All right, let me get the watch together up. You got it?
I'm just getting the time. We'll let this scene play out. Let's see. The time was 1:20.
I can grab this message first. Membership message from Hojo Cinco? I hope I pronounced that right. Thank you. Just in the process of going through the back catalog from missed episodes. Cheers, gentlemen. Keep up the good work. Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Yes, we're talking about Deep Space Nine.
Yep.
We're talking about Season 1 of Deep Space Nine.
Anyways,
all right, we're ready?
Yes.
This ship.
Whoops, I had it right. I didn't know it was going to jump like that. Hold on.
I never left this ship.
You exist here.
Potato quality, sorry everyone, but
yeah, this is a video from 2017, and I don't know why their quality is so potato, but Jesus Christ, it is potato. I would love to give you the actual full quality thing, but I can't.
Yeah.
So, we're going with what we're going with.
I exist here.
And this is definitely one of those moments to punch you right in the feels, for sure.
Yeah.
When he explains his existence and his whole inability to let go of the past. Like, this gets rough. Because anybody that's been through a traumatic experience knows that feeling of lingering on that thought for way longer than is ever healthy.
Yeah. pausing for... Oh,
I'm trying. Yeah, I was getting it. And then I got it. Don't worry.
even in a stag where we're not covering a video, we're having a fucking pause war.
Yep. Pause war. And now he's going to get into what he's realized by I exist here. He's going to lay out all the evidence from his point of view of why they're right. So, here we go.
I don't know. I see her like this.
I don't know if you can understand. I see her like this. And I'm, again, pausing for copyright because I wish I could play the entire speech because this is a really, really good speech.
There's a certain episode in Season 6 where we're going to have trouble playing that speech. Those speeches.
Yes. Oh, yeah. All right, here we go.
Every time my eyes, in the darkness, in the blink of an eye.
So, he's saying that every single time that he has gone to sleep, every night he goes to dream, he sees himself standing or like kneeling down over her dead body every single night. Every time he ever blinks, he sees it. Every time he has a wandering thought, he thinks about it. He cannot let go of this moment.
Yeah.
See her like this.
None of your past experiences help prepare you for this consequence.
So, the whole thing with the prophets is they don't understand what it means to not live, to live without knowing what the future is, because they've always known what the future is. They don't understand how anything could exist without knowing what the consequences are. If you don't know what the consequences of your action are, how could you ever make an action? How could you ever make a decision? It does not make sense to them. They do not understand where he's coming from. His entire time he's been explaining this to them and trying to explain to them how like baseball works and how the most important thing about baseball is not knowing what's going to happen. That's what makes it exciting. I argue baseball is boring as shit, but you know, it's a good analogy.
Playing it is probably more entertaining than watching it.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, so he used it as a great example of how it was every time I throw this ball, he could miss, he could hit it, he could punt it back to me, someone might catch it. The point is, we don't know, and that's what makes it exciting. If we knew the outcome, the game wouldn't be worth playing. And he spins it off into, we are explorers. We explore every day. We explore our lives. We try to use our past experiences to help inform us about the consequences of what our actions will be in the future. But this was random. There was nothing that he could have, in the past, that could have told him that this was going to happen, that he was going to stand over the dead body of his wife. So he is stuck here. He hasn't moved past it. He is constantly reminded of it. He can't forgive Picard because of what happened. He cannot move beyond his past. Yeah, this is just, this is such a great scene.
It is. Especially for the first episode where there's a lot of jank. I take it Deep Space Nine was bad? No, not at all. It was very, very good.
Oh, no. Yeah, absolutely not. Deep Space Nine is great.
Fantastic.
Yes. There are weaknesses of it, but it is one of the best sci-fi ever made. Same with Babylon 5. All right, here we go.
And I have never figured out how to live without her.
So you choose to exist here.
Okay. Again, like I said, he can't let go of the past. He cannot figure out how to... He can't figure out how to move on. So he's stuck here. That's why the prophets were telling him, like, you keep bringing us here. Because every time he has a wayward thought, he comes back to this moment. He cannot go past it.
And this is him admitting that and coming to terms with it.
Yeah, and again, the whole thing was part of his healing process. First off, was seeing Jennifer again when the orb of time took him back into the past, and he got to meet his wife again for the first time ever. That was part of his healing process, because it was after he saw his wife for the first time again, he got to look into her eyes, and then he looked at his son and realized that his son had his wife's eyes. It was part of the process to heal him, because again, the prophets are insanely powerful. This has all been planned.
It is not linear.
No. It's not linear.
Yeah, this is when he finally admits that he's not moving on from it. He is stuck here. Instead of letting the past be the past, he has continually dragged it into the present. So it's not linear progression at all. This is a past event. He should be beyond it. By his own words, with how linear existence works, he should be beyond it. But he's not. He can't.
Yeah. It's hard for me to say, like, explain why something is good, but this is absolutely great scene.
I don't know about Battlestar Galactica because I haven't seen it, but I have seen Babylon 5, and we will be covering Babylon 5 in the future, for sure.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So yes, here we go. Again, this scene is just so fucking powerful. Like I said, we're bogged down here at the start because we have to introduce these characters and these concepts. These are all major concepts throughout the entire series. So, you know, we're bogged down here at the start. Things will pick up pace. We'll get through episodes a lot faster as we go.
Yeah, and a lot of these ideas we'll be returning to as well in future episodes and seasons. That's just the way it works.
Yeah. Once we can get past all the character introductions and everything like that, we can more rapid fire be like, and then Cisco does this, and then people would know who Cisco is because we already did the character introduction.
Yeah.
So don't worry, we'll be picking up the pace here soon. And this is him finally coping with it. The prophets have basically helped heal this wound that he's had. And this is him finally getting what he most needed. Okay.
Sorry, you're just going a little long there. I'm
doing every 10 seconds is what I'm trying to do it. Or even the moment that there's a lull.
Even 10 seconds I'm feeling is a little long just because YouTube.
Man, that's
well,
so sad.
we can obviously contest that shit because it's beyond the pale that it's fucking fair use.
Yeah, but a company probably isn't gonna look at that. I've had issues before where I was using a clip in fair use and it was like, nope. Nah.
Yep. Yes, his wife was killed in a battle that he was in. Because again, the Federation had moved past warships and everything. They were exploration and science vessels. So they were like living homes because you were going out to explore the universe. So when the Battle of Wolf 359 happened, his family and everything was there, and his wife died in the battle, though he was able to save his son. And he's never been able to move past that, and he's never been able to forgive Picard. Well, this is only season 1. We're only doing season 1 vehicle. We're not doing all the seasons.
And yeah, that's pretty much it for that scene.
Yeah. So let's see. After that,
Well, what's important to mention is after Ducat's ship goes into the wormhole and the wormhole closes, 3 more Cardassian ships show up and they're like, hey, where the fuck is our guy?
yeah, where's our warship? Where's Cardassian warship? Somehow you destroyed our Cardassian warship with Gul Dukat aboard. You have committed yet another act of terrorism, so we demand the immediate surrender of Deep Space Nine. Like, we left you alone, and one of our people comes, a single warship comes, and you blow that up because you're a bunch of terrorists, as fucking usual. So we demand Deep Space Nine surrenders.
So, a lot of what's happening at this point is the crew of the Deep Space Nine trying to delay the Cardassians. The Cardassians give them a time limit to surrender, and you know, Cisco's doing his thing. They don't know what's going on in the wormhole. And
and they've been trying to tell them that a wormhole exists, and like, what wormhole? Our sensors show no wormhole. That's because it closed. You're claiming that our ship went through the wormhole and then it closed and miraculously has vanished. That's
How
exactly what I'm
convenient.
claiming, because that's what happened. Huh. And then they start blocking off all communications to Bajor and to the Federation. Like, they start jamming all the comm signals, and it's like, uh-oh. So then Deep Space Nine does some trickery to delay things more. They want to make it look like that the station's really well armed, so they fire all of their photon torpedoes, all 3 of them, across Jasad, who is the Gul who is currently demanding their surrender. They fired across his ship. And he's like, what the fuck? He's like, this is your answer? He's like, you didn't think the Federation would leave without leaving defenses for this station, did you? Defended? And well, then they scan it and they realize they have like 5,000 photon torpedoes, multi-deck phaser banks across all of the rings, everything like that. What is hilarious, I love what's so hilarious about this joke, is that they bring it back later and it's the exact same number. The Deep Space Nine actually does get all those armaments.
that's amazing. I forgot about that.
Yeah, and remember, but the Cardassians are like, this must be some kind of trick, I think. But what if it isn't a trick? Well, okay, send out a signal, but know that it'll take time for our fleet to get here, and Starfleet will be here by then, too. So, yeah, they think it's a trick, and then they go and start attacking the station. The station obviously can't defend itself, because they don't have any weapons whatsoever. But later on, when this same gambit happens again, the people that fall for it are like, no, it's clearly a trick. They don't have that. Start firing. And the station does have all those weapons then. Oh, God. But yeah, so the battle is going very poorly. Major Kira tells them to hail Jasad and let them know they surrender, when all of a sudden the wormhole opens up. A Federation runabout comes flying out of the wormhole, dragging Gul Dukat's disabled ship with it. The Enterprise shows up, and the Cardassians retreat with their crippled warship with Gul Dukat aboard. And Picard says that it's likely that the Cardassians, seeing a crippled warship being towed by a mere Federation runabout, took the fight out of them.
Which is fucking amazing when you know, when you've seen the Cardassians, especially in like TNG before this. It's like, man, they're a bit fucked up, so...
Yeah. Yeah, you do not want to be at the tender mercies of a Cardassian. For sure. Well, no, there might be debris, but again, it depends on how the ship blew up, because it's space. Nothing's going to stop the debris from flying off all over the place unless something enacts upon it. There's literally no friction or anything to stop debris from flying for light years apart.
I love how many quotes MLP Death Dealer is just pulling out in chat. It's nothing but sensor echoes and geranium shadows.
Yep, and then they start firing on it, and then Deep Space Nine actually has all those defenses, but they were doing sensor echoes and geranium shadows before.
There's your wormhole, Jasad.
Yep. So then Cisco talks with Picard, and Picard says, by the way, I haven't gotten around to telling Starfleet for your replacement. And Cisco goes, you know what, sir? Just tell them to ignore it.
And
I would prefer if you ignore it, sir.
And this is why I really like the scene with Picard and Cisco from earlier, because when Cisco talks to him the second time at the end of this two-parter, this pilot episode, his demeanor and attitude is completely changed towards Picard, because Cisco has grown and learned to let go of the past.
Yeah. Again, it's a small character arc. They're way deeper character arcs than this, but it was a small arc to show that he couldn't get over the past, and the prophets who experience the past, future, and the present all at the same time are the ones that helped him get over his past.
And it is a nice little contrast between the two scenes, because if you watch them back to back, it's like a huge change for Cisco, even though it's like small in the grand scheme of things. It's just treating Picard with respect after staring him down with a death glare earlier and being so short with him. In the meantime, I will do my duties to the best of my abilities, sir.
Sir. Yeah. Yeah, and here he's just telling him, like, I think you should ignore it, sir. And he's like, really? Because the Federation can't afford to have. He's like, I understand, and I'm positive. You know, he's fully committed, and Picard sees that there has been a big change in him, because Picard was going into this more confrontational at the start too, but then he relaxes when he realizes that the man he's talking to isn't the stone wall of "I will murder you" that he was before. So he relaxes and everything. And then that brings us to the end of episode 1.
Yep.
Episode 2! We start off with Bashir being horny again. Because, my God. Oh, actually, you know what? Hold that thought. Pagan, episodes 1 and 2, the two-parter. What would your general thoughts be on as an opener to a series?
I would say it's pretty good. They go into detail quite a lot. It sets up a lot of stuff. A lot of the stuff from these episodes end up being pretty important later.
Yeah.
I would say it's probably like a solid 6 or 7.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I'd say
aside from the acting.
More...
That's kind of why it's sitting at like
I'd say a 6, because the scene with Cisco coming to terms with him being stuck in the past really elevates it, but the wooden stiffness of the acting from a lot of the characters really, like, drags it down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'd say it's a 6. It's good. It is good.
And just so everyone in chat, just to remind everyone, that's a proper 6 out of 10, not an IGN 6 out of 10.
Yeah, I'm using the entire scale, where 5 is average or okay.
Yeah. 5 is still a good rating.
Yeah. It just means you're average.
Yeah.
And 6 means it's good. New phone, who dis? 2 £2 super chat from Calm Pagan.
Ah, thank you.
But yeah, I definitely say 6 is definitely. I definitely say that's a solid rating for that one.
Yeah, I think I can agree with that.
Now we get to the episode "A Man Alone."
Oh,
and go ahead.
That's the next one?
Yep.
The Star Trek wiki site is out of order then, because the one showing for me is past Prologue.
I think past Prologue is next. Yeah, past Prologue is next.
Because it's
so you have...
Here, I'll just link you the page I'm on. But saying past Prologue is 1X03 and A Man Alone is 1X04.
Oh, these might be out of order then. Or they might have been out of sequence in the things. Because A Man Alone is when we get the plot of creating the school aboard and that Odo is framed for murder.
Right. Yeah, past Prologue was the Bajoran terrorist one who wanted to blow up the wormhole.
Yeah. I think either one, it doesn't really matter which way you go. I guess past Prologue would work more for, like, a continuation from About the Wormhole, so... Yeah, the way that Netflix has it is that it is a man Alone and then past Prologue.
Well, I'm fine with either one.
Yeah. I'm just gonna go with the way Netflix has it because that's the order we watched it in.
All right.
So we are on A Man Alone, and Jadzia is.
Before we get into that, does it get the badass seal of approval, Setch?
I don't do badass seals of approval. No,
that is one of the best I disavows I've ever heard. I love it.
Yeah. I do not. But anyways, we get to A Man Alone. Jadzia is in the holodeck practicing holosuite. My apologies, holosuite.
Oh god.
Because the whole thing about the Enterprise was that the Enterprise had holodecks, where it was a massive holo system. On a space station, you can't afford that kind of luxury. Not on a very utilitarian space station, so they have holo suites. But yeah, so she's in there, and she is practicing with a puzzle where you need to clear your mind and think about only a single color and everything like that, and it will change this color sphere to be it. It's a really dumb Star Trek gimmicky thing. Julian Bashir walks in, and he's talking about how horny he is for Jadzia and how much he wants to bang her and how you can only think about her and everything. And then he says, okay, well, I'll do the puzzle game because it's something you're interested in, so I'll do the puzzle. So Jadzia says, clear your mind and think. And he's like, your hands, they're cold. And it's peculiarity of the Trill. The Trill are always cold. They always feel cold to the touch. Actually, it becomes relevant and in many episodes, actually, that she's cold. So yeah, she can't sense temperature changes that well either. And he's constantly thinking about how he wants to bang her, and then the puzzle explodes in his face because he's thinking about how much he wants to bang her. And she's like, I think your mind's a little distracted, Julian. And he's like, oh, how about we go on a date? And then she gets called out of the holosuite by Cisco, and thank God she leaves, and he gets to sit there and play with himself. Fucking... God, season 1, Julian Bashir is really insufferable, for sure. I am so glad when they figured out what to do with his character. I am so happy. I am so happy they changed his character.
Yeah. Yeah, the ball literally just fucking pops the second he's got it in under his control.
Yep. Then we get to Odo, who is at Quark's bar, and he's just keeping an eye on Quark and stuff like that. And Quark's like giving him a hard time. Odo's giving Quark a hard time, but he's noticing that there's somebody who keeps that shouldn't be here on the station. Meanwhile, Keiko and O'Brien are fighting because Keiko's like, this station is a shithole, O'Brien, and Miles is like, yeah, but I'm chief of operations. I like it here. The wife saying like, we can't raise a child in this hellhole. What's wrong with you? And the husband's like, but it's a challenge. I like challenge.
Well, it's not just that. It's that she has nothing to do as well.
Yes. Well, that gets to the heart of it, because remember, he doesn't know why she's so upset. And then they realize that she doesn't have anything to do. While he's constantly busy, she's got nothing.
Yeah.
Then Odo just observing those two fighting, and he's just like, and he's talking about how much he doesn't understand why normal, what does he call them? He didn't call them solids, because that's something later. What does he call them?
I don't remember.
And I'm going to listen to what he says real quick.
You're just going, okay.
Yeah. The humanoid. He calls them humanoids. I'll never understand the humanoid need for coupling. And he's like, wait, you've never thought about coupling? Choose not to. There are too many compromises. And he's talking about how you wanted to watch this match and she wants to listen to Klingon opera. So you compromise. You listen to Klingon opera. You want to go to the holosuite with your friends and she wants to stay in and you know, next to the candlelight. So you compromise. You stay in and listen. You stay in with candlelight. So here you had a lovely evening of watching the match and going out with your friends, and you have now spent a miserable evening in candlelight listening to Klingon opera.
Yeah, that was great.
He's definitely like, yeah, man, it sucks. Compromises suck. You always do what the woman wants to do.
And also, I just have the fandom.com page up for this episode. When they see O'Brien and his wife fighting, Odo says to Quark, "Don't even think about it." And Quark just responds, "I can so think about it," because you know he's trying to find a way to profit off this fucking immediately.
Exactly, of course. That's fucking Quark in a nutshell. But yeah, then Odo realizes that someone is in the bar who shouldn't be there. He's not allowed to be here. He's considered a traitor. Then Keiko and O'Brien are talking about how much of a shithole it is, and people are fighting and everything like that, and there are pranks being played. And she's like, "Would you really want to raise someone here like this?" Then Benjamin has to take Odo aside. He's like, "Odo, you can't just throw people out." And stuff like that. I was like, "I can keep them off my promenade." He's like, "You're not an authoritarian, are you?" He's like, "Yes, I am." It's Odo, motherfucker. Odo is a very, very competent, very vigilant security officer, and he will keep order. You will obey when Odo speaks. But yeah, and he's just talking about how he wants to keep him off the promenade and everything like that. Well, the guy goes to the holosuite to get a pleasure program. During the middle of the pleasure program, he gets stabbed with a knife and dies. Jake and Nog start becoming friends, and they start playing pranks on people, including making these two people scream and jump around, scratching themselves as their skin changes colors, and they're crying for help for everybody, and then it goes away, and then they look like fools. And of course, Jake and Nog are laughing while a Bajoran security officer grabs them and hauls them off to be arrested.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then they go to the holosuite where he's been murdered, and it shows that he's the only person that entered it and everything, so it becomes a murder mystery of like, well, somebody came in and murdered him. The safeties weren't off on the holosuite. Nothing like that happened. He's literally just dead. The knife is real. Like, that's not a holosuite thing.
And nobody teleported in, no one else entered or left during the program running, so who could it have been?
Yep, and then we get to see the Bajorans being racist, which, you know, understandable given their only contact with an outside race was a race that decided to exploit them and rape their planet. Understandable. However, it is amusing that the Bajorans are being racist and talking about how much, because it looks like Odo did it, because Odo got in a fight with him and he was talking about how much Odo wanted to kill him and everything like that. And it's even marked in his calendar in his own suite that he was meeting with Odo at the time he was murdered. So it looks really hella suspicious. The Bajorans are like, "Yeah, let's hang Odo." And they're like, "Wait a minute, this is madness." He's like, "You know what? You're right. How do we get a rope around a shapeshifter?" I was like, "Damn, Bajorans be racist."
Yeah, they're very not chill.
Yeah,
that's one way to put it.
Well, Odo does find some weird stuff in the disposal unit in that guy's suite, so he takes to Dr. Bashir. Dr. Bashir realizes that it's DNA, so he starts making it to see what it'll make. Because he can't figure the fuck out. He's like, what the hell? Why is he throwing away DNA? Keiko's going around trying to start a school now, so she has something to do to keep the boys busy.
We should specify a little bit more by DNA, because most people might think, oh, it's blood or other bodily fluids.
It was just a DNA sample.
Yeah, it's literally DNA samples.
Yeah. They're like, what the fuck? What was he doing with this? So they take him and they start growing him to see what he was doing.
Yeah.
Keiko is going to go convince Nog's father, Rom. Rom's a bit of an asshole and a twat. I'm so glad what they do with this character. He becomes one of the most lovable Ferengi in the show. But right now he's being a bit of a twat, and he's talking about how much he's like, why would he go to one of your human schools? And she's talking about how she would teach him like diplomacy and interact with people. And he's like, you could teach him these things? I'm like, yes, she can. She's also going to teach him morals and ethics, things that, Ferengi have no place for, but he doesn't know that. So yeah, he forces Nog to go to school. At the end of the episode, he's literally going to drag Nog through the door and be like, here, you're going here. We'll try it out for a time, Miss Keiko. I love what they turn Rom into instead. Again, this is early installment weirdness that Rom is a bit of a douche nozzle in this, whereas Rom is one of the most lovable Ferengi ever.
Yeah, it's literally like only 2 or 3 more episodes before they fix him.
Yes,
so
they fix Rom quick because while he is what's the way to call it? He is a secondary character. He's not a B. He's not like an off in the background character or anything like that. He's a secondary character. He becomes more of a main character as the series goes on.
Yeah,
I just love the contrast of, oh yeah, he becomes one of the most lovable characters of the show, and then I just remember, oh yeah, like, can I have your bar, brother? No.
Well,
Time
I'll kill
to
you.
die.
I will kill you.
Throw me out of the airlock, will you?
Yeah. I was joking. I didn't mean it. Yeah. So really, again, there's not too much in this episode to go over. In contrast to the first episode, it's kind of a murder mystery thing. It's just showing people going about their routine. The Bajorans being racist, which, by the way, that is a plot point. The Bajorans are kind of racist.
Yeah, that happens.
Not just in this episode.
Yeah, I was going to say, that happens quite a bit, actually. And I just like this comment in chat, base Joran.
Yeah. I like the other one better. During the pleasure program, he gets stabbed with a knife and dies. Hot.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so the whole fight happens, the mob. Then they realize what actually happened after Cisco's office gets trashed and people write shapeshifter on the wall and stuff like that.
Cisco's office. You mean the security office?
Odo's office, yeah, the security office. And then Odo's talking about how, you know what, Quark, could you use a shapeshifter in your organization? And Quark like brightens up for a bit. And he's like, and he starts going, ha, ha, you almost got me there. He's like, I did, didn't I?
Yeah, just that brief moment of them joking around with each other, and it's definitely early Odo Quark, but it's really good still.
Yeah, and it's giving indicator, especially when a later episode is going to be so good for that. When it's just Odo and Quark, like the entire episode, it's so fucking good. But yeah, it's early indicators on their relationship is a lot deeper than just he's the law and then he's a criminal, and they're back and forth on that. No, it goes a lot deeper than that.
But Quark absolutely wants to say yes. You would be insanely valuable to us.
Yes, a shapeshifter in a literal Black Marketeer's like pocket. Oh my god, that he would be the richest Ferengi alive.
Yeah,
you can literally do anything. Oh, I need someone bumped off. Well, okay, we'll just have him pretend to be a TV remote, and then all of a sudden he gets up and strangles the dude or something. It's like, yeah, there's nothing you could not stop. Yeah, so the school gets started, and it's, very piddly and kind of pathetic looking. People are screaming that the shapeshifter needs to die, and they're trying to hang him again. Then they realize, Bashir realized what happened, that the dude cloned himself and then murdered his own clone to frame Odo, and so they arrest the dude instead, and they're like, killing your own clone is still murder. Yeah, so that dude is thrown away, and there you go. That's the entire plot.
And just so everyone in chat knows, the dude who they thought was dead, who murdered his own clone, he was in a disguise. He was
yes, pretending to be an old man.
Yeah, and he was watching as some of his friends were stoking the flames of, oh, it was the shapeshifter. We have to kill him.
Yeah. And that episode, there's not really much to it. It's a 5. It's just okay.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with it. It's actually laying the pieces for a lot of things, like a Ferengi and Federation school and everything like that. It's laying the foundation for a lot of stuff. For how Odo conducts himself and everything, but there's not much to it. It just kind of exists.
Yeah, it's fairly straightforward.
Yeah, and it's just a murder mystery. That's all it is.
And that's fine too. Not every episode has to be a duet or a in the pale moonlight.
Yeah.
An episode where it's just like
duet.
Oh,
prepare
God.
yourself, chat, when we get to duet, because we're gonna have a lot to talk about. Yeah. The next episode, past Prologue, which is the episode when we get to meet one of the most memorable and iconic Star Trek characters of all time.
Yeah.
Dr. Julian Bashir is sitting at the Replimat eating his food when a Cardassian shows up out of nowhere. May says, "Oh, may I join you?" And then just sits down, delightful. Doesn't really give the doctor a chance to answer, and starts explaining who he is. That his name is Garrick. He is a tailor and the only Cardassian left on this station. And then the back and forth between these two begins, and it's great. I'm so happy that Garrick becomes a recurring character.
Oh, yeah.
Sure. A very important recurring character, too. But yeah, this is the back and forth, and he's like, some say that you remained on this station as the eyes and ears of your fellow Cardassians. Really? What if I'm an exile instead? Oh God, what's the exact dialogue? I need to get the exact dialogue. It's such a good exchange.
The quote might be here, and someone's saying it in chat, so I'm just going to read out the quote since I've got it here. "You're very kind, Mr. Garrick. Oh, it's just Garrick. Plain,
no, not that
simple
quote.
Garrick. No, I know it's not that quote. So I just said someone said it in chat, so I had to read it out.
Yeah, that one is really good. Plain and simple Garrick. And they both say Garrick at the end. It's his whole point is he is making contact. And even Bashir, the moment this happens, runs to Ops and says, he's a spy. He's definitely a spy. He was making contact with me.
And no one in Ops cares.
Yeah, they're like, Bashir, you're a young, naive idiot. What if the dude is literally just trying to strike up conversation with you?
Because one of the quotes I do have here is, such an interesting new friend today.
Yeah. And as this happens, a Bajoran space ship gets attacked by a Cardassian spaceship. Like, they're literally trying to blow it to smithereens. The Cardassians are trying to blow this ship up before it can reach Space Station, Deep Space Nine. Wow, I almost at Space Station 13. Jesus Christ. I got stuff on the brain, don't I? It's trying to reach Deep Space Nine. They're trying to blow it up. Yeah.
Is there a Deep Space Nine Space Station 13?
There is a Star Trek Space Station 13 server.
Okay.
But yeah. So they're trying to blow the ship up, and Major Kira is pissed. She's like, "What the fuck?" They're like, "You stop them, Cardassians! Stop them!" And so the Bajoran is calling for help and requesting sanctuary and everything like that. They teleport the Bajoran off the ship right as it explodes. And the Bajoran realize that Major Kira, he recognizes Major Kira. Like, Kira? Well, as it turns out, the reason the Cardassians were so gung-ho on killing this guy was that he's a Konma terrorist. Even the Bajorans, the Cardassian specifies, even the Bajorans do not like the Konma. So, there were different extremes. This is building up that idea that while the Bajorans were victims, a lot of them went about it in a very bad way. Like, resist, absolutely. But people like the Konma, well, they were murdering Bajorans and Cardassians and going after civilians. Their whole goal was to do as much and as harmful damage as possible at all times. So they were ruthless. Like, they were the ones who would literally, like, find a Bajoran they didn't think was putting up enough of a fight, put bombs in him, and send him to walk at gunpoint towards a Cardassian patrol so they could blow them all up. Like, they were horrible, horrible people. Garrick is not a tailor. He's just a simple tailor. No, Garrick would say he's a damn good tailor. He's a fine tailor. He will make that clear. I am a fine tailor. And I love that quote. You know what the sad part is, Commander? I really am a great tailor. And it's just like, oh, dude, because it hurts so much more when you realize everything with him. Oh no, he says that to Odo. Yeah.
Anyways, this episode is mostly straightforward as well, isn't it?
Not really, because again, we're getting this set up with the whole Cardassian angle and Garrick.
Yeah.
So the Konma terrorists, the Cardassians want him. The Bajorans don't want to give him up. The Konma terrorist says that he will have his friends that come to surrender. Meanwhile, 2 Klingons show up on the station, and they meet with the terrorist, and they're going to sell him something. Well, the Klingons then go to Garrick and say, hey, we know the Cardassians want him. How much is he worth? And so he haggles in the name of the Empire and the Cardassian Empire to the Klingons how much he'll be willing to give them for this terrorist. They then say, once the details are worked out, we'll come back and meet with you later. Well, to make contact with the Federation without opening official channels, Garrick meets up with Dr. Julian Bashir at the Replomat and says, there's a time for levity, my friend, and this is not one of those times. So what I think you could use a new suit. I want you to be there at, 5,500 hours on the dot. He's like giving him very specific instructions and everything, and he's made him notice that there's two Klingons. Well, Julian goes to Ops, is like, what did he mean? He's like, well, oftentimes covert, assignments can't meet in the open, so I think you could use a new suit, Doctor. So Julian shows up and he's slightly late, which freaks Garrick out because he's like, huh. So Garrick, instead of doing his usual wheeling and dealing, literally grabs Julian Bashir, drags him to the dressing room, throws a suit at him, says, try this on as many times as you like, and stay quiet. Right after he gets Julian Bashir in the changing room, he says hello to the 2 Klingons who are currently telling him where they can find the Konma terrorists, where they're going to make the trade, and what he's trading for. And then Garrick reveals that what they're trading for is the key component in making an exceptionally powerful bomb. Like a ludicrously powerful bomb. So now the Federation has to get involved and try to stop this. But Major Kira has to get the Konma terrorists a runabout. Well, he's not going to believe Major Kira is actually going to he's not going to believe that this isn't a trap unless Major Kira goes along. So Major Kira goes along with him on the runabout. They make the trade, and then the runabout escapes. What?
There's a bit more to it than that, too, though, because he's trying to play off her and manipulate her the entire time to be on his side.
Yes.
Like, oh, which is it? Is it the uniform or your people? Even though she's wearing a uniform of her people.
Yep. And it's going to get more into that, too, of, like, what it means to be on the other side. That is really good things. This episode, like I said, it's kind of straightforward, but not really. It is Lursa Bator, as people are pointing out. They are known Klingons from TNG that tried to start a civil war with the Klingon Empire over an ascendancy to the throne. Didn't work. So they're trying to raise funds. So obviously they're going to sell stuff to unscrupulous characters, and they also sold that character out to the Cardassians for even more money. Yeah. Let's see. The exchange happens. The Federation tries to arrest him, but the runabout escapes. And they're like, huh, Major Kira goes, they're coming after us. Cardassians coming after us too. The Klingons must have sold us out. It's like, well, that was awkward. And then the Federation contacts the Cardassians. They're like, hey, Cardassians, can you get to the ship faster than we can? Because they're escaping our runabouts. They're in a runabout too. We move at the same speed. We can't really catch up to them. And the Cardassians are like, yeah, our intercept time is like 2 minutes from now. If I must say, I would like to take this opportunity to say, I told you so. And then they just cut him off. It's like, yeah, we get the Cardassian was right. Shut up.
But I do really like that because any typical show would just treat it as the Bajorans are the objective good guys, the Cardassians are the objective bad guys. But here, fucking immediately, we have a reversal where...
the Bajoran is the bad guy. The Bajoran terrorist, a terrorist, is the bad guy, as he should be, because he's a fucking terrorist. Do you understand that, Falcon and the Winter Soldier? Terrorists are bad people. Jesus.
But not just that. Like, most people aren't... Like, most viewers aren't going to trust the Cardassians after fucking... There are episodes 4 lights, and...
and Emissary. Even episodes 1 and 2, they're not going to trust the Cardassians.
Yeah. So, the fact that they are right here kind of says, hey, things aren't always going to be as clear as...
Yeah, it's not a black and white issue.
They might be in other shows.
Yeah, look at it. It's a Cardassian tailor that's also helping the Federation here. Things are not black and white. The runabout with the terrorist starts going towards the station, and suddenly it veers off and flies to the wormhole. And then they realize what's going to happen. They're going to blow up the explosive in the wormhole, because if the wormhole collapses, then Bajor doesn't have the wormhole, and it doesn't. Who cares if it cuts Bajor off from the Prophets again? Because he's Kon Ma. He's a terrorist. This is the way he thinks. He doesn't give a shit about his people either. But if Bajor's cut off from the Prophets, who cares? Because if there's no wormhole there, the Federation doesn't need to be there, and nobody will want Bajor, and Bajor will be for Bajorans first. So yeah, he's a bit of a douchebag. Like, surprise, surprise, the terrorist is a psychopath. Well, Major Kira struggles with him, and he does get to the arming sequence and fires the explosive, but it's only after they make it to the Gamma Quadrant, so it blows up harmlessly in the Gamma Quadrant. Literally doesn't do anything. And then he gets pissed off and everything, but the Federation finally catches up to him because they've been struggling, so the ship hasn't been moving. And
Cisco gives a very simple ultimatum. You can surrender to us, or the Cardassians will be through that wormhole any minute.
Yeah, and you can surrender to them. And I ain't gonna make a fuss if they take you. And it's like, oh, yeah, again, more evidence for Cisco being a badass. Like, he's gonna give you the facts no matter what. He doesn't give a shit.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, so it's kind of straightforward episode, but there's a little more to it than that. So I would give it, again, as part of highlighting that things aren't going to be black and white, they aren't going to be as clear cut, because this is Kira's first thing talking about, like, it was so simple when we knew who the enemies were. And it's like, but they're my people. And then Odo's like, are they really your people? Really? And Odo's the one that convinces Kira to go talk with Commander Cisco to set this whole thing up. So I give it a 6. I would give it a 6 for sure. I'd say it's a good episode.
Yeah. But the next one is a really good one.
Yes. Babel. Babel has one of my favorite moments of Quark in season 1. But before that, we should get what Pagan's thoughts on the episode rating was when he gets back.
But Pagan's gone.
I know, when he gets back.
Pagan, where are you?
Pagan, come home. I guess while Pagan's gone, I'll go refill my water. That'd be a good idea.
Oh, everyone's leaving me alone. I see how it is.
Yeah, we're abandoning you.
Wow.
All right, I will be right back.
So, now that both my co-hosts have abandoned me, how are you, chat? How are you doing? You doing good? You enjoying the stream so far? Yeah. F for Creetosis. Thank you. Yeah, I don't really know how to break up the dead air while these two are gone, so I'm just gonna ramble about fucking nothing, I guess. Man, we are only 4 episodes in to 20 episodes to talk about, but hey, these last 2 we got through pretty quickly. I'm currently feeling very hamburger today. Oh. I have no idea what that means. I'll grab that super chat as soon as the other 2 are back. It's just us. Let's talk bad about horses and lizards. You know what? I agree. Both horses and lizards are terrible people. Hey, Cree. Hello. Working on Source Filmmaker animations while listening to the stream. Oh, nice. Hope you have fun with that. I never learned to use that program myself.
All right, I am back.
Ah, welcome back.
Thank you. Like I said, I was just filling up water. And then I decided to go to the bathroom real quick, too. But yeah, I was just filling up my water. Team Ukraine or your Team Russia? Ukraine, easy.
Yeah.
It is not a contest. If you are even genuinely a decent person, it's Team Ukraine.
I'm back, and woo, what a thing to come back to.
Yeah. Yeah, well, there you go. That's my hard stance in the ground. If you're Team Russia, I understand that he was goaded into it. I get that. But it was still his fucking choice to make.
Yeah, I completely agree with you that yeah, no, you should definitely be rooting for Ukraine.
Yeah.
Which isn't to say Ukraine's been spotless. They have done some things that I disagree
Ukraine
with.
Is
but
corrupt as fuck.
Yeah, they are. They are super fucking corrupt. But
a lot of that was the fault of the fucking Bidens.
Yeah, that was.
God, if we could have gotten into that laptop more, holy shit.
Yeah.
Biden and his Russian
Biden.
collusion. Jesus Christ.
God, so bad.
Anyways, 50 Czech crowns from Carol Svoboda. Thank you. I'm gonna fuck up the pronunciation of this half of this because it's a language I don't understand. Slava Ukrajin, no retreat, no fear, no hesitation, never forget, 1968. Bij Bolshevika?
Bolshevika?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, sorry for butchering that, but yeah.
Yeah. I could guarantee if you put any foreign language in front of me, I'm gonna fuck it up. The only language I know is English. And even that I barely know.
Oh no, Ukraine has been attacking the two areas that Russia invaded for 8 years. Oh no, sorry, Russian volunteers, as Putin always likes to say. They were volunteers crossing the border with Russian military hardware and weapons and missiles fired from Russia. Oh, it was just volunteers. Yeah, no, those were fucking Russians that invaded Ukraine, and Ukraine's been trying to take their territory back for 8 years. That's not a problem for me.
At Creetosis, have you ever heard about Darth Argonian Maid, the Lusty One?
Oh, no.
Why? This isn't even an Elder Scrolls stream. This is a Star Trek stream.
Oh, God.
Anyways, I forget, we didn't get Pagan's thoughts on,
Yes, we need Pagan's thoughts on past Prologue.
Did we get one from him on A Man Alone, though?
Oh, what did you think of A Man Alone as an episode?
It was good. I liked it. I liked that.
The whole murder mystery aspect.
Let me rephrase what I was about to say. I found the whole Bajoran racism thing interesting, considering what they're portrayed as initially.
Yeah, because they're the victims.
Yeah, so I thought that was interesting. I almost said I liked that there was racism. I was like, wait, let me rephrase that.
I just want to see a review for a show or a game that's just, it had racism, 10 out of 10.
Yeah, it's like I was about to give it a 6, but then they introduced racism, and that bumped it up to a solid 7.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I thought it was pretty good. And then this episode, I thought it was pretty good. It set up some the fact that it's not all black and white. The Cardassians are fucking terrible, but they're not also just pure villains. They do try to help sometimes. And I did love that bit of like, I told you so, and they just immediately hang up.
Yeah, Cisco just shutting off. And it's just not like he presses a button and it turns off. You could see
he
the
flails
emotion.
his arm. He's just like,
shut your mouth.
At Creetosis, which Star Trek show do you like more, Picard or Discovery?
Neither.
Neither.
You're both shit.
Yeah. I prefer to watch fucking Bebop flicks over that shit.
Wow.
Yeah.
Damn, that shit must be awful.
So again, further highlighting that the fact that Bajorans weren't squeaky clean in their resistance. This wasn't like a noble resistance fight. There was a lot of nobility in their resisting, but there was a lot of like, dude, that's fucked up sort of deal. Case in point, the episode Babel. Oh, Babel is a great episode. Again, they're still having teething problems with the Cardassian station and everything like that. They're trying to get Cardassian, Bajoran, and Federation technology all to work together. And if you've ever had a situation where you're trying to get multiple different companies, their tech to work together with each other, you can understand what it'd be like for entire civilization technology working together in harmony.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can imagine the station is a shithole. It's having problems constantly. They're talking about how O'Brien's trying to keep these people calm who have been stuck in an airlock for over an hour. And they can't go back on their ship. They can't leave the airlock. They're literally stuck in the airlock itself for an hour. And a freighter captain comes forward and he's like, Mr. O'Brien, not now. Mr. O'Brien, what do you want? I put in for a work order, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, we're doing our best. Well, frankly, your best isn't good enough now, is it? It's just like, Jesus. 20 Czech crowns from Karol Svoboda. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Ducat, and the Bajorans deserved it. Yeah. We'll get into that. We're going to get into some really good episodes.
Yeah.
Holy shit, I cannot wait.
If we finish the stream soon enough, I want to see if we could get an episode or two in season 2, because, man, I am looking forward to it.
Yeah. But yeah, so O'Brien is just trying to do things. It's just setting up to the fact that this station is cobbled together with duct tape and baling wire. To further highlight this, Zia Dax calls O'Brien over to fix something. And O'Brien's like, what seems to be the problem? And she's like, well, she opens her door, and it is this screeching sound. She's like, yeah, I can't get any work done like this. Jesus. So O'Brien goes in to fix it, and he's like, oh, I see what the problem is. Now, what if we do this? This will fix it. It'll stop the sound. The sound stops, and then all of a sudden, all the lights go out, and they won't turn back on. And O'Brien just turns, looks at her, and he's like, you need anything else? O'Brien then gets called up to Ops because the Ops main computer isn't working. Every time that they ask for certain directions on the computer, it gives them entirely different areas that they didn't ask for. And the screen is flickering, and she's getting annoyed. Major Kira's getting annoyed. So O'Brien fixes it, but then he starts yawning because he's exhausted because something breaks. While he's yawning and talking about how tired he is because he hasn't had a moment's break because all this technology isn't working together happily, Cisco gets a thing of coffee, tries to drink it, and burns himself. And he's like, ah! He's like, Chief, I thought you said you fixed the replicators already. And he's like, oh, yes, sir. Fix the replicators, Chief. Fix the lights, Chief. My console's broken, Chief.
I've got part of the quote right here. Can't have the operations chief sitting around daydreaming when there's work to be done, can we? Oh, I'll get right on it.
Yeah, exactly. Again, the station is literally falling to pieces because of these 3 entirely different design philosophies of technology trying to work together. It is crazy.
But O'Brien gets into the replicator to fix it, and he activates something he doesn't know is in there.
Yep. And then he quickly tests the replicator after the thing has already been activated. He tests it. He takes a drink. He's like, yes, the food works. So he closes the panel and everything. And then the thing zooms in for the audience to see the device activating, and it's pumping something into the replicator. It's like, uh-oh, something bad's happening. Skip the intro.
In Quarks, there aren't many customers because his replicator has been fucked too. And the one customer he does have is eating soup, and he's disgusted by it, and he forces Quark to eat it.
Yes, and it is horrifying. Like, he's like, aren't you any bit curious about how it tastes? And then he shoves the spoon in Quark's mouth, and Quark's like, and he's trying to throw up. And he's like, now, you've served it, you're gonna eat it.
But
and
anyways...
Odo stops him and was like, that's enough.
But yeah, Odo says to Quark, hey, why don't you put in a repair request? And Quark is like, I have. I'm
on his list. I'm on the chief's list.
Yeah. And...
well, the chief's a busy man. I don't think he'll get to you anytime soon. And because Odo's talking about how much he enjoys the fact that Quark's business is suffering and Quark might have to leave.
And keep in mind, this is just a couple episodes after they convinced him to stay because they needed the business there.
Yeah, now they don't need Quark anymore because they got the wormhole. People will be lining up to get here to the station anyways, regardless.
But Quark learns from Odo that, hey, all the replicators on the command deck, they are working.
Yeah, they've been fixed.
So,
Quark's like, interesting. So he opens up his computer terminal, and using data crystals he shouldn't have, but it's fucking Quark. He's a black marketeer, of course he has them. He hacks into the computer system so he can get a layout of where all the replicators that are fixed are. Because, of course he does. So now he's just going to get his entire menu from those replicators. The same replicators we saw, whatever that device was that was pumping things into the replicators.
Yeah.
Well, everybody's happy on the command deck that everything's fixed. Quarks is now booming and bustling again. Jadzia even tries to get them to go get some food, but Kira's like, I can't. I need to get back to Ops. While in Ops, Kira makes a joke about how something's busted, and O'Brien looks at her like, the fuck? What do you mean something's busted? And he's like, I'm joking, Chief. And he has that sigh, and he's like, dinner's a bug. What? And then, what's the next line he says? He says that weird, after he says dinner's a bug, he says that really, really, really fucking weird one.
I don't have that one, but one of the quotes here on the site, Waylink complete. Waylink! And it's just like... Oh.
Alright. So, shout easy play. Chief, you're not making any sense. Round the turbulent quick. What?
So...
Well, close the reverse harbor. Dinner's a bug. So he becomes aphasic.
Yeah.
Like, the words associated in his brain as he speaks, they come out completely fucked. Completely. Like, and the worst part is, like, he even tries to write on a pad to Julian, because Julian, the doctor's now looking at him. He's like, I don't see anything wrong. He tries to write on a pad, and he gives the most rambling fucking answer ever.
I can put this up on screen too.
I'm trying to get the pad on screen.
I've got it. Flame the dark shrew, Saltway, link complete. Strike limits victory, frosted wake, simple hesitation. It's like
simple hesitation. I love it when he starts saying.
So he's infected with a virus that just fucks up anything he's saying, and I guess it completely disassociates the word from the thing the word represents. Yes. So he thinks he's speaking normally, but it's coming out as just complete nonsense to everyone else. But
and the worst part is that visually, he even sees it visually, and his mind knows that that's a data pad, but his brain has now associated that with toilet, let's say.
Yeah.
So he'll say toilet, and he'll know he means data pad.
But we also see something of the opposite of this later on, too, where someone infected with the virus will see normal words as being scrambled as well.
Yeah. Because, again, the word association has been fully changed. And Julian's talking about, like, how sad it is that he became aphasic. But then, as they're talking, and this is a great scene of acting, this shows that the actors can pull together once they get more comfortable. So, when they get more comfortable, we see... what?
Can we get the clip?
I don't know if we'd have that.
Alright, I'll see if I can find it quickly.
No, virus mimics aphasia, no.
Yeah, it's not coming up.
Yeah. I don't have anywhere Jadzia. So what happens is, in that scene, as they're talking to Ops about what's happening, you could see Jadzia in the background. She's like looking around, kind of flustered and everything like that and stuff. And again, this was a key point when I said in A Man Apart. Okay? Or sorry, A Man Alone, A Man Apart. A Man Alone, when it was talking about a peculiarity of the Trill is that they're all cold. Like, for some odd reason, Trill are just cold. They're cold to the touch. They can't sense temperature that well. So, before O'Brien went fully aphasic, he was talking about how hot it was in Ops. Nobody else noticed how hot it was, but he did. It's like, it's really hot in here. Well, it's because his body was warming up. She can't feel that. She has no idea that her body's heating up. But she does know something's wrong. So in that scene, she's constantly, like, looking away, and she's kind of looking down. She looks like she's kind of drifting off, like she's going to pass out on the console.
And looking confused.
Yeah. And then she finally looks at at Benjamin Cisco, because Commander Cisco gives her an order, and he's like, Dax? And she's like, I'm sorry, Benjamin. Flowers reap the word. You know, she starts becoming aphasic right before their eyes, which is impossible. That doesn't happen. But so Julian saw it, as did the rest of the command staff. They literally saw it before their eyes. Which is what makes Julian realize that it's not normal. It's not a natural thing. He found it's a virus that mimics aphasia, but he can't attack the virus because the virus keeps mutating and replicating. Then they realize how the virus, because other people started coming in that were sick that weren't on the command staff, because they think, okay, the command staff is all infected. So we know it's the command staff. So they realize the command replicators have been infected. Uh-oh. Quark has been getting his entire replicator catalog and menu from the command replicators. So everybody that ate at Quark's is now infected. Which also means there's a critical mass, and because this virus keeps mutating, Julian Bashir took a reading of the air, and the virus is literally airborne now. So it means everybody aboard the station is now infected.
Everyone is fucked.
Yeah. Now, let's see. That's when he caught him. Oh yeah, and Quark was like, "How did you know that I didn't fix the replicators? Because I told you at my bar that I fixed the replicators." And he's like, "You said that Rom fixed your replicators? Yeah. Rom is an idiot. He couldn't tell the replicator apart from a self-sealing stem bolt." You know what? You're right. Rom is an idiot. Remind me to fire him when we get back.
$2 from Rama the Meme. Thank you. Keiko is best waifu. Quark, Odo, and Garrick are... I assume that's Garrick. It's just a G. Are best characters. Yeah, it's hard to decide. There are so many good characters in this show.
Yeah. I definitely say Garrick is definitely my favorite. I sent you that tribute video. Like, I can't show that to Pagan, but I'll show it to you for sure. Yeah, it is a great video. So that's how Odo caught Quark. And again, they're gonna change Rom's characterization, where he is dumb and dopey, but it's because he's literally autism incarnate. It's fucking great. He is Rain Man. It is amazing. So they realize where it is. They realize what it is. They think it's the Cardassians committing sabotage because it's Cardassian make and model and everything. This is when Cisco realizes that Jake is now infected, so they're taking him to the infirmary. And as Cisco is taking Jake to the infirmary, hold on a second, please, there has to be a clip.
Yeah, one of the best Quark moments in season 1.
Yes.
And he wasn't Quark's bro yet? No, they were brothers from the start.
Yeah, they were always brothers. But again, they're going to change Rom's characterization. They fix him early. They fix him really early. No, come on. Somebody has to have it.
Ah.
Really? Hold on.
I don't think they do. Such. If you couldn't find it that fast, it's probably not on there.
Oh, God damn it! But the one thing I'm going to send it to you, but don't say it to me.
Anyways, Cisco escorts Jake to... They're using spare rooms, empty rooms that aren't being used, as a extended medical bay, essentially. So he escorts Jake there, and when he gets in, Quark is also speaking gibberish, and Cisco says something to the effect of, Oh,
I
so
see even you couldn't weasel your way out of this one, Quark. And Quark turns up and goes, you underestimate the Ferengi immune system. I'm just here making sure that my less fortunate clients aren't faking it to get out of paying their tab. And he's like, no one would be that devious. I am. And then Quark turns and looks back at the poor guy laying in bed and gold, you owe me!
and after that, Cisco continues escorting Jake to the other side of the room, and you can still hear Quark in the background fucking yelling at people. Gold!
$5 super chat from Public Road Scare Me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Glad to catch another stream. Anyone play Elden Ring yet? Have we played Elden Ring yet? Have we gotten any sleep yet is the real question.
Yeah, have I gotten any fucking sleep?
Those two have played it. I haven't played it yet.
I have played a shit ton of it. How many hours am I up to? And I've been forcing myself to get some sleep, by the way, guys. I am already up to 38 hours in Elden Ring.
Christ.
Yeah.
I'm at 27 hours.
Yeah, and like I said, I have been forcing myself to get to sleep just to make sure. I'm just like, no, you have to. You're not a young man anymore. You can't do this. Go to sleep.
I feel like I'm lagging behind.
But yeah, I love that scene.
Yeah, it's a great little Quark moment.
Yeah. And plus it highlights the fact that, the Ferengi are very, very robust in their immune system and everything. It fought off the virus. Odo obviously isn't infected because he doesn't have an immune system. He doesn't have like a digestive tract or nostrils or anything. He just exists. So he's not infected either. And while they're doing this, Kira's trying to figure out who created the virus. Well, because Julian Bashir pointed out that, wait a minute, this is not a Cardassian mate. She's like, how do you know? Because Bajorans always start with these sequence of DNA and all of the stuff that we've ever seen them construct. This is Bajoran-made virus. So it was a virus that the Bajorans made to infect the Cardassians and everybody aboard the station during the occupation, which would have killed everybody, including all the Bajoran workers. So again, just highlighting the fact that the Bajorans may have been the victims, but that doesn't mean they were saints.
Yeah.
Like, far from. Yeah, I know it's been out 3 days. I know, trust me. I am trying real hard not to fully go into, insanity mode. Like I said, that's why I've been forcing myself to get to sleep and everything. Well, Kira starts looking into who created it. They figure out who created the virus, but he's dead. So they said, well, what if we get his assistant? And they're trying to find his assistant. Well, his assistant works at a medical facility as the administrator, because obviously he was a brilliant scientist too. It's also when the virus mutates, it starts killing people, or is going to start killing people. O'Brien is running a very high fever and everything like that. It will kill him if they don't get something to him soon. Odo then shows up at Quark. Quark's is looking at the Dabo table, and he's just mournfully spinning it himself. And this is when Odo reveals the fact that he's never learned to gamble. He's like, all these times you've watched me, you've watched people play, and you don't know how to play Dabo? He's like, I'll teach you. And he's like, another time, they need me up in ops because they literally don't have anyone left, so I'm going to be up in operations because everyone else is sick. So this is when Kira gets the plan.
Hold on. You missed the most important part.
Yeah?
So if anything should go missing, I am holding you responsible, Quark.
Yeah. If even a tiny thing vanishes, he's gonna throw Odo's gonna throw Quark in prison. Because Quark is like, there's nobody, no security officers, nothing? How unfortunate. Odo's immediately like, listen here, you little shit. Oh god. So now it's only Commander Cisco, Kira, Odo, and Quark are the only ones not infected. Everyone else has gotten infected. Everyone else is sick. Everyone else has had the aphasia kick in. So Kira tries to contact the guy who helped create the virus, and he immediately says, "I know what you're talking about," and shuts her off. So he's like, "All right, that's it. I'm going to Bajor, and I'm going to drag his ass back to the station." And Cisco's like, "You can't do that. We can't break quarantine. If this spreads to Bajor, it'd be way worse." It's like, "Oh, don't worry. I'm not going to set foot on the planet." And Odo's like, "You better let her go, Cisco. When she makes up her mind like this, there's nothing for it. You just got to let it happen." So Cisco goes, "Okay." So she flies off to Bajor, and she does the cheekiest thing ever. She calls him again, and after she locks onto the life sign that's in his office, she calls him again, and he's like, "What do you want? I told you I have nothing to say." And he's like, "Oh, don't worry, Doctor. I was just making sure you're still in your office. Energize!" She literally kidnaps. She wanted to make sure it wasn't a secretary or some cleaning staff in his office, so she called him to guarantee that it was him still in his office, and then sucked him up into her ship.
Much to his displeasure.
Yeah, and then she says, "Oh, by the way, Doctor, the virus is airborne. I'm infected too. I'm infected, which means you're infected now. Have fun."
And also, during this, back at the station, the guy who wanted his ship fixed, he's desperate to get out. The clamps are still locked on his ship because of the quarantine, but he's trying to gun the engines anyways, and things start going wrong.
Which is tearing his ship apart, and because he gunned the engines, it actually crippled the clamps on it, so now the clamps can't open anyways, even if they wanted to. And his ship, being in full blast and reverse, has now actually breached his warp core drive, so now his ship's going to explode.
And take out half the station with it.
Yes.
But what happens is Cisco falls to the aphasia now too. And
so it's literally only Odo.
I love Odo's reaction when he realizes what happened to Cisco, because he just kind of slightly jerks his head up and turns to look at Cisco. He's just like, "Oh, I see." Yeah.
He's heading to run to get there, because he's going to need to get to the airlock thing, and he needs to go right now, but he doesn't know he doesn't know the best route, the fastest route to get there, because he needs to hurry. So he's going to have Cisco do it. And Cisco turns to look at him, and he's like, "Hearts, Trump, defiant." And Odo's like, "Oh, I see."
So he calls for anyone who may still be active.
Yeah, he's like, "Anybody who hasn't been affected by the virus, get to ops immediately."
And who shows up?
Fucking Quark comes up the elevator. And then Quark's like, "We need to get there now, immediately." And Quark's like, "That's okay, I'll beam you over." And he's like, "What? You know how to beam? You know how to work the teleporter?" And he's like, "I was on a Ferengi freighter for many years, Odo." And I was like, "Huh, fine." Odo runs over to the pad, and then as Odo's standing on the pad, Quark goes, "I must have witnessed the operation at least a dozen times." "Witnessed? You mean you haven't actually energizing?"
Yeah, that part was great. That was my favorite part. Oh.
Oh, God.
It's really good.
Yeah, and then Quark is just sitting there smiling, looking around at Ops like, "Oh, man, I could take so much stuff here, but I will be killed." Yeah, so then Odo makes it there, and he's trying to get the manual override to literally blow the ship away from the station. There's a manual override on the airlocks that will explode outwards and kick whatever is connected to it away from the station in case a situation like this happens. So he's trying really hard to get this going while Quark is giving him a doomsday clock countdown. 30 seconds, Odo, hurry! I'm trying, shut up! 25 seconds! Would you stop?
But Odo...
10 seconds! hurts, and then they finally kicks it out, and the explosion happens right afterwards while Quark covers himself up, and he's like, ah!
And it's enough to shake the station, but it doesn't damage it. Odo kind of falls into a corner, and then Quark over the intercom. So,
Odo?
about my
No.
danger...
No. Odo? Odo? You still there, Odo?
Oh, right.
Odo? He goes, don't sound so disappointed. Ah, good. Now, about my hazard pay. You little shit.
Just the way Odo gets up, too, you know, he's like...
Yeah, he's literally huffing and puffing and seething. He's like, why, you little fucking shit. Then he picks up the captain who he pulled out of the airlock. He's like, come on, you fucking idiot.
Anyways, with the virus expert on board the station, they managed to
make an antidote.
They make the antidote, and yeah.
Yeah, things are back to normal, except for one thing. O'Brien decided he wanted to get some revenge, so Cisco goes to get himself a coffee, and O'Brien is cheekily looking over his shoulder with a little smirk on his face. And then all of a sudden, Cisco takes up the coffee, drinks it, and goes, ah! Phew! And then immediately, murder eyes right at O'Brien. O'Brien tries to look away real quick to Major Kira, and he goes, O'Brien! And Major Kira starts chuckling. O'Brien has to look back, and he looks to frowny face. He's like, oh, shit.
Yeah, really good little episode.
Yeah.
What did you think, Pagan?
I liked it. Not much more to say than that, besides I liked it. It was just a good episode.
I would say I want to rate it higher because of those great character moments, but it's a 6. It's a good episode. I wanted to raise it higher, but we have to think of this in fairness to everything. So it's an episode that it is highlighting a bit more towards what the overall arc of the entire series is. Again, it's showcasing that the Bajorans, while they were victims, they were doing horrible things too. So it's one of those, like, you know, they were asshole victims, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, that's the thing I like about Deep Space Nine, is it's not saying the Cardassians aren't terrible people for even doing the occupation. That's a horrible thing they did, and they deserve justice for that. However, the Bajorans murdering civilians and blowing shit up like little terrorists is not the way to go about it. Resist, yes, but if you keep it to military targets only, you know, then it turns into an actual fight for freedom. If you start murdering civilians and, you know, releasing biological weapons to cause as much harm and damage as possible, yeah, no, that's, no. You don't win any sympathy when any civilians who might be thinking like this is wrong get blown up.
So, next episode?
Yes.
And that is...
Yeah, I saw the GIF. Next episode is Captive Pursuit.
Which is, again, a pretty nice episode, I think.
Yeah, it does reveal just how dirty the Ferengi are. Right at the start of the episode, a Dabo girl is talking to Commander Cisco, and she's like, the moment I got off the freighter, he started sexually harassing me. He goes, really? He made advances? Yeah. He told me to give him umox and everything. It's like, what? And Cisco's like, what the fuck? Because if you don't know, umox are like blowjobs to Ferengi. Literal like blowjob. I guess hand job would be more accurate because you don't put your lips on it, but whatever. But it's the way you rub their ears to get them off, to get them, you know, to come. So yeah, and he's like, it's part of the contract. She's like, Contract? Like, yeah, it's down in the Ferengi print. I'm like, of course they call the fine print the Ferengi print. Yeah, and Cisco's like, don't worry, once I get through talking with Quark, he won't hold you or anyone else to this contract ever again. And I pretend that the subtext is because I'm gonna kill him. But no, yeah, Cisco's gonna go give him what for. Yeah, so, this is also when a, ship comes through the wormhole that's damaged, and it's an alien species they have never seen before. And he gives his name as Tosk. And that's all he'll say. He's like, my name is Tosk. He thinks that he's being captured at first, but they say, no, they're just bring it into dock. We're going to look at your ship and repair it, friend. That's all we're going to do. And they're talking about how it's prudent to waive first contact procedures for this case because, again, his ship is damaged and destroyed. So let's have the chief of operations go down to look at his ship, see if we can repair it for him. You know, show goodwill by getting him back up on his feet. Because he said that he got hit by a meteor or whatever. Well, when O'Brien goes into the ship, he doesn't see anyone there, and he starts asking, did you guys beam him out of his ship as a joke? Or was it a prank on me? Because there's nobody in this ship. So O'Brien calls out that, hey, friend, I'm just going to look at your ship. He starts opening the panels to look inside and see what wiring's busted, and then all of a sudden a thing decloaks behind him and says something to him, looking over his shoulder, and it makes O'Brien crack his head on top of the console real hard. Real good crack. It even makes me go oof every time I see it, because he hits it real hard. Oh! Sorry. That good clonk as he hit.
Yeah, I figured you had the episode up in the background, because you're remembering a lot of this way better than I could.
Well, I just remember a lot of it in general, because I've seen season 1 now within the past month like 5 times.
Oh my god.
Oh, wow. Jeez.
It's my side monitor thing. That's what I have on the side monitor.
Alrighty then. I usually have other things on my side monitor.
Yeah, like porn. You fucking degenerate.
Why am I the degenerate?
Okay, have we learned nothing from the left these past few years? You blame the other side for what you're doing. Duh.
But I'm not left. What?
No, you idiot. I'm saying I'm the degenerate, so I'm blaming you as the degenerate to deflect.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Anyway. Let's see. So, yeah, he talks about how he's going to repair everything, and this whole thing of, like, not understanding each other's language. They kind of understand each other because of the translators and everything, but they don't know exactly what everything means. So they don't know what the exact nitty-gritty minutia stuff means. Like, what a something flow is what he calls it. The Caladrium flow. And then O'Brien's like, it's a ram scoop. So basically it's a way to keep fueling your ship without actually having to dock. He then gets brought aboard the station, and they talk about how, there are weapon detectors, stuff like that, and it goes off on O'Brien's phaser and everything, which scares Tosk. Tosk's like, what the hell's that? And he's like, oh, it's just picking up my weapon. He's like, you carry a weapon with you? And he's like, yeah, for self-defense. You know, you don't know who you're going to meet, or if it could turn invisible and uncloak behind you and attack you. You have no idea what's going to happen. And Tosk stands up and he's like, huh, I understand. And then Tosk then starts asking, for defense, huh? So he starts asking the computer where all the weapons are stored on the station.
And of course, Odo catches him in the act.
Well, that's later. At first, he's just trying to find the location. Now he's talking then he talks with O'Brien at Quark, and O'Brien warns him. He's like, don't listen to him, Tosk. He will exploit any vice you have. Vice. And then Tosk turns and looks at him, Quark, and he's like, I'm sorry, I have no vice for you to exploit. And Quark smiles and licks his lips. He's like, oh, a challenge.
And then Quark offers, we have many holosuite programs that you might find interesting. You could go on adventures. And then Tosh just responds, I live the greatest adventure.
My life is already the greatest adventure in existence. And he's like, damn! Okay. Then they talk about they don't know what Tosk is. They just feel like he's kind of naive and shy. He's clearly running from something because his ship was not damaged by a meteor. It was shot. It is weapons damage. They know it's weapons damage. He's running from something. Well, then Odo catches Tosk in the middle of trying to get into a weapons lockup. And then he locks him away, and Odo's like, hey, listen, don't fight. We have force fields around you on either side. You're not escaping. Even though you can turn invisible, you can't escape. Please don't fight. Just come with us willingly. And Tosk goes, okay. So he goes to prison, and they're trying to figure out what Tosk is. And Cisco's like, what are you doing? I am Tosk. What does that mean? It is all I can say. Well, while they're in the process of trying to get Tosk to say anything, to see why he was at the weapons lockup or anything for self-defense, because, obviously he's clearly running from something, another ship comes through the wormhole. A much, much bigger ship. And this ship starts scanning them, and they're like, okay, no, let them get a good scan of us first. They let it happen, and they're like, now raise shield. Now that they've scanned us, raise the shields, and now open hailing frequencies. Well, instead of the ship opening hailing frequencies back, they start pummeling their shield, and they actually reverse the polarity of their shield, take it down, and beam troops inside the space station immediately. No words exchanged. They start a gunfight on the promenade, and one of them goes into the security office, goes into the cells, and then finds Tosk with an infrared scanner and tells them that the hunt is off. He found Tosk alive. What a disappointment to see you here, captured, alive. It is a disgrace. In essence, the entire point of this species was Tosk is bred so that he can be hunted by this species. That is his entire purpose in life, to be hunted, to be live, thinking, living, cunning game for these hunters.
Yeah, it's the greatest hunt of all because it is something smart enough to try and evade them and
set
fight back
traps and ambushes and Well, this makes Cisco angry, but it's not their culture. They can't interfere with this. They're not allowed to interfere.
Yeah, as far as the Tosk themselves are concerned, being a part of the hunt is the greatest glory, the greatest honor they could achieve is dying in the hunt.
Dying in a hunt. If they make the most memorable hunt ever, it elevates all Tosk, because that is their purpose. A Tosk purpose is to deny and thwart and outsmart the hunters, to live another day. It is the purest joy and adrenaline. So that's why Tosk is now depressed, because he's going to be taken back in chains. And he's like, you will be put in manacles and put on display. Little children will throw you scraps of food out of pity. And he's talking about how pathetic that his life is going to be. He will be mocked for eternity until he dies of old age. How disgraceful. Well, Cisco gets upset because the Federation believes in, rights for all living things. Again, it's their culture, though. So he's like, this is unacceptable. So the species says, well, what if we say that the anomaly is now out of bounds? They're never allowed to go out to the anomaly ever again. So this situation will never happen again. Is that acceptable? And Cisco has to concede. It's their culture. He can't force them to change their culture. It's their ways. He doesn't have to like it, but he doesn't have to. He can't change it.
Yeah.
So he'll let them go to their ship and everything like that. Well, O'Brien comes up with a plan He doesn't tell anybody about it, but he says, "Hey, I will escort you to your ship." And he's like, "It is traditional that we would just teleport to my ship. Why would I need an escort to my ship?" And he's like, "Well, it's just our way of smoothing things over. We didn't know we were interfering with your hunt or anything like that, so this is just our way of being diplomatic, to give you an actual armed escort. To just make it look like we're sorry that this happened." He's like, "Very well." So he starts walking with him through, and the moment that the guy walks through one of the weapons detectors, it malfunctions and electrocutes him, shoots him across the room. I guess it doesn't electrocute him, it electrifies him. Electrocute means death. It just shocks him real bad.
Few people point that out, Setch. I'm glad you did.
Yeah. So yeah, electrocute means death. So it just shocks him and knocks him out of the way. Well, then, as the guy starts to stand up, O'Brien punches him real hard. He's like, "Ha ha ha, glass jaw. I knew it. No wonder you wear a helmet." Then he grabs the guy's gun and he starts running off with Tosk. So now they're going on the run. He then frees Tosk from the manacles, and another guy beams in because the first guy says, "The hunt is back on." He's real excited. He's real happy. Tosk is also real happy. Tosk sees that a guy teleports in, and Tosk immediately jumps like 15 feet in the air and like 10 feet forward and lands on the dude and just punches him, knocks him out, and grabs his gun. They start escaping through all the ventilation things because Cisco is like, "We can't get a track on them. They're going through the ventilation networks." "I know where they're going," says Odo. "I'll stop him." He starts running. And then Cisco calls out, "Constable, there's no rush." So Odo stops
again,
for a second.
I really love the mannerisms of Odo because they're not quite human, but they're very specific. Like, he does a nod, but it's like a weird kind of nod, like, yes, I understand.
Yeah. When he nods, he doesn't nod his head up and down. He kind of angles it. He does like a slight 45-degree angle and then nods it down once.
Almost like a half bow.
Yeah. And then he turns and he starts to go at speed again, and then he stops himself and he just takes one step, stops for a second, another step, slowly, daintily walks into the turbo lift and turns and casually gets himself comfortable and then lets the turbo lift slowly go down. So then O'Brien also threw off his comm badge so that Cisco couldn't order him around, which is what makes Cisco pissed off. But he gets Tosk to his ship, and Tosk says, "O'Brien is now Tosk as well." And he's like, "Oh no, I've had enough adventure for one lifetime."
Well, actually, he says that when they're still in the vents, and O'Brien doesn't really respond to it. But once they're back in the ship, Tosk says, "You could join Tosk and be Tosk too." And that's when O'Brien says, "Oh no, I've had enough adventure for a lifetime."
Yeah.
Which is funny for O'Brien, considering the rest of the series.
Yes. So then Tosk's ship flies away, and the new guests go back to their ship, and they start chasing him again. And then Cisco says, "Oh, well, what happened to the weapon detectors?" "Oh, I don't know. I guess all of his gear just set it off, Commander. I don't know what happened." "Really?" And he starts dressing him down, how he's like, "You took off your comm badge so you could ignore me," and everything like that. And then O'Brien goes, well, sir, there was one thing I was curious about." "And what's that?" "Well, I knew we could escape initially, but once you guys activated all the sensors on Deep Space Nine, that was it. We'd be over. I expected a force field would pop up at each hallway, and we'd just be done." "Huh. Well, O'Brien, I think that just got away from us." "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir." And that is the episode, Captive Pursuit.
Yeah.
Honestly, a pretty good episode. I don't think it's great or anything like that. I would give it a 5. It is okay.
5.5 for me.
Also, the reason it took me a moment, Pagan, was because I saw that animation of whatever Pokemon that is dodging a projectile Then it explodes behind him. He was literally like, I'm so cool. Look how badass I am. And then it blows up behind him and he's just like, oh!
There is something from past Prologue that we forgot. I think was it past Prologue? Yeah, I think it was.
Was it? All right.
Yeah. Kira contacts the Admiral and tries to convince her to get Cisco to allow refuge for this Bajoran guy. This was from a couple episodes ago.
Yeah.
And it gets back to Cisco because the Admiral contacts him saying you need to get your people under control. She interrupted a meeting. So when Cisco next runs into her, he says to her, next time you go over my head, I'll have yours on a platter.
Yeah.
And it's just another really great Cisco moment. It's just like, I respect you as an officer, but I'm not going to take your shit.
Yeah, if you try to undermine my authority again by going over my head, I will make sure you don't have one anymore. It's like, yeah, don't fuck with Cisco. Do not fuck with the Cisco. The Cisco is necessary. But yeah, then we get into an episode I'm not a fan of, Q-list.
This is the only time Q appears in all of Deep Space Nine.
Yes. And Q's appearance in Deep Space Nine, I don't like what they did to Q in Deep Space Nine. I don't. So I don't want to spend too much on this because this episode doesn't really affect anything. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, this is one we could just get over and done with fairly quickly.
Yeah, so the lady that Q took with him to explore the universe suddenly appears on a damaged freighter or whatever back at Deep Space Nine. They save her and everything. And O'Brien recognizes her and then realizes that, wait, you went up with Q. Well, Q's there. She's trying to dump Q. And Q is acting like a little simp, a little soy boy. He is being whiny and petulant, and I just do not like this episode with Q.
Yeah, he's constantly asking her to go back with him, and...
Yeah, why is a literal god simping for a speck of dust? I do not get it. I do not get why Q wants Vosh so much.
Neither do I. It also gets pretty dark, too, because he is like, oh, if you didn't have me on this planet, you would have this virus and that virus and this disease. And it's like, he's reinfecting her with the effect she'd be feeling if he hadn't cured her. And she's just basically turns into this cripple that has no hair and is, like, emaciated. It's just, holy shit.
And disfigured beyond belief.
And then he just pops her back to normal. It's like, yeah.
Q being an abusive little shit is not, that's not how you get anybody's attention. And then Q finally lets her go, but Quark's scheming gets her to want to go on an adventure only here in the Alpha Quadrant instead with new things like to get artifacts, appraise them, and sell them through Quark so Quark can make money as the middleman buyer. It's not really anything. This episode doesn't really set anything up, really, that anything else plays off of. I mean, Cisco meets Q, and Q's acting all snarky, and Cisco makes a comment, so Q's like, oh, you want to throw down? And then he starts pretending like he's an old English boxer, and he's like, come on, put up your dukes. This is supposed to be brutal. And he starts punching Cisco. Well, then Cisco goes, stops the punch, and then punches Q once so hard it knocks him to the ground, and he starts bleeding. You hit me. Picard never hit me. I'm not Picard.
Probably the best moment of the episode is perfectly in line with Cisco.
Yeah. But again, it's just nothing. An artifact that she brought back affected the station. It was draining it of power, and they figured it out through technobabble, and they saved the day. That's just basically it. And it turns out it was an egg instead, an egg of a life form that flies back through the wormhole.
Yeah.
Again, it doesn't set up anything. It's not part of the deeper arc for the entire series or anything. It's just weird.
Well, that's helpful because it's helpful because it lets us get through an episode pretty quickly.
Yeah.
There isn't even really a B plot in that episode.
No, the B plot basically was the love triangle thing, but then it also crashed into the A plot, which the A plot was why is the station losing power? Why'd that runabout lose power?
Yeah.
Which is just
What?
The thing I posted.
Okay, here's the thing, Pagan. You posted a lot of things.
Oh, goddamn.
The fucking neuron activation
It's
one
great.
just gets me every time I look at it.
Dude, it's great. That is fucking amazing.
Should I put that up on screen?
Yes.
Yes, sure.
Alright.
Well,
By
you
the way,
saw that they're doing massive now arms handouts, and even you've got Germany, Poland, Finland are now shipping weapons to Ukraine. It's great.
And then there's the thing I posted where apparently Russian soldiers are just running out of gas on the highway, so their tanks are just stuck there while traffic just goes by them. And then there's the thing right below it that just says no gas.
Yeah.
That's funny, the Megamind no bitches meme just blowing up out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's fucking great. Again, Ukraine is figuring out why the United States has a Second Amendment.
Yep. Yeah,
I do love that. I do love that so much. After all, why not? Why shouldn't I keep it? Dude, I just want like 30 years after the war is over and I'm an old man and I'll be looking at the History Channel and it'll be some babushka. It'll show her in Ukraine and she's showing her weapons vault like from the war and she's got like, you know, javelin, anti-tank missile launchers and shit like that everywhere lined on walls. I'll be like, damn, babushka arms.
Oh, that's great.
Oh, Ukraine has every hope of winning, Caleb. Stop taking the black pill. They are whooping Russia's ass right now. It's fucking funny.
Yeah, it's hilarious. They've been winning. It's so funny. They've been shooting all their fucking jets and helicopters out of the sky like candy.
Well, not all of them, but oh my god, I would not want to be in an armored vehicle, a Russian armored vehicle. And I know it has to be propaganda. 800 of them already, but you know that's got to be propaganda numbers. But the fact that they can claim that high and people aren't sure is one of those like, yeah, I wouldn't want to be in a fucking armored vehicle right now.
$5 from Peace was never an option. Thank you. Guys, the elites don't want you to know this, but the As-Vals are free. You could just take them. I have 63 As-Vals.
AS-Vals, they are a type of weapon. They are a unicorn gun in gun collector markets.
Oh.
Yeah. They're very hard to find. They're like an integral suppressed
9mm.
Subsonic
rifle, battle rifle, basically.
Yeah, and it's not like a tiny 9mm. It's like a 9x38 or something. It's a big round.
It's great.
But it's super quiet. Yeah, it's so good.
No, they aren't winning. Stop listening to. No, Russia's getting its ass kicked. I'm sorry. Even Russia is starting to be like, we need more medical personnel. I'm sorry, Caleb, that you're so pro-Russia, but no, fuck Russia. I'm glad they're getting their asses kicked.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Honestly, I don't know what's going on because there's insane propaganda on all sides. I'm just like,
Oh, there is. That's
I'm
why
just-
Yeah.
I don't believe for a second that it's 3,000 Russians dead already. I can believe that.
No,
I-
I don't
Probably.
believe that.
I can believe that there's probably over 200 dead. I can
I'm-
easily believe that.
I'm
But
just-
no, not 3,000. There's no way. I mean, maybe the missile strikes hit a convoy because there's been a lot of dead convoys.
Yeah,
I'm just
I've seen the
tuning it all
videos
out at
and
this
stuff.
point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To be
I'm just really
honest,
pissed off
Russia.
at Biden.
Yeah, no, not the Russian people. The Russian people didn't ask for this. Putin did. I don't blame the
Yeah.
Russian people.
Yeah, the Russians actually came out and were like protesting it and stuff, and then were immediately
Well, the
told,
same-
"Go home, or we'll shoot you."
The same people in Belarus were protesting it. They didn't want it either.
Yeah.
And they're right now they're trying to force Belarus to expel the Russian troops from them. Imagine all those Russians stuck behind enemy lines.
Yeah. And now Biden's trying to be like, "Oh," he's trying to weasel his way. Look, China, look. Don't you want to invade that area of Russia now? Here's some of our classified information. Here, take it. Here, take our info. Don't you want to
Biden
do
is
something
such
about
a
it?
piece of shit. He really is.
I know. I'm just like, fuck off, you piece of shit.
Oh God. Okay, let's get back to Deep Space Nine because I don't want to think about our fucking pedophile in chief any longer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Oh, actually, we will get to think about it because the next episode is Dax. And this is a really good and interesting episode about who is at fault, and it comes from a very militarized, very, very militarized world who had a rebellion happen, and then the leader of the Imperial forces was captured by the rebels and executed, and it pissed off the Imperial side so much that they won their civil war. Because it made them fight 10 times harder. So the general became a hero, and the person who betrayed the general was Curzon Dax, according to the military, as they come to take Dax away.
Well, actually, it's according to the dead general's son, because
Yes.
well,
who's
even the
acting on
military regards Curzon in high regard, or holds him in high regard.
That's true.
It's the
But
son
he's-
who wanted vengeance.
Yeah, he's been putting together the alibis of everyone there, and the only ones who don't have an alibi are Curzon and the mother. They don't have an alibi for who would have leaked the information to the thing, and the son doesn't believe that his mom did it for a second. So yeah, it has to be Curzon. So now
Oh
this
my
gets
God.
into the interesting argument of who is responsible. Is it Curzon Dax? Or is Zia Dax? Is Zia Dax the same person as Curzon Dax? And it gets into a whole argument of no, because Zia had to go through at least 18 years of her life before she was even allowed to join the Symbiosis Commission. So you can't, like, she was her own person. Well, and then they're like, okay, so even you wouldn't be against if we cut her in half and took the symbiote to stand trial and be executed for these crimes. And they're like, that's assuming that Curzon wasn't the influence that did it. So, you can't, the symbiote could be innocent of this. It just gets into that whole, that whole thing. Very, very interesting episode. A great analogy. A guy accidentally talks about, like in cooking, if you put salt in water, then it's one and the same. You can never get it back. And Cisco immediately snaps his fingers like, no, you made my point for me. Because if you take that salty water and you boil the water off, the salt will still be there. And you can take it and put it into any other dish, an entirely new dish. Therefore, Zia Dax is an entirely new person. And Zia, she refuses to stand up for herself. She won't explain if it's true, if it's false. She won't say anything. So Odo got sent to that planet to try to figure out what the hell happened. Like, who's at fault? Is there any evidence that shows that Zia is innocent and everything like that? Well, they find the evidence that Zia Dax is innocent because Curzon Dax is innocent. And the reason Curzon Dax was innocent was because Curzon Dax was having an affair with the general's wife. And the general's wife comes to the station and admits, I know where Curzon Dax was. He was in my bed at the time because we were having an affair. So Curzon Dax couldn't be the one that betrayed the general. Which then makes the arbiter for the extradition trial say, well, obviously I will not grant extradition, and you're going to need to check to get your house in order there, son. And she looks at Zia Dax like, you disgusting harlot, and then leaves.
Yeah, I fucking love the judge in that episode. It was so great. It was kind of strange that she was like, I want to get this over with as quickly as possible, and then every few minutes would be like, 2-hour break.
Until supper time, not senility.
Yeah.
I love it.
Also, I want to read this comment by Vehicles of Peace Limited Edition. The honking will continue until Ferengi relations improve.
Oh, God. But yeah, and then the general's wife, because her whole point in history, her place in history was now set. She was to go to all the dinners in the general's honor and accept the awards and everything and never say anything about how he really was. How he was actually a raging douchebag and an evil person and everything like that. No. That's not acceptable. But so she then thanks Jadzia for trying to protect her in all this. But yeah, it's time for her place to change. She doesn't want to be that way anymore. She needed to at least let some of the truth out. She's not going to let Zia Dax throw her life away for something that isn't true, for something that Curzon and her did. They didn't betray the general. And she even says, it would blow her son's mind if she realized that it was the general who betrayed them. The general tried to meet with the rebels to change sides, and the rebels executed him for being a disloyal piece of shit. So the general tried to betray them, got killed for his betrayal, and it wound up inspiring the troops he was trying to betray to die into winning their war. Yeah, her son would probably, kill himself if he heard that.
I actually missed that line when we watched the episode. Damn.
Yeah, she said, right at the very end, oh, no one will ever know that he was the one who tried to betray us. And that the rebels killed him for the faith.
Wow.
Yeah, when you're more useful as a corpse. That's why she said her place in history is not to talk about what kind of man he really was. Because nobody wants to hear it.
Didn't they also imply that he was, abusive, too?
Yes. That's why I said he was a piece of shit.
So, that's another quick episode done. Nice. The next one is
again. It doesn't really set up too much, but it kind of sets up the idea, the ideology of how the Trill work. But what do we think? What do we think in general of that episode? I think it's another 5. There are things that elevated a bit, maybe a 5.5, but I think it's just an okay episode.
I think it's a 5, and I can't help but feel it's dragged down a bit because after watching Nick Rekieta's streams and him pointing out all Lost shows are stupid, and here's how things actually work in a court and everything. Of course, it was a hearing, not court.
Yeah, this is an arbitration, not a.
But still, I can't help but feel that it had a bit of an effect on how you perceive any show that does a court thing. There's a certain episode I'm really not looking forward to. Oh, you know which one I'm talking about, don't you?
Yeah. I can't wait till we get House of Quark. That's gonna be great, though.
Anyways, the next episode is The Passenger.
Yeah. Which,
This seems like another one that we could get through pretty quickly, because...
Yeah, this is the serial killer doctor thing. It is kind of the introduction into the security officer, the Federation security officer who got assigned to kind of overwatch Odo.
Yeah, but we don't get much from him, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, there's not too much in this episode. It's just, honestly, it's a guy who can transmit his brain patterns into other people so that he can live forever. Yeah, it's kind of awkward Bashir acting. There's not really, this doesn't really, like, play into other episodes or anything.
It's a one-off.
Though the warden, or whatever her role was, warden, detective, whatever it was, her ending is based as fuck.
Yeah, so...
Yeah.
So they he transferred himself into Bashir's mind. He was taking over Bashir and constantly using Bashir to keep his evil schemes going.
Yeah, he would leave Bashir in control sometimes, but he would assert control and further enact his plans.
Yeah.
They eventually captured Bashir and isolated this guy's memory, this guy's consciousness, out of Bashir's mind.
Yeah.
And into, like...
And they have it in a little data puck prison thing.
Yeah.
And the lady says, and they're like, well, we don't know what to do with this. And he's like, well, I assume you've transferred control of the prisoner back to me, because she's been the one that's been hunting him for so long. She had him prisoner, but he set a fire in their ship so that he could try to escape. And the moment that Commander Cisco goes, yeah, he's transferred back to you, she goes, great. She takes out her gun and she vaporizes the thing, so it kills him forever. She doesn't even say anything after that. She just literally vaporizes it. She's like, okay.
Yeah, she just immediately fucking just destroys it as soon as they say, yeah, it's yours. Oh, it's so good. That part was great. But
well,
yeah, I thought this episode was really predictable and kind of funny.
Yeah.
Especially when it was like, oh, it like, you know, something strange is going on. Maybe somebody's being controlled. I'm like, he literally grabbed Bashir's neck.
Yeah, by the throat.
Yeah, and then as soon as they said like, oh, well, you know, it could have been transferred through skin contact with nails and stuff. It's like, he literally grabbed his neck. Like, yep. It's obvious who it is.
It would have been more interesting if they did it so he didn't require contact. So it could actually be a bit of a mystery, and it wasn't Bashir, the one person who had touched him before he died.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Because that would have been a neat subversion. Like, you can play it up so that Bashir looks suspicious, or...
yeah, and then suddenly it was Jadzia or something instead.
Yeah. Well, especially, like, you could have it so Bashir is having moments where he's, like, blacked out or whatever. It just could be, oh, yeah, I haven't been sleeping well.
Yep. Yeah, so
I can't
overall,
stop thinking about Jadzia.
I'd say it's a 4 out of 10. It's a bit subpar of an episode. It works. It's enjoyable to watch, but it's just...
Yeah, I don't hate it.
Yeah. I thought it was an average
episode. Now hate comes for the next one.
Now, yeah, I was going to say, now for the next episode, hate.
Yeah, episode 9, Move Along Home.
Oh, I fucking hated this episode. It was so fucking terrible.
So, there's another species from the Gamma Quadrant that's coming, and they're going to do first contact. They're all going to get in their dress uniforms, and Julian's like, I can't find my dress uniform. I don't know where it is. And they're like, you're supposed to be in your dress uniform. Ah!
Couldn't they just print another one with the replicator?
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. He's not in his dress uniform. They're meeting the Wadi. And the first thing the Wadi say, and they're like, yes, first contact, yes, whatever. Where are the games? The what? The games. Where is Quark's? So they all go to Quark, and Quark is now playing Dabo with them, and, Cisco's annoyed because first contact, and they don't give a shit about actual first contact things. They just want to play video games, basically.
Yeah, they want to have fun. They don't care about diplomatic relations with a new species.
Yeah, so Cisco gets tired. He's like, I've been here this whole time eating nothing but Ferengi bar nuts and fucking drinking water while people have been playing childish games. I'm going home.
Yep.
And Cisco's like, wake me if the Wadi actually wants something. So Quark then doesn't like the fact that the Wadi keep winning. It's supposed to be gambling, but they keep winning because they're too smart. They know the odds and everything. They're gamers. They're hardcore gaming addicts. Oh, no!
What?
Ella Moraine, count to 4. Ella Moraine, then 3 more.
We'll get to that.
And it's Alla Moraine. It's not Ella, it's Alla Moraine. It is actually A.
And it's one word.
Yep. Alla Moraine!
So,
all right.
I want to try and speed this along.
Yeah,
Quark
go as fast as I can. Hold on. Quark then decides that, hey, they got to stop winning, so he has one of his Ferengi assistants cheat. The Wadi catch him cheating, and they're like, fine then. They're about ready to beat him. Quark's like, no. And they go, how about a new game? So they bring out their own game. And Quark's like, whoa, what is it? And he starts asking questions like, you are required to learn as you play. It's like, what a terrible game.
So yeah, so
you would know the rules after playing the first time. Then that entire thing's gone. So why are you required to learn as you play?
See, I didn't like that line of logic from you when we were watching the episode because it doesn't seem like the type of thing where you can only play once and learn as you play. I think what they just meant is you need to learn the rules as you play for the first time, but if you know the rules, it's fine to play again. Which still makes no goddamn sense.
No, again, it doesn't make any sense because why would you not just tell people the rules then off the bat? That doesn't make any sense.
Because
if they're gonna learn how to do it anyways.
Because we needed Quark to not know the rules. So
yeah, again, this is pure plot writing, plot convenience writing. It really sucks.
Yeah, this is the one really bad episode of the season.
Yeah. And the acting in it isn't good. The Wadi don't act.
Are you telling me Bashir's? Are you telling me Bashir's? I'm
gonna see if we can find that Deep Space Nine.
Anyways, while Setch is looking for that, they pull out this game, and suddenly Cisco, Dax, Kira, and Bashir find themselves in a game. Now, they're not all together at once, but they do meet up after some poor screaming.
Yes, and we're talking really poor screaming. Ah! Ah! Doctor! He says doctor, and he touches his chest, and then Bashir opens his eyes, looks at Cisco, realizes, and then goes, ah! Oh, thank God! It's like, what was that?
Again,
would you like to do a retake of that scene?
Again, I love the fuck out of Deep Space Nine, but what the fuck? How did they let that get through?
Yeah, that was incredibly awful.
Yeah, I couldn't believe what I was watching, honestly. I was like, wow, this actually aired.
This is the Lizards podcast now, Owl Boy. Step aside. Okay. Look, Setch has been talking this entire time. It's been 4 hours. I feel like I haven't been putting in the work. I was trying to jump in to do a bit of explaining of my own, to try and, share
Put in the work! Put in the work! Put in the work!
But, no, I guess Setch was just going to talk over me and stop me from trying to explain the episode.
Yes! And we got things to do! Let's do it! Hey, mush!
I'm so tired. I'm just letting him take over for now because I'm just I'm so tired. Normally I would try and say something more, but I'm just.
I will take over. It's my stream now.
I'm so tired.
This is what happens, Pagan, when you play 27 hours of Elden Ring per day.
Well, it's gonna keep happening too.
Yeah, it's gonna happen to me as well. I just can't. I'm forcing myself to stop. Okay, I am thinking about Elden Ring this second. I'm letting you know that right now.
I've almost turned it on during the stream.
you fuckers better be finished that game by the 13th, because I am not going to deal with this shit when we're covering cinema things.
No, we will be. We will be, because it's a big game. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's huge.
Anyways, here, let's do this. Get out here, yo, with 3 Canadian koalas.
Hey!
Or 3 Australian koalas, Canadian koalas, what the fuck?
Thank you.
Good day! ETA on next Skyrim analysis video. Keep it up. No ETA. Don't want to give a hard date on that.
Yeah, I'm not going to be putting dates on anything. I should probably stop announcing what videos I'm going to be doing. But I do have a bit of a game plan. I just really have to put my nose to the grindstone for the next couple months to pull it off.
So, back to the thing. Quark's like, how do you play? You're required to learn. We will start at the second chap. What's a chap? Why not start at the beginning? Only children start at the beginning. What? Okay. What? How does that doesn't make any sense.
So
you think children would start closer to the end,
not
further away. It actually contradicts itself. Children start, like, at the 9th chap or whatever.
But this is the whole problem with the no rules thing. The no rules thing breaks everything in this episode. What the fuck is a chap?
Yeah.
Well, it seems to just... it seems to be each level or each floor, but why call it a chap then, unless it's just random alien shit for the sake of alien shit?
Well, we'll just assume random alien shit for the sake of alien shit.
So, Quark rolls to do his turn, and he gets... We don't even know what the fuck these dice even represent. And the guy running the game is like, oh, that... it's neither good nor bad. It's like, what the fuck does that mean?
Hey, Cree, check our chat real quick.
Oh, no. Oh, the cursed pizza? Yeah.
That's not actually looks tasty. I would try that.
That looks fucking cursed.
It's literally just rice, some fish on top with some avocado and stuff. It's just sushi ingredients just shaped in a pizza for some fucking reason.
I said this is what Kree imagines when Setch talks about sushi.
Pretty much.
Oh, wait till we start talking about taco pizza. Taco pizza is great. So taco pizza doesn't have any it's not wrapped up or anything like that. It's just a pizza. But then they have tortilla chips on it. They have all the taco seasoning and ingredients on it and everything. They don't have a red sauce. They use taco sauce as its sauce instead. Oh, it is great pizza.
Motherfucker, what?
People want to see the sushi pizza. Show it on screen.
I'm working on it.
Yeah, this is not bad at all. Again, it's just the shape that makes it weird. Otherwise, this is perfectly just... It's just sushi ingredients shaped like a pizza. That's all it is.
Nah.
Yeah, I would eat that. I would definitely eat that.
I would try it.
Yeah, again, it's just weird. It's just put it in a weird shape. It's like anything in a weird shape. It's like those fucking...
Anyways.
Is that a monkey?
Huh?
What the fuck is that? Yeah, it's the YouTube monkey. Oh no, something broke monkey.
Oh.
But yeah.
Back to the episode. Yeah, we don't even know what these dice represent, and the guy running the game just says it's neither good nor bad.
Dude, what's even worse is that they announce what it is, and then it's like, what? And Quark's like, what's that? Good, bad, only time will tell. And Quark can't see anything that's going on the game board, but all the Wadi can.
Yeah, I don't know. It's really weird because...
No, he can't. He physically can't, because if he could, he would realize who these people are.
I'm trying to explain. Like, he doesn't know that it's Cisco and everyone, right? Because when when we're not watching the game, we're watching Cisco and the other ops people in the game, and they have to solve these different puzzles to get through and survive. So, what is Quark and the Wadi doing while that's happening? Because, like, we never see that. We just see the game as if nothing's changed. But the pieces just... Do they move on their own? Well, no, because we see them physically moving the pieces when one of them dies. It's like, okay, so what is Quark seeing? Is he just sitting around with his thumb up his ass while Cisco and crew are fucking solving the puzzle?
Literally. Yeah. And it's incredibly unfair that they can see what's going on, and Quark just has to sit there and be like, well, I guess I'll just take their word for it that what happened, and, you know, like, I guess things are going good.
Especially with money on the line, too, because anytime the crew wins the game, he gets gems in return. It's like, oh my god, I'm really making some money here. And then Odo comes in and he's like, hey, all the senior staff are gone. They're not on the station. They weren't reported as leaving.
These 4 people are missing.
And then Quark just looks over at the board and sees the 4 pieces, and he just automatically makes a connection. Oh, those are our senior staff.
Yeah, he goes, how many did you say were missing? 4 people. Oh no, Odo, I think it's these 4 game pieces. Why?
Yeah, there's nothing to put that connection in Quark's mind. Other than the fact that there's 4 people missing and there's 4 game pieces, which, okay.
Yeah, that could just be a coincidence.
Coincidences do happen.
As a certain character in this show says, I believe in coincidences. Coincidences happen every day, but I don't trust coincidences. $10 super chat from Todd Howard. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hey guys, it's Crumb. Been a while since I've been to one of these streams. Kind of feel cringe about that message I sent. Dude, it's fine. Everybody does cringe. Every single person on the planet does cringe. Nobody can escape cringe. You will be cringe someday. I will be cringe someday. I may have already been cringe someday. It just happens. Cringe is eternal. That's just, you will do something at one point that you'll look back on and go, God damn, that was cringe.
Every day I'm reminded of the cringe of my past and I want to die.
But keep up the good work, gentlemen. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Again, that's life. That's how life works. Everybody does cringe.
I don't even think it was cringe either. It was fine. You're fine, man.
What was it? I don't even remember.
It was a thing for Cree. It was a message, but he couldn't get in contact with Cree, so he sent me the message to tell me to give it to Cree, and then I gave it to Cree.
Oh.
Anyways.
I thought it was something he posted here.
No.
Nah.
Okay.
Anyways, I hope you're doing well, Crumb.
I was born in the cringe, molded by it. You merely adopted it.
I do find it disappointing that Bane posting has died off in the past few years. Bane posting was the best.
Yeah.
Anytime I'm in Vinny Vinesauce's streams or I'm watching his streams, there's always someone in chat named Dr. Pavel, I'm CIA. I love that this random dude just stuck with that name fucking forever. Anyways, so yeah, Quark makes a connection that the game pieces are the senior staff, which they are, but he has no way of knowing it. It's just a complete guess.
And again, which then informs us that he couldn't see anything that's going on the board, so he doesn't know how the game is played. He doesn't know what's going on. Oh, seriously, this episode frustrates the shit out.
Yeah, it does. It's just an abortion of logic in a show that shouldn't do anything this bad. I mean, I'm sure it's still better.
Charge complete.
Charge complete. I'm sure it's still better than anything in fucking Discovery or Picard, but
yeah,
it's still absolute garbage tier for the time it was made.
Yep.
So the actual games that Cisco and crew go through. The first one
are
is...
also stupid.
Huh?
Yeah, the games they actually go through are also terrible.
Oh, they are all dumb. So the first one is... There's this girl playing hopscotch and doing a rhyme. Or not a rhyme, but just like...
A poem.
A poem, I guess, yeah. And she's passing through this force field in the middle of the room that none of the crew can pass through. Bashir's like, oh, we just have to do what she's doing. And he starts playing the hopscotch thing, and he gets reflected by the shield. And...
What? I did everything that she did. Why did I get hurt? Not everything, Julian. God, you didn't say the poem. Alan Moraine, then 3, Alan Moraine, count 2, 4, Alan Moraine, then 3 more, Alan Moraine. If you can see Alan Moraine, you'll come with me.
Yeah,
Like,
and
oh,
and
And then they all do it like,
And
oh my god, they just keep doing it, and I'm like, fucking hell.
yeah, that thing
Yeah.
was annoying to hear over and over again, because the kid doing it just doesn't fucking stop the entire time the camera is in that room. And
yeah, imagine if the challenge was like it was a poem on the wall, and then it had just these weird tiles here, and then that's how they had to figure it out. No, her doing it over and over and over again makes it fucking obvious what you gotta do.
Yeah, it's fucking annoying.
the only part,
and it keeps happening. It keeps happening in all of these games. Oh,
the only part of
Yeah.
that first game I like is when Kira does it. She just sounds fucking pissed. And it's like, yes, Kira, I've never identified with you more.
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, you can tell she's fucking done with this shit. She's like, I hate this. I want to die.
I wonder how much of that is acting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who knows? It could literally just be the actor being like, what the fuck did I sign up for?
Holy shit.
So the second puzzle is somehow even more retarded. They go into
Yeah.
this room where there's like a party going on. It's full of smoke, and there's a bunch
And
of
all
people.
the people are laughing.
They're laughing. They have drinks. Bashir's about to drink one of the drinks, but then Cisco's like, "Hey, we don't know what the fuck that is. It could be poison."
Yeah, which is a logical thing to think. But,
Perfectly logical.
But then, what's so annoying about this is not only are they all starting to choke to death, and none of the other people are choking to death, and Bashir grabs it while these people are literally like trying to hand it to them as if they're trying to give them the answer. Like, it's a game. You have to figure it out yourself. Why are you bumping with this drink? I thought I had to figure it with myself. Stop bumping me with the drink. Stop it.
So yeah, they all drink the drink and they stop getting
And they're fine.
poisoned, and they're fine, and then they move on. It's at this point, for each turn, for each roll of the dice, Quark is given an option. Do you want to take the longer and safer route, or the shorter and more dangerous route?
Yeah.
Which essentially means you could skip a floor, or a shap.
Yeah.
And I think it's at that point Quark picks the No.
Yeah, he's just trying to take it from a game.
No, it's after they lose Bashir. It's after they lose Bashir that they do the dangerous one.
Yeah, so Bashir gets yeeted away, and they're like, what happened to that player? Why is he there? Next move! Now, hang on a second. What happened to that player? How can we get him back?
And keep in mind...
Next move. And it's like, oh, God.
Keep in mind, Quark assumes that it's the crew now, and he's playing as if their lives are in danger, because that's what he thinks. He thinks if you die in the game, you die in real life. And he was never told the rules, so he has no idea what to fucking believe.
Exactly.
And, he's begging for their lives, don't do this, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, Bashir gets yeeted from one of the game. What even is the game? Just don't be spotted by the thing, but there's also nowhere to hide?
No, yeah, and it's not even a game. It's just that, you're just going to spot. And where does he hide? So everyone else hides around the pillars because there's kind of all they can do. He hides in the middle of the hallway against the door like an idiot, like, don't take me!
Yeah, like literally right in front of it. He doesn't even move from his initial spot when they say hide.
Yeah.
He just presses himself against the door, and it's like, okay, so you want to die, you fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
then
again,
he gets...
And again,
right
they
after-
don't know what the stakes are, because they're in this weird place. They don't know what's going on. They have to complete these games, but they don't know if they're safe or not. They genuinely seem to believe their lives are on the line, so it's stupid of Bashir to just, like, hug the door and not try to do anything to hide.
Yeah. This episode is just painful.
Yeah.
Then we get to... He rolls, and they're like, oh, sacrifice one so that two may live. It's like, how is that a roll? How is it that specific? What the hell?
Yeah, because it's not like you're playing Monopoly where you land on a space. It's like, oh, go to jail, or pay $20 to this
Or
property.
If they had just said, oh, lose one player. No, the literal dice roll is sacrifice one so that two may live. It's
And
like, what the fuck?
This is after Quark says, hey, let's do the dangerous path because we can end the game sooner and save them.
Yeah.
And it's at this point, Quark is like begging, don't make me do it, don't make me choose.
I can't
like,
choose, please!
I don't even know which one is which. How am I supposed to make the decision of who should live and who should die?
Yeah.
And
that is a great moment of him begging and everything like that.
Oh, yeah.
It's great acting and everything, but oh my god, it just sucks that the rest of the episode kind of anchors as like a boat anchor around its neck and they throw him in the ocean.
Yeah, he tried. Basically, they were relying on Quark to carry this episode.
And he's really good in this episode, but my god, this episode is awful.
Yeah, it is. It's so fucking bad. And it's so annoying because it's like, you've got Quark like on the floor begging to the point that they actually kind of concede. And it's like, and you're not going to tell him that it's not dangerous just so you could keep, like, you want to keep the game going. So wouldn't it make sense to be like, dude, they're not going to die. Now make your fucking move. But they don't even do that. They're just like, fine.
Fine, we'll make the game choose for you. And it's like, oh god.
Yeah, it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah. And I can't understate that Quark does have some good moments in this episode. It shows, he's not pure greed. He does have a bit of a heart. He doesn't want these people to die.
Yeah.
And, yeah, as such said, it's just weighed down by all the fucking slop from the fucking dumb game.
Yeah.
But anyways, yeah, the Wadi say, okay, we won't make you choose. We'll program the game to choose for you. Cisco and crew appear in a cave, and there starts to be an earthquake. They try to all save each other. They won't abandon one another. Dax is like, it's a good thing, or no, be glad that you're in command and not me, because I would have abandoned you.
Yeah, I would have left you behind.
Yeah, for the sake of saving 2 out of 3 of us.
Yeah, well, thank God I'm not the one that's injured.
Yeah, because Dax was injured and couldn't cross the gap. And,
yeah, that was the sacrifice that was made. The game injured Dax.
But because they kept trying to save her, then they all ended up falling and dying in the game, which just ported them all back out to the real world, and Quark lost all his winnings.
So we were never in any real danger. It's only a game, duh. Oh,
it's like,
God,
how is anyone supposed to know that without being told? Man, I fucking hate this episode so much.
Yeah. I would say the episode is a 3. Yeah, I think a 3. Because there's a lot of stupid in this episode, but it is saved quite a lot by the acting from Quark. It is hard to overstate how good of an actor, how good Quark's performance is.
2.9. I don't want to give it the full 3. 2.9.
That does seem fair, yeah.
You hate everything, dude. We just talked about fucking... Hold on, let me... 9 episodes of this show that I really liked. Sorry, 8 episodes out of 10 that I really like.
Yeah.
You hate everything? Come on, man.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Again, it's the infantile arguments, baby's first argument.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's Move Along Home. Not a good episode at all. But then we get into an amazing episode. Now we get into episode 10, or technically episode 11 was what it would be in truth. Episode 11, The Nagus. Part of building up what the Ferengi would be, and a great redemptive arc for the Ferengi as a species. It starts with Nog taking advantage of Jake and everything like that. That's also when they change Rom's characterization. Quark is pouring a drink for a lady and saying, here at Quark's, customer satisfaction is our highest priority. Because Rom, as Quark takes him aside, that lady told me you found a fat purse. Yes, brother? And that you returned it to her without taking anything out of it. Yes, brother. Idiot!
And then we get...
I was so mesmerized by her beauty. You lobeless idiot.
Then we get the first rule of acquisition. I think it's literally the first rule.
Yeah.
But the first one that we see.
First.
Once you have your money... once you have their money, you never give it back. The Nagus actor is fantastic. Yes, absolutely.
Yes. You worthless tiny-eared fool. Don't you know the first rule of acquisition? Yes, brother. Let's say it. Once you have their money, you never give it back. Exactly. And again, this is where the rules of acquisition come into play. This is a fantastic addition to the Ferengi. A great foundation for their entire philosophy and their culture as a species. The rules of acquisition are amazing.
Yeah, I do wish they had thought of it just a tiny bit sooner, because it seems like it's late into development. We're in the second half of the season now, and only now is it being introduced. In the first 10 episodes, we only got a couple lines of, there's an old Ferengi saying.
Yeah.
Where, yeah.
Yeah, it should definitely have been the rules of acquisition from the get-go. I'm glad they put them in. Definitely glad they put them in, because this was a great addition. So then it gets into, you're going to spend the entire evening polishing all the rails and bars inside here until they shine. And he's like, yes, brother. And then he runs over to his son, Nog, who is stacking data pads and glass drinks. Is this what they teach you at the human school? Sloth and idleness? No, father. Well, think about that as you're polishing every bar and pole in this until it shines this evening. Yes, father. So again, Rom's not a dummy. He immediately found his son. Is like, you're the one that's gonna do it. Then Quark talking to Morn and trying to tell him a joke, and at first Morn doesn't get it. He's like, "Get it? Your wife." Oh, yeah, you had to think about that one for a bit.
Actually, I should link the Morn page in our group chat just so Pagan knows who the fuck we're even talking about.
All right.
I think I know. It's the weird looking guy that he's always talking to. He's just kind of like,
Yeah, he looks kind of dopey.
Yeah, the dopey guy. Yeah.
Yep, that's Morn.
Yeah.
The true best character in all of Star Trek.
Yeah, he's fantastic.
The one true king.
Well, then Ferengi shows up and says, I'm looking for Quark. You found him. And he's like, what do you want? He's like, my father's here. Well, who's your father? Grand Negus Zek. He immediately snaps around. He's like, whoo! And he walks over and he kisses the scepter. And Grand Negus Zek gives his classic, his most beautiful laugh ever. I love his laugh.
And we get it again. We get it again shortly because Grand Negus Zek's son says, "Hey, we want the Grand Negus wants to use your holosuite." And
no, is his visit for business or pleasure? Is there a difference? No, not at all.
But he doesn't want to choose, so Quark gives him his 5 favorites, I believe it is.
Yeah, here's a list of my 5 favorites for you to choose.
To choose from. To choose, he's going to use them all. And then we get the...
That won't be necessary. My father has decided to try out all 5 programs. And then it turns back to Zek, and he's like... It's like, oh my god! Yeah! And he's like, are you sure? They're kind of advanced. They're kind of, rigorous for a man of his advanced years. Are you denying my father's request? Oh, not at all. Not at all. You cannot say no to the Grand Negus. In fact, it's a plot point because Quark is terrified that the Negus is going to take his bar away. Because again, you cannot say no to the Negus. So he is horrified. He's like, he's probably going to take my bar. Huh. And then the Nagus shows up after it, and he's like huffing and puffing. Oh, I forgot about the other thing. I forgot about the B plot where Nog is talking about how like Vulcans don't have any ethics and everything like that. That's why they stole his homework and yeah. And Nog just showing he's not doing very well in school, and Jake has to cover for him. And Jake looks down. Nog looks kind of satisfied and everything, but yeah, it's just So the Nagus comes down from all of the Holosuite programs, and his son offers him a drink, but then the Nagus shoos him away with the glass and takes the entire bottle and starts chugging it. He's like, good program. And he's like, my father requires rest and recuperation. I'll bet. I mean, feel free to use my own brother's rooms for as long as you're here. That should be acceptable. Great. Is there anything more that I can do for the Nagus? Invite me to dinner. Would you like to come to dinner?
Yeah, this is definitely one of the highlights of season 1.
Yes. The Nagus is great. The Ferengi episodes are usually amazing.
Yeah, there's a couple in there that are... But otherwise, they're pretty good.
Yeah. Then we have where O'Brien is talking to Cisco about how, like, I find a way to split up Jake and Nog because Nog's a bad influence on Jake. He's like, well, I'm not going to get between my son and his friend. And he's like, well, why not? Because I'd probably lose. Oh, I doubt that, sir. That's because your daughter's 5. Wait till she's 14 or something like that. Let me see if I can get that exact quote.
Actually, yeah, 14.
Why not? Because I'd probably lose. That's because your daughter's 3. That's why you doubt you would lose. Your family would side with family. No. Wait until she's 14. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, again, because every teen, for one fucking reason or another, every teen goes through that phase where you just think that your parents are actively trying to sabotage everything in your life and they're terrible people. It's like, no, everybody goes through that, and thankfully, as you get older in your years, you look back on that and go, God damn, that was cringe. Cut down the melodrama.
Anyways,
they're having a good time at dinner with the Nagus, but the Nagus is also, like, mocking his son, because he's like, he has a stroke of genius to open a bar this close to a wormhole. But he didn't even know the wormhole existed. That's what makes it so impressive. He had the instinct, the lobes for it, to make the smart move before anyone else. Yeah, it's just showing that the Nagus, doesn't really get along with his son. His son can't think beyond the immediacy of everything. And he starts complimenting Quark on how he sold those defective warp drives to that species, and then he had his cousin take the fall for it. And he's like, the whatever rule of acquisition is never let family stand in the way of good business. Oh, I certainly never have. You've done very profitable for yourself here, Quark. Not that profitable. Don't talk back to your elders.
There's a page with the rules of acquisition. The actual quote is, never allow family to stand in the way of opportunity.
Yeah. So yeah, and then he says, this is when he starts talking. He forces Nog to go get him a pick so he can get the beetles out of his sharp teeth and everything. And boy, Nog then says, I've got homework to do. Can I go now? Did Did he say homework? Nog, I never want you to go to that human school ever again. You're grounded. Now go to your room and no studying. This is very distressing. Yes, Nagus. Yes, very distressing. Very distressing. It's those do-gooder Federation types. Then the Nagus talks about how he's like, Quark, I need your bar. Oh, well, here it is. And your services as host. And so Quark thought he was going to lose his bar. The Nagus says that he needs the bar and everything so that they can host for a massive gathering of some of the wealthiest, most powerful, and most influential Ferengi ever. Well, Quark has to shoot customers out of the bar and tell them, we're closed, idiot, including Morn. Morn tries to show up to his usual spot and gets kicked out.
Poor
And
Morn.
meanwhile, the security staff are like, that is the 7th Ferengi ship that showed up today. What the hell's going on? And Odo's like, I'm watching Quark. I will find out what's going on. They start talking business about how things are going great and how there's great new opportunities in the Gamma Quadrant because our reputation precedes itself from the lies of our competitors that we are under that they are under the erroneous position that we are not to be trusted. And they talk about how the Gamma Quadrant, gentlemen, a whole new client base who has never heard the word Ferengi before. Our word can be our bond until we decide to break it. Yeah! And then he says, and who should lead us in this grand new adventure? Who else but my father? Yes, the Grand Nagus. Yes, yes. I thank you for your sympathy, my friends, but I'm afraid I'm just not as greedy as I used to be. What? Say it's not so. No, my mind's made up. What I need is a new successor who will lead Ferengi business interests in the Gamma Quadrant. And I have decided on my successor. It will be Quark! Which pisses everyone off. And Quark stands up and he's shocked. And everyone leaves the room pissed off and angry. And he's like, don't worry, Quark. I'm sure you'll do a fine job. And that's when Odo starts busting, that's when Nog and Jake start fighting over the whole thing of, like, human school is stupid and humans are all stupid and everything like that. And yeah, they get in their big fight, and it's the most devastating thing in the world because, again, it's a fight with your friend. When you're young, you have a fight with your friend, and it feels like the world has ended because, you know, you're young and dumb. That's just how it works. You don't have perspective or scale yet. You don't realize that a fight with your friend is not the end of the world. Yeah, and then Jake talks about how he can't do everything because he's got stuff to do, and he'll try to be home for dinner in time, but otherwise he doesn't want to be. Quark starts walking around with the Nagus scepter and everything, and in finer dress, and all the other Ferengi are walking up to him, and like one of the Ferengi says, "And what you'll do for me is give me great business opportunities, and if I refuse, oh, you won't." Huh, Grand Nagus, he threatened me. So he's the first, is he? Well, he won't be the last. It's like, God damn.
It's amazing how well you pull off that laugh. Jesus Christ. But yeah, Quark starts getting threatened.
Yeah. And as Quark is like trying to he's like, can you give me advice? And he's like, well, you need to surround yourself with loyal men, but not too loyal. Never trust somebody who puts your prosperity above their own. Be ruthless. He's like, yes, I can do that. And then he looks back at the Nagus, and the Nagus has stopped moving. And he's like, Nagus? And then the Nagus' assistant, Mahardune, grabs him, tries to shake him, and then looks at Quark and is like, oh no. Just shakes his head, and he's like, what? I didn't even do anything.
So the Nagus died.
The Nagus died.
And he was planning for a vacation, too.
Yeah, he was going to go to a pleasure planet for a vacation.
Which is a bit of a horrifying thought, in all honesty.
And then we get to the bar where the Ferengi are are bartering over something. We don't know what it is yet. The Ferengi are bartering and talking about how it's like 20 bars of gold pressed latinum? I don't know. And a year will be worth twice that. I'll take it. And there's a big painting of the Nagus in there, and Quark's like talking about they're in mourning and everything like that. Rom then asks Quark, he's like, well, brother, now that you're the Nagus, I was hoping that I could have the bar. You take my bar? And so he pisses his brother off, and Rom runs off all flustered and everything like that because Quark is making fun of him again. He's like, no, I'm going to keep my bar and be the Nagus and get everything else too. So Rom runs off, and then Odo says like, so what does it mean? Or, no, wait, I forgot, that's later. He said, well, you don't seem very upset that the Nagus died. My father died of natural causes. It was an infection of the tympanic membrane, a chronic condition. Of course, it was an infection of the earlobes that killed him. Oh, God.
But then Odo, of course, being the cop, well, I'm sure you won't mind if I inspect the body.
That might be difficult. Why? And the guy and one of the Ferengi hands him one of the discs that they're doing. What's this? My piece of Zek. He's like, when a Ferengi of stature like my father dies, the body is immediately vacuum desiccated and sold on the Ferengi's future exchange to the highest bidder.
As a collector's item.
Yeah. And he's like, how charming. I just love when Odo is talking to Quark and he's like, what does that mean now that you're Grand Nagus? It means that if you want to see me, you must make an appointment. Ha! And you have to kiss my scepter. And then Odo just walks away and doing like a harumph. I suppose I can make an exception for you. Jake and Nog are trying to make up after fighting. They're like, man, I don't want to keep fighting. Are we still friends? Yeah, we're friends. After Odo leaves in a big harumph, there's a coin that gets dropped on the ground. Quark sees it, immediately steps on it, and starts like licking his lips about how he just found some more money. We see in the background a big probe fly turn, look at Quark. Quark bends down to get it as the probe comes flying in, just misses him, hits the wall, and explodes. Quark panics. He's freaking out. They realize that it is a Ferengi locator bomb, that it works based off of pheromones.
Yeah.
So, yeah. They're damn near foolproof. And then Rom constantly comes in, that's Grand Nagus Quark. And like Cisco just glares him like, get out of the shot. Get out of the camera, you fucking little troll. Man, and he's talking about like, well, who would want to kill you and stuff like that, and he's like, well, it would probably be them, and he's like, well, if I die, then it would obviously be Grand Nagus Zek's son that was standing guard. True, but it was also such and such who threatened you. Oh, someone threatened you, did they, Quark? It's none of your business. That's Ferengi internal affairs. Well, as it turns out, it was Rom and Grand Nagus Zek's son that were planning to execute Quark, and they missed, because all Rom wants is the bar. Rom wants to go up in the world. He doesn't want to be a waiter anymore at Quark's bar. He wants to actually run the bar, and he wants to call it Rom's.
Yeah, they're planning a trip through the wormhole, so Quark can get the best business opportunities first, because he's the Grand Nagus now.
Yeah, and there was negotiations that were open with a new species that wanted Tullaberry wine, and he's like, huh, that's weird. I never knew that he did this. I never heard of them before. And he's like, perhaps we should take a Dabo girl with us. Whatever for? And he goes, well, a pretty woman at my side makes a very good impression. It's like, one look at your imposing figure, and they can't help but give us everything we want. And he's like, well, if you're sure I don't need it, I'm sure. And then they put him in the airlock, and there's no ship out there. And Quark's like, wait, must be some kind of mistake. There's no ship out there.
Yeah,
and they seal the doors.
And that's where we get, I forget the exact line. I said something similar earlier, but Rom, throw me out the airlock, will you?
So, you were going to throw me out an airlock. I was joking. How I'm going to throw you out. I never meant it.
Now keep in mind, while all
nice
this
name
is
for a bar, don't you think?
Now keep in mind, while all this is happening, Odo is investigating the Ferengi ships. And
yeah, because Mehardun, the assistant, the Hupyrian assistant, didn't show up to Nagus Zek's funeral? That's weird. Because they are renowned for their unwavering loyalty to their contractor, to whoever paid for them. So that's incredibly weird. So he wants to go find Mehardun and see what the hell's going on. Well, while Quark's about ready to get sent out the airlock, it gets revealed that Jake has not been showing up to dinner with his father.
Yeah, we knew he was late and stuff. You know, I expect you to be home for dinner right after school, and that's not happening. So Cisco tracks Jake down. He's in one of the cargo bays. So,
with Nog.
Yeah.
But then he realizes what's happening. His son is teaching Nog how to read because Nog can't read on his own. And that's when Cisco, who was originally pissed, he just kind of has that moment and he thinks about interrupting, but then he decides against it and he leaves. He leaves the cargo hold.
No, and we can't forget, of course, that Dax stopped by, and as soon as Cisco was out of the room, she started helping herself to his
all of
dinner.
Cisco's food, yes. Because Cisco is a good cook, and Dax knows. Dax knows because Curzon Dax knew Cisco. So Dax knows that Cisco is a good cook. So the moment Cisco leaves, she's like, nom.
She just starts dishing up her own bowl of food without even fucking asking.
You little goblin. We did forget the part of one of the best parts for Quark when he's reenacting the scene from The Godfather. Almost word for word. Tell me, were you happy when Zek said, I was to be Nagus? No, Nagus. Yet now you call me Nagus. But is it out of compassion or love? No. Well, I'm willing to split the deal with you 50-50. Well then, in that case, let's hope the Gamma Quadrant develops a taste for synthahol. God damn. He's even petting this weird mutant Ferengi pet cat thing to literally mimic the scene almost word for word. It's great.
Anytime I see a small animal in Star Trek, I can't help but remember the original series episode where they have like a small fluffy dog in a costume with a fake horn on the head. And they're just like, God. They have footage of it sleeping, and they're like, it's dead.
It's dead.
But anyways, that pretty much wraps up the episode. Grand Nagus...
well, hold on. We didn't explain that Quark does not get launched out of the airlock.
No, Grand Nagus Zek comes down the corner and says, release him! And then he starts explaining how his son is a failure and a fuck-up. And he's like, what? But I was about to grab power! No, you idiot! What you should have done is you should have bided your time in the shadows so that you would be in control. And then when things were running smoothly, only then would you take the throne. You could have played as the true leader of the Ferengi Empire from the shadows. And he's like, but father, no, but father me. I don't want to hear any more of your excuses. It's like talking to a Klingon. Because he was talking about, he's like, you should have let Quark be the Nagus and hold the scepter and take all the threats. Take all of the brunt of the assassination attempts while you built your power in the shadows. But no, of fucking course you didn't. You wanted power immediately. Yeah, we changed the STAG. We've had it changed for a long time. It was around a Kree to get to actually change it to some tangents are guaranteed.
Yeah, I've just been super fucking lazy.
Yeah.
I'm glad I updated it too, because the new it looks better, because the old one I put the text in, then I resized it. This one I
Yeah.
just put the text in, and it looks better without being resized.
Yeah. And then, Quark gives back the staff to the Nagus and everything like that, and he's like, yes, I guess I'll have to continue being Nagus to set a Ferengi presence in the Gamma Quadrant. And I was really looking forward to retirement. If there are any valuable deals in the Gamma Quadrant that I hear about, I'll let you know. Well, you know where to find me. So, Rom, you're going to throw me out of an airlock, were you?
You're missing...
I'm sorry, brother.
You're missing another key moment.
Yeah?
I might just come back and buy this bar from you, Quark.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and then he's like, so, Rom, you're going to throw me out an airlock, were you? I'm sorry, brother. Sorry? Brother, I didn't think you had the lobes for it. I'm going to make you assistant manager of clientele and policy here at Quox. What does that even mean? How should I know? I just made it up. Yeah, so his brother actually being treacherous has inspired Quark to treat him better. He's like, not for the fact of, hey, if I treat him better, he won't be treacherous, but for reward for being treacherous and being more Ferengi-like. Because, it's the Ferengi. They're a bunch of weird.
So, on to episode 12.
Yep, the Vortex. Which, okay, I will take a break from doing these. So if you would like to give us the play-by-play, go for it. I am going to grab a sandwich.
All right. So it starts off... Wait, should I wait for you to get back? Oh, he's already gone. Oh, no, he's here.
Well, actually, do the breakdown of what you thought of that episode of the Nagus. It shouldn't take me long. I'm literally just gonna go to the fridge, open the fridge door, grab the sandwich, and come back.
All right. Yeah, the Grand Nagus episode is fucking great. I think. Oh God. I want to say 7 out of 10 for that one. I think.
Yeah,
Again, not an
go with.
IGN 7 out of 10, but I'd say it's probably the second strongest episode of season 1.
Yeah, I would say it's a solid 7.
Yeah. I'm not sure what else I could say on it because we talked about it through the episode.
All right, I'm back.
Oh, welcome back. I was having trouble trying to find something to say because I was just like, yeah, I think it's probably a strong 7 out of 10. Probably the second best episode of season 1.
Yeah, I think so too. I genuinely think it's a very, very good episode.
Because we had that little moment I was talking about earlier too at the start of stream. The nice Jake Cisco moment where it's like, yeah, he's running off with his friend so he could teach him how to read, which is a nice moment. And then, yeah, all the Ferengi stuff we talked about, and yeah.
Yeah, that's the moment when Cisco says he didn't realize just how good of a son he had. Hey, he always knew Jake was a good boy. He didn't realize just how noble and good Jake Cisco was.
From 1 to 10, how would you rate Fallout 2?
Ooh. 8.5, maybe? Yeah, I think 8.5 would be good. Maybe 9 because of
Fallout
Ooh.
2.
Yeah. Because of its influence it had.
True, but I try to... I'm not sure if influence should necessarily count because...
That's fair. If we do just based on what's in the game only, maybe an 8 then.
I was going to say 7, 7.5. I do really like Fallout 2. It's my favorite Fallout game in the series, but it's got issues.
Yeah.
I've said numerous times before, I didn't need to see the Monty Python bridge encounter like 9 times on my first playthrough, or how many times I ran into it.
Yeah.
A lot of the pop culture reference joke stuff is kind of eh. You know?
Yeah.
Do you rate Fallout 1 higher than Fallout 2?
No, I don't. I think Fallout 2 had a lot of good quality of life changes to it.
Yeah, I think Fallout 2 is the better game out of the two. So, okay, I'll put Fallout 1 at a 7 and Fallout 2 at a 7.5.
That's pretty reasonable. Yeah.
New Vegas, just to add it in, I'd probably throw at a 8, maybe?
Yeah, I think 8 is good for New Vegas.
Anyways,
For that episode, the Nagus, though, I would give it a 7.
yeah, I think that's what me and Pagan said.
Yeah. I agree then. It's a 7.
So, episode 12, we're over halfway through season 1. Season 1 only has 20 episodes.
Yep.
So,
Vortex is an interesting one. It actually sets up a lot of interesting concepts throughout the whole series. So, in and of itself, it's an okay episode. However, it is laying a lot of foundational work that gets built up off of later.
yeah. The episode starts off in Quarks, as a lot of episodes do. And, a Miradoran raider docked at the station, which obviously Quark is going to know something about them, because he's probably got some kind of backroom deal going on with them. The Miradoran twins are trying to sell what is probably a stolen object. And, Quark hires an alien from through the wormhole to...
Pagan slurp.
Sorry.
Yeah.
But no, they didn't hire him. We don't know that until later.
Wow.
But
okay, so an alien from through the wormhole comes in to I think I'm just trying to see his name here on the page. No, we don't learn his name yet. Croden.
Yep. He is at Quark's, and Odo keeps noticing that he keeps looking away from him every time that Odo looks over there, and it's making him more suspicious.
Yeah. So when Quark is doing the backroom deal, Croden comes in with a gun. He seems nervous, like, you know, he doesn't want to be in the situation or whatever, but he's trying to steal the thing from the Miradoran twins. Odo is
after Quark had been like, I don't know. Do you have any like proof of sale or authenticity for this? Because there is a rumor that this is stolen, and I don't want to deal in stolen merchandise.
Yeah.
Which makes the Miradorans go, the fuck? What do you mean?
But anyways, a bit of a fight breaks out. One of the glasses turns out to be Odo. They bring in a tray. I've got this image right here. With 5 glasses, and there's only supposed to be 4 people at this meeting, and Quark even says to Rom, 5 glasses for 4 people, you idiot!
Yeah.
Yeah, one of those glasses is Odo spying on them. Croden ends up shooting one of the Miradoran twins and killing him. And Odo arrests Croden, and the other Miradoran twin wants revenge on him because losing a Miradoran twin losing one half of the twins is like half dying yourself. Because the way they look at it is they're one mind and 2 bodies or something like that.
Yeah.
So with one gone, the only reason he exists is to kill this guy now. So Croden, noticing that Odo is a shapeshifter, a changeling, he has this as Odo's questioning him in jail, he's got this necklace that has this shape-shifting stuff inside. And they analyze it to find out that it's part biological, part artificial. And Croden is like, this could be from your people. I've met some of them back in the Gamma Quadrant. I could take you to them if you let me go. I'm just trying to remember the full set of details. Because I know at one point they take him through the wormhole to return him to his planet. Because there's crimes there he's to be judged for.
Yeah. What happens was, they were talking about how somebody like that is obviously on the run from something, or probably did something there. So let's go meet his people and see what they want. And they tell him, hey, we've got this guy named Croden. Here's what. And his planet goes, you have Croden? We want him. He goes, now, bring him over to us. He goes, well, we didn't bring him with you. You said you had him. Well, first he needs to stay on trial and everything. If you purport to respect the wishes and will of other people, then you will give us Croden without words and without thought right now. He's like, okay, we will go get him and expect him on another ship like this one in 3 days. And the guy's like, good. Because apparently Croden is an enemy of the people of that planet.
Yeah.
And on that planet, he will be executed if he goes back there. Which is why he's on the run. And he tells Odo a story about how he was just defending his home, how he used to be a farmer and he would just cut chickens and stuff like that. And he had a knife where he would cut the heads of chickens and things like that. And then he said, imagine my surprise when it was just as easy to cut the heads of the people attacking my family.
Yeah, because he explains at one point in the episode, too, when they come to punish you, they don't kill you, they kill your family. It's like, fuck. But eventually, Odo gives him back the necklace, because it does belong to Croden. And Odo is going to take him back to his planet.
Mm-hmm.
They do a bit of a distraction for the remaining Miradorn twins, so they won't see him go, because the Starfleet runabout isn't going to survive against the Miradorn ship.
There's no way. It's way faster than it is. It has more guns. There's nothing to go with it.
Yeah. But eventually, the Miradorn twin finds out that, hey, Odo took this guy off station through the wormhole. I'm going to go after them so I can kill this guy, because it's the only thing I live for now.
Yeah, well, and the way he found out was because he attacked Quark.
Yeah, he attacked Quark.
Right.
So once the Miradorn twin is on their tail, Croden is like, I can take you to your people who are hiding out in this place I hid out. They're super chill. You'll want to meet them. But it's in this, like, nebula. I think it was a nebula. And there's gassy pockets that explode that is, like, super dangerous. Only I can navigate it. And they get there, and Odo gets pissed off. There are no people here. You lied to me, Croden. And there's something here that Croden really wants, though, and it's revealed to be a stasis chamber that his daughter is in. That he came here to save his daughter. And he asks Odo, drop me off at my planet if you must, but take my daughter somewhere safe. The Miradorn twin is still after them. They go into the gas cloud to hide, and the Miradorn twin follows him in. And then they get out of there as he's about to fire his weapons and blows himself up. Outside the nebula, they happen to run into a Vulcan ship, and rather than taking Croden back to his own planet for execution or imprisonment, he says, hey, I found these 2 survivors. Can you take them back to your planet and give them a place there? And the Vulcan is like, sure. And Odo explains, if Starfleet asks, I'll just say you died in the fight against the Miradorn ship. Yeah. Pretty decent little episode.
This is also after that guy who could have left Odo behind, because Odo gets knocked out.
Yes.
When the asteroid is getting destroyed, because the Miradorn is shelling it. So Odo gets knocked out, and the guy was thinking of leaving Odo, and then he goes back and grabs him and drags him. because he didn't want he wanted to get away. He wanted to save his daughter, and taking Odo would take much longer time. So he's just kind of like, eh.
Oh yeah,
But
there's a nice little moment from Odo. Oh, I'm surprised you rescued me. Don't mention it. I regret it already. And then we get a reversal of that when Odo gets them onto the Vulcan ship. I wasn't expecting of that of you. Thank you for saving me. Yeah, don't mention it. I already regret it.
Yeah. And the important part about this episode is we're first getting the name of Odo's species, changelings. That's what they're called.
Yeah.
We are also getting the bits and pieces about them that they were persecuted. Like everywhere they went, people persecuted them, so they tried to hide away. Very important.
Very paranoid and suspicious of others.
Yeah, suspicious of outsiders.
But that's the thing. This is all still rumor and story too, though, because when Croden's daughter realizes that Odo is a changeling, she's like, "Oh, we've only ever heard stories. We didn't think you were actually real."
Yeah.
Which kind of makes sense for a species that shapeshifts. You wouldn't want your enemies to know that you're a shapeshifter.
Yeah, that you exist. It turns out that the planet that Croden comes from, apparently long ago they massacred all the shapeshifters they could find. So, again, we're getting bits and pieces of what Odo is and what changelings are and everything like that.
I like how we're talking about how they're paranoid and suspicious, and just in chat from Pagan, base changelings. But yeah, decent little episode. I'd say
it's pretty bog standard.
5.
So a 5. Even though we get a lot of foundational stuff for stuff that's later on, it's pretty average.
Yeah.
For Deep Space.
But like we said before, even if the entire season was just 5s across the board, that's still not bad at all. It's still better than a lot of what we're getting today.
Yeah, exactly. Then we get to episode 13.
Battle Lines. Which is
a very... I personally think it's a very good episode. Because it's a heavily Kira-focused episode.
Yeah, and not just that. It's one of those episodes... Star Trek has these episodes every season where it's just like, hey, here's a neat concept, let's play with it. And this is kind of one of those, because the Kai, the religious leader of the Bajorans, visits the space station and wants to see the wormhole, because it's this obviously highly religious thing to them. They probably see it similar to, like, heaven, you know?
Yeah, it's the temple. It's the in Bajoran prophecy. It is the celestial temple.
Yeah.
It is the literal seating place of the gods, who are the prophets. And again, Bajorans have an advantage in that their gods are 100% real. They do exist, and they are incredibly powerful.
So they take her through the wormhole, and while they're on the other side,
she's kind of mournful that she went through, though. It's breathtaking, everything. She loved it. Then she's also sad, and they don't know why she's sad. She's just kind of acting sad.
Yeah, but yeah, she knows what's coming. They receive a distress signal. And they locate it. Originally, they're going to fire a probe at it and come back to it later. But she wants to see it now. Or she said, it's fine if we go check it out now.
And they're like, what do you mean? It's like, prophecy can be vague, Commander. It must be tested. And he's like, what?
So they approach the planet, and they find out there's a satellite network around it, basically encasing it. And one of these satellites, once it detects the runabout, shoots it down. It breaks orbit, or it breaks formation to shoot it down. They land on the planet, and Kaiopaka dies.
Yeah, they crash land on the planet. Like, they slam into it in full force, and Kaiopaka dies in the collision.
Now, I didn't mention this when we watched the episode, but it's absolutely worth bringing up, is the amount of pain and sadness from Kira at seeing her die is fucking amazing. Because that isn't just someone being sad over someone dying. It's like the way she reacts is almost like physical pain. Because it's just that significant to her that her religious leader just died.
Yeah. And she kind of feels like it's her fault because, you know, this is something like, no, she needs to be back on Bajor and everything like that. But she was very like, well, we can listen to the Kai and yeah, let's do this for her and stuff like that. So she feels like responsible that she is one of the people that killed Kaiopaka now. So she is very, very distraught, to say the least.
Yeah. But shortly after that, they're do they find the people settled there?
They get taken.
They get taken. Okay.
Yeah.
And
because they're trying to figure out like what the hell's going on because it crash landed right near them.
Yeah. So they take Cisco, Kira, Bashir, and Kaiopaka's corpse back to.
No, they don't take the corpse. They leave the corpse.
They don't?
Yeah, they leave her out there.
Oh.
And then as they're talking, they get attacked, and a bunch of their people get killed and everything like that. And after the battle, Kaiopaka walks into the cave.
Yeah.
She's fine. She's upright. She's fine. And of course, she's freaked. Everybody's freaked out because Bashir's like, no, she was dead. She was absolutely dead. This is weird.
Even if she wasn't dead, she shouldn't be up and walking around.
Yeah. So they do some scans over and they realize that something is like keeping her alive now. These like nanites inside of her body are like repairing it and bringing her back to life and resuscitating her and everything.
Nanomachines, son.
Yeah. Well, that's when the people there on that planet who got attacked, they tell all the people that died in the attack start standing up because you know they all got killed. And they start standing up and they're like, "Yeah, you can't die on this world. You can't leave either. So we need you to understand how horrible this situation is. Okay, you get to feel and experience all the pain of dying, and then you get brought back to keep living here, where there's no food, there's no water." There's no shelter, really, except these little caves. Like, this place sucks.
It's an endless conflict that's been going for thousands of years. And
between these two people that just hate each other. And they hate each other because they keep fighting each other, so they will never get along.
And they were exiled here by their own planet. Because they're like, okay, these two groups are constantly fighting and killing each other. We're going to make them an example to the rest of our species. And obviously still, thousands of years later, they're still fighting. That's how deep their hatred for one another is. Yes, Rama the meme. I was trying to place where I saw this guy before, so I looked it up. I was like, holy shit, that's Mike from Breaking Bad. Because, yeah, he's a very distinct actor. I can't believe I didn't notice it sooner that it was him.
Yeah.
But the initial plan is, if you guys can stop fighting with each other, we'll evacuate each group to a different planet so you can live out your lives and not have to go through this horrible fighting and dying in a constant loop forever.
Yep.
Bashir gets back to the runabout and does some tests while they're trying to do peace talks, but both sides don't trust each other. They
and it breaks down for stupid and really petty bullshit reasons.
Yeah, because each side thinks they're going to lure the others out to kill them as like a form of treachery or whatever. It's like, oh, you just want to get us all in one place so you can kill us. Like, dude, you're gonna die 1,000 times anyways if you don't. It doesn't fucking matter.
Well, I could see it. I could see it as because you can't do anything while your body is being revived. So they could literally like lock you into a thing where you will never die because you can't. The vending machines won't let you. But you're like stuck in a thing where only your eyes can see out or something. You know, fate's worse than death.
I guess, yeah. But point is, the peace talks break down and they start fighting. Julian comes out of the ship, out of the runabout after having done a scan on the nanites. And he sees Cisco is about to get attacked by one of these guys. So Julian dives at him and knocks him out of the way of the weapon, saving him. I just found out. We can't afford to die here, not even once. Yep. So after the battle, everyone's dead. Everyone who is dead eventually gets back up and just starts going off their own ways, which is a little funny.
While this is happening, though, Kira has been yelling at the tribe that they were with the entire time. And how they didn't have scouts, and you didn't have traps and set up, and you didn't have advanced warning. There's nothing.
You don't have guards at the entrance.
Yeah. Well, they explained, like, when you no longer fear death, all that stuff becomes meaningless. Like, we used to take better care of ourselves, but it didn't matter. Like, nothing matters anymore. And Kira kept doing that, and Kaiopaka kept saying, Kira, this is not your war. These are not your people. And Kaiopaka was slowly breaking down that Kira loves violence. She loved it. She loved being in a war with Cardassia. She loved being in the Resistance and the bombings and everything.
Because it's pretty much all she's ever known.
Yeah. So she's like happy and excited to be here. And that's the thing, like, Kira's like, no, I don't want you to get the wrong impression of me. And Kaiopaka's like, that's who you are. You need to embrace it. How else are you ever going to forgive yourself? How else are you ever going to get better if you don't embrace the darker aspects of your nature and realize that you have to change it? So Kaiopaka this entire time has been holding Kira and let Kira literally break down in her arms, like crying and stuff like that, realizing that Kira's entire life, her entire self-image of herself was of a murderous terrorist that she just wanted to kill. Yeah. The great moment of, and also great character development for Kira as well, of her, of starting to temper that hot-headed anger that she showed in episode 1 and 2.
Yeah. Anyways, Bashir explains to Cisco and the rest of the crew that the nanites only work on the planet, and if you were to leave this planet, you would die. Because you become dependent on them after you've already died.
Yeah, they literally take over all body functions. It's how they can live without food and water and everything like that. It takes over literally everything.
Yeah.
You're fully dependent on them. However, the nanites were also programmed that if they ever leave this environment, this atmosphere, they will stop working. So it's a literal prison that can never be escaped.
Yeah. And since Kaiopaka died here, that means she can't leave here either. But that also works out because she's decided to stay anyways because she believes these people need her. That she could solve the fighting among them.
Because it was the prophecy. She knew the prophets had called to her, and she answered. This is what she was called to do. It will be her that will bring the faith of the prophets to these people and teach them what she knows and stop put an end to the violence once and for all.
And meanwhile, Dax and O'Brien are trying to find a way to get them off the planet, and they launch a probe which distracts one of the satellites, and O'Brien is able to beam out Cisco, Kira, and Bashir.
Yeah. Well, at first, Bashir said that he could actually find a way to disable these nanites so these people could actually die.
Yeah, that's a good moment,
And,
too, because it's like, you would all like that, wouldn't you, to be permanently put out of this misery.
And the guy said yes, but then not so that they can stop the suffering. But he's like, your ability to disable the nanites would be the ultimate weapon. We could finally end this war and execute every single one of them, and they would never return. And that's why. And then Bashir was like, "No, okay, I'm fucking disgusted with you. I'm not even gonna try to do it."
Yeah. Which just goes to show how much work Kaiopaka has to save these people.
Yep.
You've been given a potential way out, and the only thing you want to do with it is use it as a weapon against your enemies, rather than bringing a form of peace to everyone.
Yep.
So yeah, O'Brien beams out Cisco, Kira, and O'Brien. I knew I was gonna fuck that up. Bashir. And that is Battle Lines.
Yep, and again, it's Opaka. The tribe gets under attack, and Opaka is there. She's all peaceful because she knows that if she dies, she'll just come back. So she has made peace with that, and she's going to teach them the ways of the prophets now. Shows you what kind of person she was, because she legitimately said when she saw the prophecy, she wondered if she would be a coward and flinch away from it, or if she would stand and face her fears. And by telling them to go investigate the thing, she knew she was signing her death warrant. So, yeah. So she proved to herself that she had the conviction and moral character that she would stand up for what she believed. Yeah, good episode. Kind of a bottle episode, but that's kind of the point. They didn't need a lot of special effects or anything like that. It was pretty low budget episode. I'd say a 6, honestly. I think it was a great episode. Especially, again, it sets Kira on a new path, makes her realize that she's not the resistance cell anymore. It's not about killing and murder or anything anymore. It is times have changed. She needs to change with it. She needs to become a better person.
Yeah, I'd say 6.5 personally.
What about you, Pagan? What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's about a 6.
All right, then we get to episode
the Storyteller.
14. This is a pretty weak episode. Honestly, there is
rather than going back and forth between the A plot and the B plot, let's just tackle them individually. I think it's easier doing it that way.
Okay. A plot, Bashir and Julian are asked to help a village that says they're in dire need from something. They don't know what. So they go down to the village, and the old man, the elder of the village, is dying, and people say, you need to save him because if he dies, we all die. And they're like, what? Well, a monster attacks the village, and the old man stands up and tells the story about the Dao Rock and how the Dao Rock hates the village. But the village is strong, the village is united, and through its unity, this damages and harms the Dao Rock. And so this giant monster cloud thing, through the unity of the village sends these weird lights through their own unity, their own defiance, into the sky, and it pierces the Dao Rock and it pushes it away. It's like, and the Dao Rock will be back, and it'll be back, and it'll be back.
Yeah, it happens for 5 days every year, I believe it is.
Yeah.
And this is pretty much smack in the middle of the 5 days that's happening this year.
Yep.
So
they need help. And then they're like, Julian and O'Brien are like, the fuck, did you see that? What was that? Nothing showed up on our scanners or anything. Well, clearly something happened because the town wouldn't have gotten damage. This damage didn't come from nowhere. So yeah, they just couldn't figure out what was going on. And well, the elder shooed away his assistant and looked at Julian and said, no, you're not the one, and then grabbed O'Brien's hand and said, yes, you're the one. The prophet sent you. You will be the new teller. Or what I forget what he calls them.
Let me see if I could find the
something arc or whatever.
Syrah.
The Syrah. Okay, yeah. So yeah, so now O'Brien is set to be the new Syrah. Well, he doesn't want to be the new Syrah. But the people of the village are like giving him gifts, and they even try to give him a wife or a girlfriend or a concubine. And
They want
like,
him to bless their children.
Yeah, they're like, no, I'm not staying here. I'm not. So he tries to say that I have a wife and child back on the station. Well, you should call for them. Why? So they can live here with you at the village. You have to be here because someone has to tell the story, and the Syrah is the one that tells the story. Well, as it turns out that the Syrah, who dies, the old man dies, he was doing this to punish the assistant because the assistant fucked up the story and got people hurt. So he was doing this to punish the assistant, which then now O'Brien has to tell the story. O'Brien tries to tell the story, fucks it up hardcore, like awful. The village starts getting damaged.
Well,
and
we're missing a key detail in there. The assistant,
how the assistant tries to kill him.
Yeah, the assistant tries to kill O'Brien for being named a Syrah, because it's like, O'Brien has been saying the whole time he doesn't want to be. Just fucking step up and say, hey, I can do it instead.
Yeah, and you have been in the room multiple times when O'Brien's been like, I don't want it. I don't want to be the Syrah.
Yeah. But he tries to kill him anyways. It takes both Julian and O'Brien to fight him off.
Mm-hmm. Well,
and that's when we get the explanation is, oh, the Syrah was doing it to punish me for fucking up.
Yeah.
It's
and
like, okay,
the Dal'Rok only exists.
If this didn't happen, if O'Brien just went with it, then it's just like, you just signed away this random dude's entire life to defending this village from fucking space jizz.
Yeah.
Like, it's just such a dick move all the way around. Like, all the people believe that O'Brien is this important savior person. You know, he's got almost sort of a moral obligation to protect these people now, or they'll all die. It's like, fuck, who's gonna want to live with that on their conscience?
Exactly. Yeah. Also, GC Dynamo, yes, we've heard that Fallout New Vegas 2 is potentially in the works. That's the rumor. I'm hoping it's a code word thing, like, the project is Fallout New Vegas 2. It's New Vegas 2. It's not actually New Vegas 2. I really hope it's just an Obsidian Fallout game.
New Vegas 2 is probably easier for people to understand than Obsidian Fallout game. Because most people are going to be more familiar with, oh hey, New Vegas was the good one, rather than, oh yeah, Obsidian is the one who made New Vegas.
Yeah. So, hopefully, hopefully I'm hoping it's a code word or something like that for it, because, yeah, that makes more sense.
I'm treating it as nothing more than pure rumor at this point. Until there's something more solid, it's just nothing as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, same. I don't think they would be dumb enough to make a New Vegas 2 anyways. Like, you know what I mean?
Hopefully.
Yeah. So anyways, it's also revealed that the Syrah created the Dal'Rok in the first place because this village was constantly fighting and bickering amongst itself. So they created the Dal'Rok, and then they created a story to go with it.
Yeah,
so that they could unify the village.
Yeah, it's basically the energy of unity is what defeats the space jizz.
Guys, all the talent left Obsidian. No, it didn't. Just look at Outer Worlds. Okay, that's your proof. It didn't leave it. And don't get too excited. Well, you shouldn't get too excited anyways, but no, the talent didn't leave and Outer Worlds was fine. I think there's a lot of really shit takes on Outer Worlds. Really badly.
And when I say space jizz, I'm not fucking joking.
Yeah, we literally mean it's a giant thing of space jizz. We're not kidding.
So,
yeah, there you go.
O'Brien is now the Syrah, and he has to tell this story, but he's fucking it up. And
Julian's like, because he's not the Syrah, you are!
Yeah, the assistant who should have done it in the first place is told by Julie and Bashir, hey, you should be doing this. You're the one who knows it. You can save your reputation. And
Hark! A new voice comes to tell the story! It's like, oh god, yes. Fine, whatever, get it over with.
So yeah, that half of the episode, pretty fucking meh.
Yeah, I agree with that, Rama. Rama's like, that's the problem, it was fine. Not great like New Vegas. Yeah.
It reminds me of what you were saying before, Setch, of the sushi maker who was a master, and the son who made sushi just as good wasn't looked upon as favorably.
Yes.
Because it wasn't better.
That's Jiro. He is literally the greatest sushi maker in the entire world. And the guys, he's old. He's old as hell now. He will die or retire at some point, and his son will have to take over. And the guys who have been doing it said that his father made such an impact that unless he makes sushi twice as good as his own father, he will be looked at as inferior. That's how much of an impact and how influential Jiro is with his sushi. And that's a terrible burden. And so it's the same thing as like, because Outer Worlds is just fine, people think it's like horrible, disastrous because New Vegas was so good. It's like, yeah, but Outer Worlds is fine. Outer Worlds is like a 6 out of 10 game.
I really need to get through Outer Worlds. I need to stream it so we can start covering Outer Worlds videos. Because I'm sure there's a lot of shit takes out there on it.
There absolutely are.
Anyways, the other half of this episode is there's a territory dispute between two groups on Bajor who this dispute could lead to a civil war.
Yep, the Paku and the Navat.
Yes. So, the leader of the one group is like an adult man. It's nothing special there. The leader of the second group is a 15-year-old girl, because her father died under Cardassian occupation.
Yeah.
And she's left in charge now, and she thinks, don't back down, don't, you always hold your ground, never give up, blah, 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 blah. The reason there's a dispute is that a treaty was drawn up ages ago that such and such a river between the two lands would be the border for their lands. Well, during the Cardassian occupation, they redirected the river so it would be more useful to them in its new location. So this changes the border between these two groups, obviously resulting in one group losing land and the other gaining it. Well,
yeah, and a lot of land too. Not like they didn't move it by like a couple yards. It was kilometers.
Yeah.
That's a lot of land.
So, being a young girl and, Jake and Nog are young boys, they took interest in her. Well, I shouldn't say young, because it's not like young, they're teens.
Yeah, they're teens. They're obviously going through the hormone phases. So obviously, even Odo calls them out on it constantly. You like standing here watching at all the girls leaving the shuttles and like, so? It's like, yeah, we know what you're doing. Stop it.
Anyways, so Nog and Jake try to give her advice with this, because they don't know that she's dealing with the land dispute. They think she's just a girl's troubles that they're trying to help out with.
Yeah.
And Jake constantly refers to his father, how much he trusts him and all that he's a good leader, he's a good man. And Nog is like, well, obviously he's a Ferengi, so he's like, if they have something you want, maybe you can bargain with them. Is there anything they have that you want?
Yeah, it's teaching the basic concepts of compromise and opportunity and stuff. It's really just like, it's not awful, but
it's very basic.
Yeah.
But anyways, after days of trying to do these negotiations, she takes both Jake and Nog's advice. She talks to Cisco, who, she says some pretty dumb things in this conversation. But
yeah, you can't lose by saying no. You want to bet?
Yeah.
Like, that is a stupid thing to say.
But she talks to Commander Cisco, and she sort of works it out with him, and she goes with what Nog suggested, the trade, and that's that story resolved. Yep. So, a pretty weak episode overall, but not bad.
I'd say a 4 out of 10. It's subpar, but it's not like awful.
Yeah, 4 was what I was leaning towards too.
Like the Sarah plot does drag things down a lot. It's just kind of like Okay. What about you, Pagan? What do you think about the storyteller?
I like it.
What would you give it?
Probably a 7 or an 8. I really like that one.
Ah, interesting. The next one is the one that I really, really like.
Progress?
I think this might be my second best of the entire season.
Really? Even over the Nagus?
I love the Nagus. It'd be the Nagus and this would be fighting for that spot. Easy.
Yeah.
So, Progress is a pretty in the fields kind of thing for a lot of it. The B plot is that Nog overhears that his uncle has 5,000 rapages of Yemek sauce. And he's like, wow, that's a lot of Yemek sauce. And he's like, Jake, you know that feeling when you get a tingling in the lobes? I think I sense opportunity. Because his father and his uncle want to get rid of all this Yemek sauce. They're like, fucking idiot. No, we don't have Cardassians here. And Cardassians are the only ones who can stomach that swill. Like, what the hell is wrong with you? I guess let's just get through the A plot. The B plot real quick, because the A plot I want to focus on real hard.
I think that'll be the easiest way to do this going forward, unless the A and B plot intertwine, like in the final episode. We should just split them the way we did with the last episode. Just do A plot, do B plot, rather than going through the episode chronologically.
Yeah. So, he hears about the rapages about it, and so he's like, okay, well, here's what we're going to do. There is a Lucipian trader. We're going to go talk to the trader, Jake, and then he's going to say, hey, we would like 5 bars of gold-pressed latinum for these 5,000 rapages. He's like, I don't have latinum on me. However, I will do it in trade. Nog doesn't want to do the trades, but Jake says, hang on a second, we might get something better, or we might get something more valuable, or something easier for us to trade to more people. So he goes, I have 100 gross of self-sealing stem bolts, and I will trade you this for your 5,000 rapages of Yemek sauce. So after discussing it over, they agree. Now they have 100 gross of self-sealing stem bolts. And they try to trick O'Brien into telling them what it is, but O'Brien doesn't know what it is. And they're like, how'd you know it was self-sealing stem bolts? He's like, well, I read the manifest here. He's like, damn. Well, then they realize, well, wait a minute. The Lucipians said that this stuff was for a client who didn't want to, who couldn't pay for it. So what if we contact the client and try to sell it to him for a discount? Well, the client, they contact him, not in a very good connection. The client says, I can't afford to pay for 100 gross self-sealing stem bolts. It's too much. And he's trying to go low. He's like, 5 bars of latinum, 4 bars, 3 bars. Like, he is desperate to get latinum. He says, no, but what if I interest you in some land? Well, Nog doesn't want it because it's just dirt. How dare you? And I'm like, you know, to anyone that knows anything, land is very valuable. That is something that doesn't lose its value either. You always want land. So now Nog and Jake now own land. It's in their names. It's on the Jano Consortium, I think is what they called it. or the No-J Consortium. That's what they quickly nicknamed themselves. And, well, it turns out the Bajorans are trying to build this big complex, and they need to buy the land. The other 4 people sold their land, but this last one is a holdout, and they can't get a hold of them, and they need this land. It is important. Because, trust me, if the government builds on that land, and then someone says, hey, you never paid me for that, do you know how much you can hold someone ransom for violating a land contract? Oh my God. So the government is trying everything it can to get this land. They're like, we need to find these people. We need to buy this land. Well, Odo's like, yeah, I figured I would talk with you, Quark, about it because you know things going on. He's like, no, I've never heard of the No-J Consortium, but I will find out. And then Nog runs up to his uncle and is like, Uncle, I've got an opportunity for you, and all it will cost you is 5 gold bars of latinum. And then the Quark puts it together. Wait, no J, as in Nog, Jake? And they're both like nodding their heads, and he's like, nephew. Because Quark knows that, hey, I give 5 bars of gold pressed latinum to my nephew. I get 700 gold bars from the fucking Bajoran. So that works out. It's literally like the plot of Slumdog Millionaire. Now, the A plot. Which I like the B plot. I thought the B plot was interesting. A plot is where it's happening at. So the episode is called Progress because the Bajorans are trying to get their energy infrastructure off the ground. They're literally trying to progress. After their planet had been ravaged and raped, they are trying to get back on their own feet. And part of that will be tapping the core of one of their moons energy to hundreds of thousands of homes. So to do that, though, they need to evacuate everybody from the moon. Nobody can be there. Well, as Kira and Dax are doing a survey of the moon, they realize that there's somebody down there. There's 3 life forms still on the moon. They're like, is it just a survey team? No, survey team's not in this hemisphere. Like, okay, well, we'll go down there and see what it is. Kira beams down, and she gets confronted by 2 Bajorans holding farm implements, and they look like they're going to attack her. And a third guy who's in a house comes out and he says, they don't like uniforms and stuff like that. And she's like, well, okay, can you tell him to back down? Can I come in? And he starts talking about how, like, he doesn't like uniforms either, and he's going to go shut the door. She puts her arm and foot in the door so that he can't. And he's like, listen, I need to talk with you and stuff like that. And, my father always said that if you did this for your roots, they'll actually grow much stronger, twice as large. He's like, really? You were a farmer too? No, but if I don't get on your good side, I feel like my arm's going to fall off. And so he then laughs and he says, you know what, a pretty girl like you shouldn't leave on an empty stomach. Why don't you come inside and we'll have dinner? This whole episode is dealing with a person who has made a life for himself with the help of no one else, who has offered his shelter to 2 people who were brutally victimized by the Cardassians. The Cardassians literally cut these people's tongues out, by the way. The old man's the only one that can speak. The other 2 have been brutalized and they can't speak anymore. He says point blank, the Cardassians made sure of that. And they're telling him, the Bajoran government is telling him, we thank you for what you've done. Now get out of here so we can destroy everything. And he doesn't want to go. He resists. He tells stories about how he tamed this place by himself. He shows that there's a kiln that he's slowly trying to build, and he wants to get that kiln done. And he tells Major Kira, if you take me from here, I'll die. This is my home. This is my life. This is where I belong. I will live here. I will die here. That's what I want. Kira obviously doesn't want these 3 people to commit suicide, doesn't want the Bajoran government to have killed these 3 innocent people. So she decides to stay with him to try to convince him, while the Bajoran government is getting more and more and more upset. And it gets to the point where Cisco shows up, it gets to the point where Major Kira has to call in Bajoran reinforcements to come and like, listen, the people are probably out in the fields. If they are, don't take them by force. They don't like uniforms. They've been brutalized. They are victims of the Cardassians. Do not take them by force. Just go into their houses, pack some clothes for them, and we will teleport them off of this planet. So they go to do that, and the two other people attack them. They actually stab one guy with one of the farming implements. So they're holding him basically in cuffs, and they're like manhandling him, and the old man realizes, and he snaps. He has a PTSD moment, snaps, and screams, "Let her go!" And he jumps at a guy, and he starts trying to beat him to death. The other guy shoots him. So now the old man is bleeding to death. They get the two of the ones from the farmhands, they get them off the planet. But now the old man is there. They're trying to get him to leave the planet now that he's been shot and wounded. So Kira decides to take care of him until he's stable enough to move. Julian Bashir tries to get him to come to the station, but he refuses. Kira starts to really like this guy. She even tells him a story about how they beat the Cardassians by holding on like fanatics. And he takes that to heart. He's like, well, then I'll hold on like a fanatic. So Benjamin Sisko shows up and he's like, listen, I'm not here for you. I'm here for her. I'm here for my first officer. She is literally throwing her entire career, her entire life away because of you. And I need her to understand that she will have to make a decision one way or the other, and she will have to live with that decision forever.
I also really like the brief interaction Cisco has with this guy. And as soon as he's out of earshot, Cisco says to Kira, I can see why you like him.
Yeah. Because the old man is stubborn. As Kira put it, an old, gnarly, ugly old tree that just refuses to die and then takes the life out of everything else. Well, Kira starts helping him build his kiln, and she's trying to convince him to leave, He finally places the last brick on the kiln, and he's like, huh, I never thought I'd finish this. Well, nothing to do now but to fire it up. So he lights the kiln, and while he's lighting the kiln, Kira walks inside of his house, and he turns around and sees her, and Kira throws out a bag of clothing and everything like that she's already packed for him. And he's like, what's that? He goes, that's for you. Then she pulls out her phaser and she blasts the kiln apart. Then she takes a pike, sticks it into the coals, takes it over to his house, and lights his house on fire.
Because he said to her, as long as that cabin still stands, I will not go.
Yeah, I will not leave. As long as that's here, I am here.
And
he says, what are you doing? She's like, I'm saving your life. And he says, you know what? If you are truly my friend, take that phaser out and use it on me right now. And she goes, no. And then finally, she beams him up to the runabout with her. She declares it. She's like, runabout, 2 to beam up. But the part of this episode that's really good is when Kira is talking to Commander Cisco, and Cisco says, Kira, you're in uniform now. You are on the other side. Because you need to understand you're on the other side. And how does it feel being on the other side? Because she was always the one getting pushed around by people in suits. Now she's a person in a suit pushing someone else around, the little guy around. And Kira breaks down. And she starts crying, and she says, it's awful. But she knows she has to, because it's one stubborn old man's life over the lives of hundreds of thousands of Bajorans.
Yeah.
And nobody is important enough to have that in their favor. Nobody.
I also want to grab the super chat because it came in a while ago. $2 from Scoopmeister. Thank you. Given today's practices, I'll take fine over shit. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's something I wanted to point out in an earlier episode, too. I pointed this out while we were watching it, but one of the scenes where Odo is spying on people, they make the effort in the episode to show a rat entering the storage room where the Klingon sisters are bargaining with the Bajoran terrorist. And once they're out of... once they leave, the rat shapeshifts into Odo. If that was written in the modern day, he would be an inanimate object that was already in there. They take
he'd be one of the barrels or something,
Yeah, and the difference being is, how would he know they were meeting there if he wasn't tracking them? And that's the kind of detail they put into this show. Odo is the bag the Cardassians put into their ship. That's how he got in there. Odo is
the fifth glass.
He's the fifth glass, yes.
Again, they put so much care and attention to detail into this. Like, Odo doesn't know where they're going to meet. How would he know to be a random object in that room where they were meeting? No, instead, he's a random, pest. He's a rodent that's wandering around. He's just following the He's following the Klingons because they wouldn't suspect, that's just a fucking rat. Who cares? And if it followed us into the storage room, maybe it's going to go eat something. Who gives a shit? And no, it's just so he could listen in on the conversation.
Yeah. But anyways, this episode, Progress with the old guy, really good episode.
Yeah, I'd say this is a 7 out of 10 for me.
Easy.
I was going to say it's like a 9.
A Deep Space Nine?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this was... other than, the other one, this was probably one of my favorites. It was definitely my second best favorite. One of the only other ones that made me cry besides the other one.
Yeah, besides the one we're coming up to. Not next, but we're getting there.
Yeah, soon.
Oh, yeah, we're getting close.
Yeah. So 7 from me and Cree and a 9 from Pagan. All right. Episode 16, If Wishes Were Horses.
Oh, boy.
This is just kind of a fun episode, just in general. It's all about just amusement. This is very much not it doesn't really progress anything. It does do one thing, though. It gives Cisco the baseball. The baseball.
Yep. This should be a pretty quick one to get through, I think.
So the basic plot summary of this is that people's imaginations are becoming real. Whatever you imagine comes true. So because O'Brien was imagining telling his daughter a story about Rumpelstiltskin, he conjured Rumpelstiltskin into existence with all the powers Rumpelstiltskin has. And he looked at him and he's like, don't say my name. I don't like the sound of it, And then he goes, Rumpelstiltskin. And then the little dwarf's like, ugh. He goes, now, you didn't think that would actually work and I would stamp my feet and split in half, did you? I learned my lesson about that back in the kingdom.
But he constantly pesters O'Brien throughout the episode, and it's just kind of amusing. He keeps appearing behind O'Brien and just playing these dirty little tricks, basically.
Yeah, pushing buttons on the command consoles when, Brian even slaps his hand once. He's like, hey, stop that.
Jake...
Then Bashir... Well, it gets to Bashir first. We have...
I was going to save that one for last.
Oh, okay.
Jake returns to him and his father's quarters with their favorite baseball player who walked out of the holodeck or holosuite
with him.
Like, hey, that shouldn't be possible. How did he exit the holosuite? They were just playing baseball, and now he's walking around the ship. What the fuck?
Yep.
And as Cetra's gonna say, Bashir.
And
What
Bashir.
What in the world is Bashir going to conjure up with his imagination?
So, chat, with everything we've told you about Bashir already, what do you possibly think Bashir's imagination would conjure up for him?
An absurdly fucking horny version of Dax.
Yeah, a bimbo. A literally bimbo Dax. An airheaded, can't think of anything that just wants to, let's bang right now, Julian.
The surprising thing is, when she first starts coming on to him, he's like freaked out and like, hey, something's wrong here.
Yeah, something's wrong with you. Are you sick? Am I sick? Is something going around?
I'm glad they were smart enough in that, like, to write him to be concerned rather than just going with it immediately.
Yeah,
I mean,
and then
but
when
then he does immediately then go into, who cares? Let's get into it.
Because he doesn't see anything wrong with her. He doesn't see anything wrong in the tricorder, with him, with her, in the atmosphere. And he goes, she's like, why are you resisting this? He's like, yeah, why am I resisting this?
Well, the fact that he has that moment of checking is, like, already a step up for Bashir in Season 1.
Yeah, thank God he actually checked. But then the real Jadzia gets to see Bimbo Jadzia.
And they start fighting.
Yes. But Jadzia also apologizes to Bashir. She's like, Bashir, you don't need to apologize to me. Every man has had those fantasies. Every woman has had those fantasies. Okay? Honestly, I feel sorry for you because we're getting a in-depth and close and personal look into your private life right now. It's like, that would be horrible. And again, the reason he conjured her up was because he was going to sleep. And of course he was having fucking horny dreams because it's fucking Julian Bashir.
I like how she, like, you know, she's trying to play it down and then be like, oh, you know, it's actually worse for you than it is for us, you know, to see that and stuff. And then, you know, it seems like it's all over and done with. And then she's like, so is that what you think of me? Which immediately starts it back up again. And then it goes out. And then, like, they start getting into a fight.
Well, you see, he could never go for a cold, dead fish like you. A cold, dead fish like me? Well, better than being a harlot. I'm not a harlot. No. It's like, oh, no.
How the fuck would you even react to one of your friends imagining you as just, like, a mega slut?
Oh, God, I'd be like, wow, okay.
Yeah, I'd be freaked out about that.
You know, if you wanted to give it a suck, you just had to ask.
Anyways, so obviously with all this weird shit going on, there's snow on the promenade. All the guests at Quark's are winning over and over and over again at Dabo and not losing at all.
Quark doesn't realize.
Yeah, Quark doesn't realize.
Odo is laughing his ass off, though, and he's like, well, your clients are actually taking you to the poorhouse where you're walking around with 2 trollops. And he's like, what? What do you mean? Do you think any of them imagine themselves losing? And he looks over at the double table and he's like, what? No! And he runs over and he's like, no, lose! 1 cross, 2 cross, anything, just lose!
But Quark also questions Odo like, oh, you haven't manifested anything. You don't have an imagination. And then...
He goes, whoa, imagination is a waste of time when you don't need it. And he goes, huh, of course you would say that. The man who doesn't have one. Well, and then after Quark gets done blustering and leaves the security office, all of a sudden, Odo turns and looks over on the monitor, and there's a Quark screaming in a cell, and he turns on the sound, and he's like, Quark! Odo! I demand to be let out of here! Well, how'd you get in there? How do you think I got in here? You put me in here! Huh, so I did. And then he turns the mute button on while the Quark in the cell's going, Odo! Odo! He's like, huh, no imagination indeed.
Yeah, that was great. I fucking love that bit.
Again, this is something we'll say over and over and over again. Quark and Odo's relationship is one of the best in the entire series. It is great.
It really, truly is. So while this is all happening, though, they're trying to figure out. They're like, okay, so this isn't a holosuite thing. What's going on? Then Jadzia goes, well, what if it's a subspace like tear or something? So they start looking into. They start investigating and everything. And they're like, yeah, sure enough, we found a subspace tear. And it's getting bigger, and it's the same kind of situation that destroyed the Vulcans and this entire star system before. Things are getting worse. What if we do a triphasic torpedo thing? Okay, well, we can do that. And the whole time they're doing this, the imagination figments are trying to like distract them and do things or ask them things. But the imagination figments are also talking to each other like, why would mine conjure the image of a dwarf goblin thing that terrifies him? Well, why would mine conjure a beautiful woman that wants to sleep with him and then deny it the whole time? He goes, well, I think I made a connection with mine, the ball player says. I'm like, well, should we just end the experiment now? I'm just like, no, it ain't over till it's over.
And the baseball player talks to Cisco, and Cisco does have a genuine conversation with him. Like, I've seen all of your games. You're the best player in the league until they screwed you over.
Yeah, until they literally shut down the league because of low viewership. There's like only 300 people showed up to our final game. Did you know that? And he goes, 301 in my viewings. He's like, I heard you cheering from the stands. Damn. It's like, that's emotional for sure. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
But yeah, the situation's getting worse. They try to launch the torpedo into this new tear because now it's large enough they can see it. The torpedo goes off and it starts to collapse, but then it starts collapsing unevenly, which causes subspace ripples, which starts shaking and violently rattling the station and causing damage. And they're even getting to the point where they're trying to evacuate the station and there are like plasma fires and stuff like that happening, but it turns out they're in people's heads. And then that's when Cisco realized what's going on. He's like, wait a minute. That thing out there isn't real. And they're like, what do you mean? He's like, think about it. When we were doing all this, you said that what we might be dealing with is a subspace tear. And then you found it because you thought about it. That's what you were trying to find. And he starts going, there is no subspace tear. I'm like, there is no subspace tear. And everybody has to believe it. We all have to believe it in this room that there is no subspace tear. So he's like, okay. And it's like, are you still getting any shaking? Like the whole station's shaking still. I'm like, yes, sir. Yes, sir. There's tons of shaking. Major, there is no shaking. There is no shaking. And all of a sudden the shaking stops. And they start realizing what's happening, and they turn and look at each of their figments of their imagination, and then they just go away. All the figments vanish.
Yep, Rumpelstiltskin disappears. Fake Dax is injured, and Bashir's trying to treat her, and she disappears. And then Cisco goes into his office, and the ball player is in there. Yep. And they talk a little bit, and the ball player reveals, yeah, we're actually creatures from the other side of the wormhole. We didn't know what you were, so we were testing you to see how you would react to
a first contact with us. Because we didn't know this thing of yours, this imagination. It was curious to us, so we wanted to see what it was. And he was talking about how interesting imagination is and everything like that these people have. And he was like, you know what? I never would have thought of it, but I'm beginning to. And he talks about how it'd be great if they could meet each other again and everything. Very, very good episode, honestly. I'd give it a 6.
Yeah.
Because again, it's setting up more of the characterization of who Cisco is. It's setting up the thankfully Bashir is getting a bit better, but
I also like this comment in chat. Rumpelstiltskin, that son of a bitch.
yeah.
And
$2 super chat from Scoopmeister. Thank you very much.
thank you.
It's an Eye of Terror. Quick, get the Astartes. 40K can't save you now. Yeah. So I very much I like it. I think it's a pretty good episode, honestly. Again, it's the connections that get made, and the way that this alien species is trying to explore the universe. That they wanted to see people's like what this whole imagination thing was, and how different people imagine things. And the ball player finds Cisco to be the most fascinating, because he even says himself, "Mine has shown a weird like love for this ball player that died 200 years before he was even born." So, yeah. Very, very, very interesting episode to me.
Yeah. Now
Okay.
we've got episode 17, The Forsaken.
Yeah. Which, this is the episode that redeems Lwaxana Troy. Absolutely. But I will pause that for a moment because I gotta go to the bathroom.
Alrighty then. How you doing, chat? How you doing, chat? You doing well? I'm doing well. How are you, Pagan?
Oh my god.
What?
Oh, ooh, Jesus. Dem sent me something. It's a meme, but the last image is that's spicy.
Maybe don't mention it on stream then, because they'll want to see.
Yeah, no. I don't even know if I could share this with you.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know if even you would want to see this.
Damn, Deep Space Nine is so good. It really is. Yeah, I can't wait to get into season 2 with these guys.
Yeah, I'm super looking forward to seeing season 2 of this show. I'm so into it now. I don't really know what to say right now, because I don't want to go on without Setch, but, you know. Yeah. Yeah, I would say that was a 6 as well. Maybe a 7.
Oh, you think more of it than I do. I thought it was a pretty decent episode. I didn't think it was necessarily that good.
Yeah, okay, maybe a 6 is probably more appropriate.
I have spent the last 6 hours confused. Well, we did warn everyone to watch Deep Space Nine that we would be covering it.
Yeah.
And hopefully we're explaining things clearly enough that you don't need much more than that. Hopefully.
Actually, I'm just gonna send this to you so you can see what I was talking about, and don't say anything.
All right.
When you see it, just you'll get why.
Huh.
And there's a bunch. There's a bunch of these memes of this image.
Yeah, that's... A review like that with still images takes me back to the confused Matthew days. I'm not sure who that is. Yeah, I should have probably prepared to have clips of the episodes playing in the background for this. I kind of regret not doing that, but it's not really all that necessary because we are just talking about the show and describing everything that we feel is necessary to cover it. But yeah, we've got 4 episodes left to cover. The Forsaken, Dramatis Personae, Duet, and In the Hands of the Prophets. Which, yeah. A pretty good episode, a really good episode, a decent episode, and a kind of weird but alright episode. Not in that order. Yes, lizards are mega cringe, cold-blooded bastards. Now that such is gone, I must say that lizards are cringe. Don't let them hear you say that.
God, I'm trying to remember the episode. Fuck, which one was it?
All right, I'm back.
Fuck, I
welcome
can't
back.
remember. I don't think we covered it yet, but I don't remember.
What?
I don't know. That's the thing. I had it in my head just a second ago.
The episode where everyone's fighting?
No, it was one of the ones I would consider like not great.
Well, there's only 4 episodes left.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
There's the one where Odo is stuck in the lift. There's the one where everyone's fighting. Duet. And then there's the final episode with the school being blown up and the murder mystery.
Right. Yeah, the one about everyone fighting. That's what it is. Yeah. That's it. That's what.
Yeah,
it
that
was.
episode was kind of meh.
Yeah, I didn't really care for that episode.
The one where what?
The one where everyone's fighting?
Yeah, where they're like plotting against each other and.
Oh yeah, that's next.
Yeah.
Well, that's after the current one, which is The Forsaken.
Yeah. So this one, again, the A plot and the B plot kind of work together with each other. So, we'll have to go through this one together. A plot is that there's a bunch of Federation personnel, ambassadors and everything that are now on the station, and that Julian Bashir has been chosen as the man who will keep the ambassadors happy while they are on Deep Space Nine. And more importantly, away from Cisco, because Cisco doesn't want to deal with ambassadors. And Julian Bashir finds out why, because all the ambassadors are constantly complaining and nothing is ever good enough. Like the one ambassador's quarters aren't big enough, so she demands bigger quarters. Then the Vulcan ambassador talks about how he doesn't want to just go to sleep. He wants to work. He came to work and see things and experience things. And the other ambassador talking about how, like, I am sure Commander Cisco would welcome my feedback. Oh, like the freighter captain welcomed your feedback? He was happy to hear from me. And, oh, God. Then we hear Luxana Choi scream out that her brooch has been stolen. Her, it was a hair comb / brooch, I think? It was a, like, combo thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was a latinum laced one, which means it's ludicrously valuable. Because when you find out how much latinum is worth for the amount of what it is, oh my god, that would be insanely valuable.
Yeah, it's also been passed down her family for generations.
Yeah, so Luxana Troy says that somebody here stole it, and Quark says that, I'm sorry, man, we can't help you. He's like, you need to read the print above the door, where it says that any misplaced goods, things like that. And Julian looks at the plate, and it's this tiny writing. He's like, who the hell is going to read that? Nobody can see that. He's like, I'm sorry, but those are the rules. And then Luxana Troy immediately reaches over, grabs him by the ear, and he starts going, because she's getting right where it hurts. It's like, my ears! And he's like, that's right, you little troll, and I know exactly how they hurt. Now, I am the bloody blah beta Z of the House of Blah. It's like, oh god. You do not understand the wrath that you have just released upon yourself. Odo then comes in and is like, can everybody calm down? And he's like, Madam Ambassador, what happened? And she's like, my hair brooch is gone. It's gone. Like, well, do you sense any guilt from anyone in this room? Because you're Betazoid, right? So you're slightly telepathic. So she starts thinking about it and starts to try to hone in, and she's like, no, but Betazoids can't read Ferengi. And Quark at first was smiling, then he frowns when he hears what she says, and he's like, well, Quark has a lot to be sorry for, but he usually doesn't have to resort to petty theft to fleece his clients. It's like, and Quark looks at Odo and goes, thank you, Odo. It's like, oh, it's great.
But Odo does...
Then Odo realizes that there's another species in there that is a distant relative of the Ferengi, and if logic dictates, if she can't read the Ferengi, he might be someone she can't read either. He grabs him and makes him empty his pockets, and of course, hey, since when did you join Starfleet? My hair brooch, there it is! Yeah, so, he was right. So now Luxana Troy is fascinated with Odo because Odo came to her rescue.
Yeah, and you don't want Luxana Troy coming after you.
To be hot for you. Yeah, you do not want Luxana Troy to be hot for you.
You're probably better off with her wanting to destroy you, honestly.
Yeah, I agree.
You have a better chance of surviving.
But yeah, then we get into the other part of the plot, which is that a probe has come through the wormhole. It just has a bunch of science data and everything on it. It doesn't seem to have any communications software or anything. They don't know what this probe is. They're like, why does it exist? It just has a lot of storage space and a lot of computing power. They don't know what it is. Well, while they're trying to identify what this probe is, the ambassadors are brought up to ops, and Julian Bashir looks at Cisco like, I'm so sorry. Cisco sees the ambassadors, turns away from him real quick, has the angriest, I am so fucking furious you're here face, then quickly puts on a smile and turns and looks at him. He's like, ambassadors.
Well, he does kind of a breath out as if to calm himself down, because fuck, I don't want to deal with these people.
Yeah. Then turns and looks to them and is like, ambassadors. Well, the probe catches everybody's attention, and the ambassador's Zia Dax is trying to scan. She's like, I can't tell what this probe is. It doesn't seem to have any communications things or anything. We have no idea what this probe is. The Vulcan ambassador's like, the young lady is mistaken. She clearly needs someone with more experience. And Julian grabs him and is like, the young lady there is over 300 years old and has plenty of experience. And then Vulcan's like, I see, I can see.
That does seem like a bit of a weird mistake for a Vulcan to make, though, because surely he would have realized she was a Trill.
Yeah, but he could have been right that she may have been an unjoined Trill, because remember, most Trill are not joined.
No, I know, but it seems like a weird assumption to jump to for a Vulcan. Regardless,
I think part of it was he really wanted to do the science stuff, because remember, his whole thing is wait, you're recalibrating. A recalibration of what? Well, everything. We're doing a full system-wide thing. Well, I would be fascinated to watch this full system-wide recalibration, Doctor. Because, again, he wants to do things. You can tell the Vulcan wants to do things.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, and then the one ambassador who was constantly talking the freighter captain's ear off says, perhaps, someone like me who is very interested in first contact procedures should be present here this whole time. And Cisco, almost grinds his teeth and looks at him. He's like, actually, what I will do is I will schedule a briefing at 0600 hours for all of you. In the meantime, you can see this probe better if you go to the promenade docking ring here, and you can actually look at the probe. Again, Cisco is trying every trick and excuse to make sure that this fucker, these ambassadors, stay away from him. No, you will stay away from me. Then we get to Luxana Troy shows up at the security office with Odo and starts flirting with him. And Odo's like every 16 hours I revert to a liquid and have to live in my bucket for an 8-hour regeneration cycle. And Luxana Troy, without skipping a beat, shrugs and goes, I can swim. Madam Ambassador, please, Luxana, stop.
Yeah, without missing a fucking beat. It's like, oh my god, you're almost as bad as Bashir.
Yeah. Hey, what do you guys think is the best quest in Fallout New Vegas? Oh god, that's tough.
You already know what I'm going to say.
The best quest. It is not Fisto.
Yeah, it's...
You cannot take it from me, god damn it!
You know what quest I like? Because it's funny. If you choose to stand guard at the, oh fuck, what is it? The Van Graff's, weapons thing.
Yeah.
The plasma thing. And you let the guy in, and he's like, what the fuck? I just told you not to let him in. And then you hear something, and he looks at the door, and he's like, what was that? Oh no. Oh god, and then it blows up.
Yeah, the whole place blows up. That's a pretty good one. I would probably say the radio, dealing with the radio sabotage, and then finding out it's Chief Hanlon. I just really like that one for some reason.
All right, so Luxana Troy is thirsty, like literally thirsty. Would literally drink Odo if she could. My God, she's that thirsty.
I should say pretty quickly, I'm not sure about favorite, but I do really, really like GI Blues.
Oh, I thought you were going to be serious that it was the Fisto one. Okay, yeah.
I mean, the Fisto one is good too.
I thought the shit post was also serious post at the same time. So I thought it was doing double duty. Dude. Then we get back to Ops. Ops downloads the database from the starts downloading the database from the probe, and O'Brien starts noticing something, that the computer is being receptive, that the computer is being polite and is actually doing what he asks it to. Because every time O'Brien, and all other episodes, if you ever hear O'Brien talking to the computer will snap back at him and offer its own opinions and everything.
Yeah, in fact, this episode specifically starts off with him having issues. Computer, do this. It is not recommended that you do this. I don't care. Do it anyways. Okay, computer does not recommend that you do this. Okay, I'm going to do it manually. Computer has shut down your ability to do it manually.
Yeah, so he's doing it manually, and then he's like, wait a minute, now we lost all power in it. Computer, run a diagnostic on what went wrong with the reactor. There's nothing wrong with the reactor. Then what happened? Cardassian state specifies that there was an unprecedented rise in the power fluctuation that broke protocol, so the entire reactor was shut down. And he's like, damn it! So the computer is constantly fighting him. Constantly. So, and then all of a sudden, after they start downloading the probe, it starts being nicer to him. But O'Brien's like the only one that notices, because O'Brien's the only one that has to constantly deal with like things that might be weird, because he's trying to keep the station running. Whereas everybody else is just like, computer lights, and stuff like that. And of course, the computer's going to be like, okay. Because it's just lights. The computer doesn't care. But when O'Brien is like, I need to reconfigure all the power systems through this, that is not recommended. I don't care if it's recommended. I don't need your opinion. We need to do it. So O'Brien's a little bit weirded out. At first he's like, huh, well, that's nice, computer. Odo then goes up to Cisco's office to complain that Luxana Troy wants to jump his bones, though he doesn't have any. And that starts making Cisco laugh. Cisco literally laughs in Odo's face. He's just like, and he's like, I don't think you're taking this seriously. I do not want to cause a diplomatic incident by turning this woman down. And he's just telling her, you just need to handle it with care.
We also get a scene from Bashir at some point. I don't remember where in the episode it is, but he's tired of the ambassadors, and this is where we get the line from Cisco where...
Yeah, it's we're coming up to it. We're not there yet. We are
Okay.
coming up. So then, O'Brien and his assistant, I forget the assistant's name, the Bajoran engineer. What was her name? She's in a few episodes. Neela, that's it. I had to think about it for a couple times, but yeah, it's Neela. So the Bajoran engineer Neela is also helping, and she's noticing some oddities going on too with the probe thing, and they're like, "Oh, that's weird." Well, then Odo literally steps out of the turbo lift from ops. He does a quick lean out, looking to the right, looking to the left, doesn't see Luxana Troy, takes a step out. Luxana Troy jumps out from around a pillar, is like, "Ah, Odo!" Odo immediately spins on his heels and tries to get back in the turbo lift as the door slams shut.
And she follows him.
And he's like, "Huh?" Oh, God. So then she's talking about how, like, I just talked with that lovely Quark fellow, and I have arranged a picnic for us in the holosuite. He's like, You told Quark that we were going into a holosuite? That's right. Oh, God. Because, again, Odo and Quark are very adversarial and aggressive to each other. So the fact that Luxana Troy said that she's going to have a nice picnic with Odo in a holosuite alone... And that's why I love Odo's response. Oh, good heaven.
See, there's a bunch of moments where you would like to see characters' reactions. It's just impossible the way TV works. Yeah. I would have loved to have seen Quark's reaction when she's booking that. Because holy shit.
It would have been better if Odo and Luxana were looking at Quark's bar and you see Quark smiling, leaning out, and doing a little like girly wave with his fingers, like
or if he did, them. Or if he jokingly winked at them.
Yeah. Oh my.
But like a super obvious wink.
Yeah. That's why I was thinking of like the wave with the fingers thing to be like super obviously goofy.
That reminds me of that other episode. I'm not going to spoil it, but you know the one I'm talking about.
My favorite is the they gotta go up a mountain, and I won't say anything further than that. That episode is amazing. I love are you dead? She starts slapping it. He starts slapping the shit out of it. I'm awake, come on! And even though he says he's awake, he just keeps slapping him.
I was referring more to...
Oh, my God. I know, but that's the episode that sticks in my mind for the moment of, like, some of the best stuff between Quark and Odo.
Anyways,
Yeah, so Luxana, he calls the turbo lift again, and he's like, "Oh, I've got to go there. I've got to go to the upper pylon." "Oh, that's great. I've never seen an upper pylon before." So she comes in the turbo lift with him and shuts the door. And he's like, "We'll just tell Quark to bring up the picnic basket up there." And he's like, "Madam Ambassador, I don't eat. This is not a mouth. It is an approximation of a mouth. I do not have a stomach." Oh, God. And she's just talking about how much she wants to jump him the whole time. Oh, God, this is where she says the "I can swim" line. I forgot. Every 16 hours, I revert to a liquid state. I can swim. Oh, God.
But as they're going through the turbo lift, it stops.
Yep, it breaks down. And that's when O'Brien starts realizing that every single time I try to leave Ops, something breaks and makes me come back here to Ops. And that's when he starts trying to talk with Cisco about how he's noticed something weird about the computer. He even brings Cisco over and he's like, "Computer, Run diagnostic here. And the computer's like, stand by. Diagnostic complete. Did you hear that? Hear what? The computer. It's nice. Okay.
It's not fighting back. It's not arguing. It's not causing me pain.
Yeah. It's not offering its own opinions on everything I do. Oh, hang on.
Oh?
By the way, Cardassian turtle lifts run exposed multi-phase alternating currents through their positioning mechanisms, so don't try to shapeshift your way out. I wouldn't think of it. Besides, it wouldn't be polite. I didn't hear that. Oh, God. Oh, it's brutal. Brutal. Odo being stuck in the turbo lift with her as she's constantly horny for him.
And not just that, but nattering away, talking about fucking nothing, too.
Yes.
It's like Odo doesn't care about any of this shit ever.
Yep. And she's talking about how, like, she can't help it. Like, especially now that she's worried, because they're stuck in a turbo lift, and there's nothing that anyone can do. She's getting kind of freaked out now. And so Odo wanted things to be quiet, but she's like, I can't. Can't what? I can't be quiet. He's like, there's nothing to be afraid of. But so she starts talking about herself. He looks over to the wall. What are you looking at? Huh? Oh, nothing. I was just wondering how many volts are in that exposed circuit.
You know, many men in the real world have such thoughts.
I think if you're a human being and you get stuck in that conversation, the conversation that doesn't end, but you're not really a participant, you're just the active listener because the other person just is talking the entire time and you're just staring at like a wall outlet or something. You're just like, oh my God, if I just do it, the conversation ends.
You're the target. Not the inactive participant. You're the target.
It can all go away.
All I need is a fork.
Yep. All right, now let's see. Then Cisco and Julian Bashir have their conversation where Julian's like, they're not ambassadors. They are the ambassadors of unhappiness. They are dedicated to being unhappy. And that makes Cisco laugh because he agrees. And he says, every single one of us had to go through an assignment like this, Doctor, and you're no exception. Curzon used to take perverse delight in assigning me to VIP duty. And Julian goes, and now you're taking the same perverse delight in doing it to me. Exactly. May I ask, sir, when did you graduate from this? When I hit one of the guests. Hit them? Oh, there was a misunderstanding about him trying to coax a young ensign into his room against her will. And he's like, hit them. Right. But listen, don't hit them, Doctor. I'm not nearly as forgiving as Curzon was.
Because you know Bashir was considering it like...
Like, if I just punch one of them. If I just punch one.
Which ambassador should I punch?
I'd say it'd probably be the blue ambassador, the Andorian. I think he would be the one that I personally would get away from, because I would punch him because the Vulcan would likely then grab both of us and just be like, no, break it up.
Well, see, why not punch the Vulcan? Because logic. They'll probably, like, reason out, oh, you're just an illogical creature who wanted to get away from us because you're annoyed because you let your emotions drive you.
Well, that's the hope. But, yeah, what if he comes to some other dark, like, conclusions and he writes it up in your file, and now, because he's the Vulcan ambassador, it's in your file forever.
Oh, God. Yeah, that would be pretty fucked.
Then this is when they realize that the probe is actually like a little child. It was a life form this whole time, and it has been trying to keep O'Brien around because it views O'Brien as its only friend. So every time he leaves Ops, it tries to do stuff to break it down, so that O'Brien has to come back. This is when they start their plan of how they're going to get it out of the system. But they didn't put that plan into place. They're just going to try to overload the workload on the system and then try to slowly remove data crystals from it. Then get back to Odo and Luxana Troy in the lift. Odo is looking much worse for wear. He's much more glistening. His hair looks incredibly wet because it's not actually hair. And what it is it's more of him, and he's starting to turn into a liquid again. And he's getting asked by Luxana Troy about himself, about how he did things to amuse people and everything like that, and how people wanted him to do the Cardassian neck trick over and over again. And he's just like, nah. Luxana is like, you never come to one of my parties. If you come to one of my parties, I'll make sure that all the guests are there to entertain you, not the other way around. And it's just more of Odo breaking down because he hates parties so much and everything. And he's breaking down because every 16 hours he turns into a liquid. And normally he's fine. He can go the full 16 hours. Well, he's in hour 15 and he's in a stressful situation, so it's making things way worse. So he's not holding his shape as well as he should be. Yeah, and Fallout New Vegas 2 got mentioned already a few times. So the way to get the turbolifts back on, they start trying to overload the computer with too many things to do, and they start removing data disks, data crystals. When they remove one of the crystals, Ops explodes, or parts of the consoles explode, and there's a massive plasma fire that starts in the outer ring where Julian Bashir and the diplomats are at. So, hooray! He now has a bunch of ambassadors, in a hallway that's filling with fire, and he can't get the doors open because the manual releases don't work either because there is literally no power to move anything. If you were like, wait, manual release? It's like, yes. The bulkheads are so thick and armored on all of these doors that the manual release still requires hydraulic power to open. So, hooray. They're stuck in there. Ops, because comms has now been knocked out, runs down there to try to save them. And they can't even burn through the door because there's that much shielding, because the Cardassians put extra shielding in all the doors. Because Bajoran terrorists. Oops. Then O'Brien comes up with a new idea and creates a subroutine so that the AI, the life form, can go into. We then jump to the turbolift one last time. I think it's one last time. Where Odo is standing up and looking away from Luxana Troy. And Luxana Troy isn't speaking. She's just looking at the back of Odo, who clearly is in extreme distress. And he's even breathing funny. And not that he needs to breathe, but it's just obviously he's in stress. He's strained. You could see a lot of his skin is dimpled and pimply and everything like that and bubbling.
Yeah.
So he keeps trying to call Ops over and over again, even though the comms aren't working. And looks. Go ahead.
She hands him something.
Well, hold on.
Oh.
She said, Odo, look at me. He's like, I can't. I don't want you to see me like this. And she says, but you don't have to be ashamed with me. And he's like, I'm not ashamed. It's a private matter. That's all. How can I make it easier for you? And he says, you can't. So then she quietly hands him something instead. And if you wanted to go with that, Cree. Sorry, I just wanted to get all that out there first.
He turns to see what it is, and it's her wig. Because she wears different wigs to make herself look more than what she is. Because he says something to her, without it you look... And I think before he has a chance to finish, she finishes ordinary. I look so ordinary without it.
He turns to look at her. No one's ever seen me like this.
Yeah.
And he says, why? It looks fine. It looks ordinary. I've never cared to be ordinary. So you see, Odo, even we non-shapeshifters pretend and hide who we really are. Oh, have to change who we are once in a while. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. But it's also at that moment... Huh?
Yeah, that's when Odo says the line, "You are not at all what I expected." And she says, "Nobody's ever paid me a greater compliment." Then Odo says he can't hold on anymore, and he starts breaking down, like literally breaking down into a liquid. And she says, "You don't fight it. I'll catch you."
And she catches Odo as he turns into goo with her dress.
Yep. So she's just holding him in her dress on her lap the entire time. We then jump back to them trying to cut through to the doctor and everything. They are having a tough time getting through. They're talking about getting a runabout together so that they can prepare to take them to Bajor if they need serious medical attention. Otherwise, they're going to take everything Dr. Bashir has, because they're going to need plasma burns and everything like that. It's going to be some serious injuries. But then O'Brien initiates his plan of getting the AI system into the subroutines that they've now made for it, and it's called Pup, so he's literally adopted it as a little puppy. And the moment that the AI goes in there, all the systems turn back on, and they gain full control of the system again. So they're able to turn all the power back on, turn comms back on. They open up the door. They find the entire hallway is vaporized, basically, with piping everywhere. Everything's burnt to a crisp. They think that everyone's dead, so they get a word to the Federation that the ambassadors are dead. And then all of a sudden, a access port to the ductwork kicks open, and Bashir crawls out, and he carries the ambassadors out with him. Well, I guess not carries. He helps them out of the port.
Yeah, that was the tube.
Yeah, and instead of when he did this, the first one is Madam Ambassador who's prissy pants, talking about how her room was too small. She's like, "Please, Julian, you don't have to call me Madam Ambassador. Call me Taxco," which is her real name. Yep. Yes, thanks to Julian. And the Vulcan, of course, says that he acted surprisingly calm and logical for a man of his years. We'll be putting in for a recommendation for him.
And that's pretty much the episode.
Yeah.
I gotta admit, I'm kind of falling asleep here.
Yeah. So,
Yeah,
yep, that's basically over. Do we really want to do Dramatis Personae?
That's one we could take care of super quickly.
Yeah, it's a very simple episode. Klingons found a tech, a biological, a psychic entity that makes people paranoid and choose sides and fight each other. So the station gets divided between the people who side with Cisco and the people who side with Major Kira. There's a coup attempt. Quark is not affected by it. Everyone else says Odo's not affected by it. Odo and Quark's not really in this episode, but Odo is. He tricks Bashir into coming up with a cure for it, because Bashir thinks he's normal. Everybody thinks they're normal. They don't think they're acting out of sorts. The fight happens, and just as everybody's about to die, they activate a sound signal to drive the psychic entity out of everybody, and they flush it up to space.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like an episode that's, it doesn't like advance anything. It doesn't really do anything. It's just kind of there. I'd say it's a 4 out of 10.
Yeah, I was thinking of 4 as well.
Yeah, it's one of those episodes that just feels like it's there to be an episode.
Yeah. Which is a shame, because if that was gone, we would have gotten to this next episode even faster. Which is the big one.
Yeah, the penultimate episode of season 1.
Yep.
And that is the correct usage of penultimate for everyone out there who fucking uses it wrong in their shitty videos.
Yeah.
God, that bugs me. Didn't Angry Joe say Skyrim is the penultimate RPG?
Yes, he did. It's like, oh, God. No. It's like, that's not what penultimate means.
Why do people think penultimate means ultimate but more?
Yeah, it's actually ultimate but less.
Literally.
Okay, it's the thing before ultimate. Anyways, we get to the penultimate episode, but I would say safely the best episode of season 1 by far.
Yes.
I will warn you ahead of time, chat. This is like an 8.5 or maybe a 9 out of 10 for me.
I'm willing to go 9.
Yeah. So this is very, very much a great episode. This is episode 19, Duet. And do you want to use one of the other pictures I got for that?
Yeah, I could put that up on screen for while we're talking about this. Let's see here.
Let's use that middle one.
The middle one, okay. Yeah, that'll work.
There, I got it.
Oh, I already scrolled up and grabbed it.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's on screen there. So let's do that there. Let's actually readjust this too, because we probably won't be using Watch. Well, we might use Watch Together for this.
For this one, especially.
Yeah. For the final episode, no, but for this one, man. Oh.
Because the one I would love to do is the sad moment. For sure.
Yeah, where he breaks. So,
yes.
This starts off with a ship coming in to Deep Space Nine, and there's a passenger on there with this extremely rare disease. In fact, there's only one place you could have gotten it, at a labor camp on Bajor,
at Galatep.
During a terrorist attack by the Bajoran resistance. And Kira, having found out that someone has this virus, she's excited to meet them. It's one of her people that has come to the station who was stuck at this camp.
Yeah, they are a hero. Anybody who survived Galatep is a hero to the Bajoran people. They are a symbol of resistance, a symbol of carrying on in the face of unimaginable suffering.
Yes.
Galatep is the Auschwitz. Like, we're talking, it was a labor camp, in air quotes, but one where even the simplest thing would get you executed. A misstep in the queue, a misstep in line, a cough at the wrong time, and you were gunned down. We're talking, this was like one of the most horrific places to exist.
Yeah. So, this person on the ship is teleported straight to medbay. And Kira runs down there to find the patient as a Cardassian. So, she immediately
calls security.
Yeah, she wants him arrested. She wants him thrown in jail. This is a war criminal. He has to be taken to trial and probably executed for the shit he's done.
Yep, because he was at Galatep. And she even says straight up, if he was at Galatep, he is a murderer. And then when they call when they call the Bajoran provisional government, they even say if he was a Galatep, we want him. We will have him. Everybody, all the Bajorans want him, and they want to.
You cut out there.
They really want him executed right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the way that this goes is they throw him in a cell, and she is constantly like trying to justify to Cisco, who Cisco's like, no, we need to do this proper and by the books and everything like that, and he's talking about how he was actually teaching at a military academy and everything like that and stuff like that, and he's not. He's a file clerk by the name of Maritza. That's what he says. That's what he's claiming. And they're like, you were teaching at a military academy? And I was like, what were you teaching? If you can believe it, filing. She's like, I never heard of a filing clerk teaching at a military academy. What was you teaching? I was teaching filing. Duh.
Yeah.
Because Maritza had created one of the best filing systems that anyone had ever seen. It was literally called. He even said he got the prefect to say it was a modern marvel, an architect of filing efficiency or something like that. And the Cardassians are, if anything they do, they love their files and databases and keeping everything neatly organized and orderly and perfect. Again, you have no freedoms, but at least the trains run on time. Oof. Yeah, so Maritza is finally like, the Federation to the rescue. You know, I'm clearly being persecuted against. You know, you saw that, Bajoran. She wanted to kill me. Major Kira immediately wanted me dead. And as he's talking, a drunk Bajoran wakes up in a prison cell near him, says, what the hell am I doing in here with a Cardassian? Oh no! Blah, blah, blah. He freaks out.
Yeah. Doesn't he even say something along the lines of with that creature or something like that?
Yeah, and how much he wants to kill him and everything like that. And he's like, see? So Maritza's like, yeah, you see, this is what I deal with. So they start trying to do an investigation while the Bajorans are like, no, if he was there, he's a murderer and we will have him. Major Kira herself says, I don't care if he was a filing clerk or not. If he was a Galatep, he is guilty. They are all guilty and they all must die.
Yeah. And that position she's holding, that becomes really important later on.
Yeah. Major Kira also gets pissed off because Cisco says that she's not allowed to be on the case because she's clearly too biased. And he's like, I'm too biased. I want to be the Bajoran that speaks up for those Bajorans who can no longer speak anymore, those people at Galatep who died, the thousands and thousands of bodies we found. Yeah, Odo... Cisco wants Odo to do it, but Odo gets then called by Cisco and says, no, Major Kira will do it. It's fine. So Major Kira starts the questioning. She's the one that doesn't believe that he's a filing clerk. I've never heard of a filing clerk teaching at a military academy. Where are you teaching? Believe it or not, filing. So they start trying to go through to prove that he is a filing clerk. He is who he says he is. He is Eamon Maritza. That's what he says he is. That's what he claims he is. Yeah. And then they get a picture. Like, this is the only picture we know of that has Maritza in it. So they're looking at it and everything because she says she doesn't want to believe that he was just a filing clerk. She wants him to be more. She tells Odo, I want him to be more so that when we punish him, it'll be more satisfying. I don't want him to just have filed paperwork. In the midst of this, Gul Dukat calls the station and said, like, I hear you're holding one of our citizens hostage at this point. What the fuck is going on? Commander, I was led to believe the Federation guarantees a fair and honest treatment of all peoples. Yeah, it's just like, oh boy. If he says he's Maritza, then that's who he is. Oh, she says it to not to Odo. She says it to Jadzia, even if he is just a file clerk. That's just it. I don't want him to be just a file clerk.
Yeah.
His punishment will let Bajor feel some satisfaction, and it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah. It's a little bit fucked up on Kira's part.
Yeah. So then they go through the database and they get the picture and they're like, zoom in on Eamon Maritza. Again, this is one of those fantasy things. We just have to accept that. We have to assume that every single picture in this future has like a quadrillion number of pixels at all times, so that they can actually do these zoom and enhance things.
Not just that, some of the picture also moves like it's almost 3D, because
yes, that's the part that's really like, oh man, you please have this in a court. The first thing I'd do is like, the computer made that image. We don't know that's accurate.
Yeah, because like part of his face is covered, and then they're like, zoom in and enhance, and it literally like reconstructs
rotates around
the
guy's head so we can look at the dude's face. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, excuse me? This is a 2D image. What the fuck?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's why I would be like, man, if this was in a court, I would immediately be like, no. But yeah, according to the caption, this one, they zoom in on Eamon Maritza in the picture, and it doesn't look anything like the guy they're holding. So then they zoom in on another guy in the picture, and they're like, that's him, that's Maritza. I'm like, well, not according to this. According to this, he is Gul Darheel. He is the leader of the Galatep labor camp.
The butcher of Galatep.
Yep. So then Kira storms off in righteous fury and screams at him, did you kill the real Maritza so you could take his place? Well, you'll pay for that death and all the others you're responsible for. So now, suddenly, Maritza, the file clerk, is now somebody who must be avenged, whereas before, it didn't matter if he was a file clerk. He would die too. Interesting. It's only now that Maritza, the file clerk, might be out of the picture, that she's not dealing with Maritza, the file clerk. She's dealing with Gul Darheel, that suddenly Maritza is now a victim of Gul Darheel as well. Even though before, when she thought this was Maritza, he was guilty and evil and needed to be killed.
Yeah. Which kind of shows how extremism can twist you around like that, where...
Yep, you shift goalposts, you have double standards.
Yeah.
Like, it's really fucking. It's really fucky. You gotta be very careful with extremism. I did find a video for the thing. It's got some other stuff with it, but we can obviously skip that.
Yeah. Just get it to the right point, and I can readjust the frame on screen, and we can play it and pause a bit for copyright.
And so this will be later. Do we want to do? Hey, wait. I think we'll do both of these videos. I think we'll do this one for his speed.
Saw the old video up.
Yeah, hold on.
No, I switched tabs, so that came up, because I didn't put the image into the image thing on OBS. I just opened it in a tab. So when I switched back, I just got a full screen of Cisco's eye.
I'm watching you, motherfucker. So, So this is when he's first unveiled as he's no longer Eamon Maritza. That's what
Hold
this
on.
is.
Let me just readjust all this.
Yeah, sorry, I had to move it around to the start of this.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yep, okay. Here we go. So this is when Eamon Maritza is now exposed as Goldar Heel. You ready?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh shit, I've got us muted.
Oh, he hadn't said anything important yet. Let me guess, you've come to learn the secret of my filing system.
Ah.
Are you ready?
Yep.
To learn the secret of my filing system.
I know all your secrets now.
Is that so?
What did you do? Did you kill the real Maritza?
Did you kill the real Maritza? Again, like I said, this is the part where she's going to play her hand of how biased she is, how much she isn't thinking clearly. So here we go.
So you could take... Well, you'll pay for that death. And all the others you're responsible for.
Yeah. So again, now that Maritza is not the person she's dealing with, suddenly he's now another tool, another victim that she can use to throw at this butcher, this evil man.
Yeah.
Oh god, these are so powerful. These speeches back and forth are so fucking powerful.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think I could pay for so many. And you can only execute me once.
Again, what a cold line. And you can only execute me once.
It's my only regret. But I'll settle for knowing that Bajor will finally have the satisfaction of punishing the butcher of Galatep.
Yeah. So, again, she's talking about how she regrets that she can only kill somebody a single time. She regrets it. She wishes she could kill him over and over and over again. That's what we're talking about when we're talking about extremism. That's why you have to be super fucking careful.
Yeah.
Tell me, Major, did you figure this out all by yourself?
All right, now he's going to start laying into her more, talking about how, like, did you figure this out all on your own? Because it doesn't seem like you're the kind of person that's smart enough to do this. You know, it seems like you would need help from other people.
Not so much that she's not smart enough to do this, more so that she's blinded by her hate and extremism and everything.
Yep. But again, it's part of now he's actively trying to dig into her skin. Now he is actively being antagonistic to her.
You have help from your Federation masters.
See?
Another jab.
Yep.
I'll let you wonder about that. It'll keep you occupied while we're waiting for the provisional government to prepare your war crimes tribunal.
Okay. Now this is another important line. Now it'll keep you up at night and keep you occupied while we're waiting for the provisional government to set up your war crimes tribunal. And listen to his response immediately to the idea of a war crimes tribunal.
Wars? How could there be war crimes when there hasn't been a war?
Yeah. Laughing, mocking at it, that slight chuckle. How can there be war crimes when there hasn't been a war? And Kira already looks more disgusted than she had before. She's just like, I remember the first time I killed Kellogg. Oh, God. All right.
Understand your wish that there had been a war.
So, yeah. So now, again, he's going to dig into her more, and now he's attacking her foundation of her people. Her very people. Oh, I wish I understand your wish that there had been a war. And then he's going to continue attacking the idea of her people right to her face.
Your need to a pathetic fantasy about brave Bajoran soldiers marching to honorable defeat. But in fact, Major, you and I know there was no war.
Yeah, some pathetic notion of brave Bajoran soldiers marching to honorable defeat. Go back a little bit.
Yeah.
Because it's so cold the way he ends it.
I know, there was no war, no glory. Bajor didn't resist. It surrendered.
Bam. Bajor didn't even put up a fight. There was no resistance to the Cardassians at the start of the occupation. No resistance whatsoever. Just boom. Bajor didn't resist. It surrendered.
Yeah, and that's just such a fucking stab at everything she believes in, almost, because it's like,
yep.
Oh God.
Oh yeah, definitely.
$5 from the Dwarfcast Noah. Thank you. Thanks, Stag, for introducing Deep Space Nine to me. I appreciate it. Binged 2 seasons. Great episode, by the way. Yeah, easily the best episode of season 1. Holy shit.
Yeah, easily. Yeah.
People before you came, we offered no threat to you. We could never understand why you had to be so brutal.
Yeah. And now again, she's framing it as what the Bajorans were. Again, they were more peaceful. They were a lesser advanced race. That was the whole point. Like, Cardassians are a way, way more powerful empire than the Bajoran people ever were. And so, like, yeah, when somebody who's way more powerful than you comes in and offers a hand of friendship, and then suddenly they're so brutal, then again, the Bajorans were victims. But they weren't the squeaky clean victims that they like to portray to everybody else. And again, this gets brought up a lot of times when we deal with Bajorans and everything like that. And it's going to be brought up more in Season 2. Especially in Season 2.
Have that, Major. I want no more secrets between us. Anything you don't understand, I'll explain to you.
Thank
And again, now he's more cocky, he's more confident, and he's talking about how he's like, oh, you don't understand why your betters, your superiors would look down upon you? Wow, well, we can't have that. So again, he's still keeping up his attack on her self-identity, on her people, everything.
Thank you, but I think I've heard it.
What lies?
And now, this is where you first get a slight crack. The moment he sees her start to leave, notice how his voice goes from the cold and calm that it was to suddenly, what lies? And watch how his demeanor changes as he sees that she's leaving.
I'll explain to you.
Thank you, but I think I've heard enough of your lies.
What lies? You mean my failure to divulge my true identity? Believe me, Major, I yearned to tell you, but I knew how much more satisfaction you would have if you found out for yourself, and that...
So, see? He's more desperate now. He needs her to stay. He needs her to be here. So, he was attacking her, and then as he was going to start with what lies, that was the start of it, he realized that she was leaving the room. So notice how his voice is more wavering. He's not as confident. He's not as cold. He's not as brutal as he was before. Now he's trying to keep her hooked there. He needs to keep her there.
But I knew how much more satisfaction you would have if you found out for yourself, and that was my only deception. Maritza was a magnificent file clerk, and I, Galdahil, I hope you'll not think it immodest.
Yeah. So now again, he got her attention turned, and now notice how his voice is calmer now, because now he knows he's got her attention again. He's got her hooked back into what he's saying. So now he starts with, Maritza was a magnificent filing clerk, and I...
Clerk, and I, Galdahil, I hope you'll not think it immodest of me to say so, but I was a magnificent leader. Oh, you never saw Galatep at its height.
See? Again, now he's attacking how disgusted she was with... Again, he already knows that she hates Cardassians. Hates them with a passion, wanted to execute all Cardassians for even being at Galatep. Not for doing anything wrong, but for even being there. They're guilty. They're evil. They must die. They must be purged. They must be punished. And he knows that now. He knows that that's what triggers her. So, once he's got her attention focused in by, what lies? To get his information out. And Maritza was a magnificent filing clerk. And then he sees her turn to look at him, slightly disgusted. And hope you will not think it immodest of me, but I was a magnificent leader. Oh, you never saw Galatep at its prime. Or at its height, I should say. Yeah, so again, he's constantly in control. He almost lost control when she left the room. If she had left before he was able to say all he would have lost, in his mind, he would have lost this battle that he's going for right now. But by getting her to turn and stay in the room and stay listening to him, he is won.
Oh, you never saw Galatep at its height. For a labor camp, it was the very model of order and efficiency. And why? For that, you have to look to the top, to me!
And now he is going to gloat, and he is going to deliver one of the most brutal lines in this episode.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I say we risk copyright, just I do not want to cut when we start the line, I don't want to cut it off.
It's not just about getting hit for copyright, such. It's about what if they do one of those things where they block the stream. I really don't want to fuck around with copyright.
Alright, fine. Here we go.
It's funny to me that people like Hassan can watch 30-minute, hour-long, 2-hour-long stuff just when he's not even there, and his streams get to stay up, and then people like us, where we pause every 10 seconds, are still at risk of having our streams taken down.
Because we're not big enough.
Well, he also does it on Twitch, where he can get away with it.
Yeah. I know. It's just fucking annoying. It's just so stupid.
Yeah. But yeah, so we will try. I will be watching the clock as much as I can. I am going to try to get the entire line in. No. You would be surprised. Rior Sex? Yeah. Because we had a stream where we didn't even play 10 seconds of a music clip. We played, 5.5 seconds, and it got blocked. The entire 10-hour stream for 5.5 seconds of a music clip. And it's ridiculous. YouTube is a broken system.
Yeah. It's really bad.
Well,
especially since anything 10 seconds long, as long as it's part of a larger thing, should automatically be fair use, because it's 10 seconds of a movie, it's 10 seconds of a song.
Obviously Nick Rekieta, if Law and Crime is stupid enough to take him to court, Nick Rekieta might single-handedly get copyright changed in favor of content creators.
Let's hope Law and Crime is stupid enough.
Yeah, because they tried to claim that they have ownership of something they don't even own, and it was for him using their entire stream. He used their entire stream without pausing or breaking it up, but he is constantly giving commentary with a panel of expert lawyers, and that is beyond fair use.
Well, not just that. It's not even their stream in the first place. It's the court stream.
Yes, that gets even better. It's a pooled footage. It's not even theirs. It's theirs by a contract of a pooling. It is not theirs by creative license or anything.
Literally, the only thing of theirs in that stream is their logo over top of it.
Mm-hmm. And so, have you seen Nick's new version of their logo?
Yeah, he has two versions where it's copyright cucks and something else.
And content cucks and stuff like that, I think, is the other one. Or, yeah.
Yeah, I saw him switch it between them the other day. It was fucking hilarious.
Yeah. Alright, here we go. Well, like I said, I'm going to try my hardest not to have this broken up, because this is cold-blooded. This line is crazy crazy dark.
My every glance was law, and the verdict was always the same: guilty.
You're insane.
Oh, no, mate.
We're almost there. We're almost there. I really do not want this line broken up.
Well, we might have to. I doubt it's less than 10 seconds.
I will say.
You can't dismiss me that easily. I did what had to be done.
Here we go. Here we go. You can't dismiss me that easily, that I'm just an insane person. No. It's more than that. I was a sane person doing my job. And it's just like, oh. Again, he is trying to completely destroy Major Kira right here. He has a reason why he's doing it. And when we get to that point, what makes Duet so strong is that in a normal episode of the television, this would be the final reveal. This would be the end of the episode reveal, you know?
Yeah.
And the whole message, I wonder how many people like Goldar Heel are still out there. That would be like the ending message. But the episode doesn't end there. So, here we go.
I know that, and that's why they love me. I would order them to go out and kill Bajoran scum. And they do it.
I would order... I have to break it up, unfortunately. My men understood that, and that's why they loved me. I would order them to go out and kill Bajoran scum, and they do it. Pause.
They murder them, and they come back covered in blood. But they felt clean. Now, why did they feel that way, Major? Because they were clean.
You admit...
Yeah. Wow. I would go out and they would murder them. They'd do it. And they'd come back covered in blood. But they felt clean. Now, why did they feel that way, Major? Because they were clean.
Yeah, that is so fucked up.
Yeah. Whew. That is a very, very strong, very brutal line. I'll just go back a little.
Okay,
Because
Goebbels.
they were clean.
Yeah.
You admit your atrocities.
You admit your atrocities. Again, she's now exacerbated, and he knows he's won at this point. He knows he has her rapt attention. She will listen to anything he says now. And she will pay intense focus to everything he says now.
Everything! Why not? I was the best at what I did.
I was the best at what I did. Oh, God.
Just the gloating of sheer fucking evil that he's committed.
Yep. That he is the one that massacred, that had these thousands upon tens of thousands massacred.
And he was proud of it.
Yes.
My humble themselves, can you say the same? You and that little Shakar resistance cell that you belong to, all you did was annoy Cardassians.
Okay. My accomplishments speak for themselves. Can you say the same? You and that little Shakar resistance cell, all you did was annoy Cardassians.
And considering what his goals are, that was actually his first mistake.
Yep. He didn't realize that he just gave the game away. He didn't realize, because now he's being sloppy. He knows he has her complete and utter attention, and now suddenly he's being sloppy. And he gives away, he doesn't know it yet, but he has now just completely given the entire game away. He doesn't know it yet.
You and that little Shakar resistance cell that you belong to, all you did was annoy Cardassians while I was out exterminating Bajorans.
Yeah, see? Because now he knows she's intently focused, and he's talking about her resistance cell and how she was so meaningless, and all she did was annoy them while he got to massacre them. He got to crush them under his Bajorans under his heel and bathe in the blood. You know, he's totally gloating about it, but he doesn't realize that he literally just gave everything away right there. He doesn't know it. Kira doesn't know it, but somebody's going to realize. And I think it's beautiful that somebody does realize what just happened.
Make sure you tell that to the tribunal.
Oh, I will.
And they'll sentence you to death.
Let them. Don't you see it doesn't change anything?
Yeah. Oh, say that to the tribunal. Oh, I will. Yeah, don't you see that it doesn't change anything? Again, now he's going to keep her angry. He needs to keep her angry. He needs to keep her not thinking clearly, not thinking straight. He needs her angry and pissed.
Torture me. It doesn't matter. You've already lost, Major. You can never undo what I've accomplished.
You can never undo what I've accomplished.
But the worst,
Major, you can.
Oh, go ahead.
The worst part is he is kind of right, where it's like the dead are already dead. You cannot bring them back. There is nothing you can do here.
Yep.
Besides get revenge.
Yep. Hanging me will not suddenly cause the tens of thousands I have had massacred come back to life.
Never unleashed. The dead will still be dead.
Bam. He got her. And that's all he wanted. That's all he wanted from her. He needed that to happen. I want to see if it jumps automatically. Let me see. I'm going to see on my own.
All right. But, yeah, it's a really great performance, too, because most of the episode takes place in this room.
Yes.
It's a general, like, room with 5 alcoves in it, which are, each one is a prison cell.
Yeah.
Or a prison cell, and he's in one of them. So, like, 70% of the episode takes place in here. At least. And
yeah, and a little bit takes place in the security office.
And in Cisco's command room.
Yeah. There is a minor stint on the promenade where we see members of Galatep and everything. So after this exchange happens, if you just want to just go ahead and keep that on screen, because there's no reason not. After that exchange happens, she talks about, like, I wonder how many men like Goldar Heel are out there. Again, in a lesser show, that would be the end of it.
Yes.
This would have been the ending, the big wham like thing. But Deep Space Nine has something to say about this, much deeper, something much deeper to say about this. And it's when Kira is talking to Odo, and she says, like, he mentioned, like, he just wants some Bajoran to, like, hide in a corner. That's what he wants. He even talked about how useless we were in the Shakar Resistance. He goes, wait, how would he know anything about the Shakar Resistance? He was a labor camp officer. He wasn't one of the, like, intelligence units. He wasn't in on the, like, prefect or anything like that. He was just a labor camp official. How would he know anything about what your resistance cell was? That's Odo. Odo starts putting the wheels together. He starts realizing, wait, how does a labor camp officer know about the Shakar Resistance? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, it would make sense that he would know that it exists. He wouldn't know that someone like Kira was part of the group.
Yeah, well, he would know the Resistance exists. Would he know that there was a Resistance literally called the Shakar Cell?
Possibly. But
I don't think he would know that the Shakar Cell would exist. I mean, I don't know. I don't think he would know that something called the Shakar Cell exists. He would know that there were terrorist cells everywhere, but would they wouldn't, like, advertise, like, oh yeah, I'm part of this cell.
Yeah, that's
because that defeats the purpose of Resistance Cell.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, the only reason we know it's the Shakar Cell is because afterwards, members of the Shakar Cell became members of the military, in the Bajoran military. So they had to know what was your service, what was your experience in fighting in combat. Oh, well, that's the point. Rior 6, that's the point. Goldar Heel wouldn't know that that cell existed at the time. So again, it's just making something. It's making something in Odo's head go, that's a bit weird. Let's look into that. Yeah, Americans have heard about the Taliban, but we don't know like this leader and everything because the Shakar cell is named after their leader, Shakar. We don't know about like the God, I don't want to be racist. The Osama cell. We'll just say that.
Well,
You know what I mean?
not just that. Something like the Taliban is a huge group. You wouldn't know about like smaller groups out there. There could be a terrorist group that terrorizes the Taliban, or however the fuck it works. I don't know.
Yeah,
but the point is, of course, these smaller groups could exist. We live on an entire fucking planet. Of course, these groups exist. It's like the best comparison I can think of is here in Canada. There's a lot of like tiny parties that'll never go anywhere when it comes to elections. And a few years ago, my dad told me that up where he's living, there's not that many people up there, but there's a couple joke parties. There's the pirate party. There's the Batman party. It's just nonsense. But it's like literally no one in this call or in the chat would know that those parties existed in bumfuck nowhere, Canada, if I didn't tell you just now.
And it'd be the same thing for this. Again, this isn't history, Reorsix. The occupation just ended. Like, we're still in season 1. The occupation, this isn't like it's something that happened 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago. This is something that happened a few months ago. You know what I mean? This is a few months ago. This is not like, oh, it's been recorded in the annals of history.
No, Gage.
Yeah. That is important. What you just said is very important. Yeah, what you just said, Rio, is very important. Yes, small groups can exist, but Kira is the first officer of the most high-profile station now. It's not unreasonable that people have dug up her past. That's important. Because Odo will do some digging, and he will find out that this person claiming to be Maritza, because, once again, the Cardassians are very, very thorough on their record-keeping. This person who claimed to be Maritza, who is now revealed to be Goldar Heel, was doing some investigating right before he left Cardassia. Literally, right before he left the planet, he was looking up Major Kira. He was looking up, first off, the Bajoran station. Then he was looking up who runs the station. He sees Major Kira. He then looked up Major Kira. Yeah. So this is all part of the plan of how this is going to work. How he gets found out. Because, remember, Odo contacts Gul Dukat because now, hey, he's suspicious. Something here. He knows that the Shakar cell existed. The occupation only ended a few months ago. How does he know the Shakar cell existed? So now he's going to call Gul Dukat, and he's going to ask Gul Dukat what's going on. And he says, hey, Gul Dukat, he claims that he is Goldar Heel. And Gul Dukat goes, well, he's lying. How do you know he's lying? Because I attended Goldar Heel's funeral myself. I was there. He has one of the largest monuments in all of Cardassia. We were literally there to watch the body be laid to rest. Let's see. Let me go through this real quick. So then, because Odo has now planted the seed in Kira's head, that how does he know about your resistance cell? How does he know about your cell in particular? And so he says, Mai, aren't you a stunning little egotist? You forget the brilliance of Maritza's filing system. he made sure that I was provided with information on all you little terrorist bands. Why? Why would a labor camp filing clerk be keeping tabs and giving information to a labor camp officer about every single tiny resistance cell? Why? Again, he would have his job would be filled with quotas and everything like that he would need to keep constantly filed and up to date. Why would he bother to go through and keep everything on all these little things that the labor camp at all? So again, Maritza gets called out on the fact that, like, how do you know that? He then Goldar Heel gets called on the fact that how do you know that? He then says there was Maritza's filing system and everything like that. He kept me informed on all your little terrorist cells, all your little tiny terrorist cells everywhere, every single one of them. My particularly favorite ones were the termination reports. So again, he knows he's been caught out on something. He then tries to lie about it and then switch back to making Kira angry by talking about the termination report. Yes, life in a forced labor camp can be so isolating. So he starts laughing about how he used to enjoy reading the termination reports of Bajoran terrorists.
Yee.
The times that I alone bore the burden of cleansing Bajor of its rabble. But those reports reassured me I was not alone.
We're getting pretty close to the break, aren't we?
Yes.
Good.
To an extent, because again, Maritza realizes that she's like, and I'm supposed to think that you remembered my name from a report you read a long time ago?
Because keep in mind, too, the attack on... God, why am I forgetting the name of the camp?
Galatep.
Galatep. The attack on Galatep was like 5 years ago.
Yes.
Gul Darheel has been dead for like 3 or 4 years.
Yes.
Actually, no, the attack on the camp might have been long before that. It was several years prior to this, anyways. So we're talking...
At the risk... Yeah. So she calls him out. How do you remember? I'm supposed to remember that long ago, years ago. At the risk of bruising your vanity even further, Major, I didn't remember you at all. Until I heard your name here. I can see that disturbs you. Hardly. Again, he needs to keep the game going. He needs to keep her angry. He needs to keep her focused on him entirely. Yeah, Major, they'll be coming for me soon. So before we say goodbye, there are a few little questions I should like to ask of you. Your questions don't interest me. How can you be so sure? Or are you just afraid to hear them? Again, he needs to keep her focused and not looking into anything. He needs her to keep focused on her hatred and how much she needs to have this man destroyed. Then it goes to Quark and Odo standing outside on the promenade looking at the survivors of Galatep, who are all ragged and all wearing like masks and stuff like that because of their Kalanoric syndrome and everything. And Quark's like, imagine living through that hellhole, the sorrow and everything. Do you think they gamble? And then Odo looks at him like, what the fuck? They are labor camp survivors, and you're asking, do they gamble? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Nothing's wrong with Quark. He's acting perfectly normally.
Yep. So then Odo looks into the idea, because he starts putting two and two together. So Odo investigates Dr. Bashir. Dr. Bashir says, no, he does have Kalanoric syndrome. It's not this other thing. It's guaranteed that this is this. He can only get it from this accident during the during the labor camp. That's the only place that this comes from. Well, that's a problem because he has evidence that Gul Darheel wasn't even at the labor camp when the accident happened. He was on Cardassia getting rewarded.
Yeah.
So he wasn't there. How did he get Kalanoric syndrome if he wasn't there during the accident? The Kalanoric syndrome only comes from people present at when this accident happened. Then, of course, Gul Dukat tells him that Gul Darheel is dead. Gul Darheel has been dead for a long time. Gul Dukat even attended his funeral ceremony on Cardassia Prime. So then Gul Dukat says, "No, that's not true. Wherever this man says he is not Gul Darheel. Here, I will give you all of our files proving that he is not Gul Darheel."
And also, Dukat himself says something to the effect of, "This is some kind of ploy to embarrass the Cardassian Empire."
Yeah.
Which, I mean, he's not far off the mark.
Yeah, he's actually shockingly on target. Yes, let's get to the real issue. How many Cardassians did you kill? I mean, personally. $5 super chat from Johnny All14. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi guys, just dropping in to ask what Setch thinks of Elden Ring. I've been playing it, and I especially love what they did with the incantations. Dude, I have been thinking about Elden Ring this entire time. It is a fantastic game. I know we're still going through the honeymoon period, and I'm looking for the faults and everything like that, and there's very minor things I can think of that are wrong with it. I think it is a fantastic thing. It being Miyazaki's magnum opus makes sense. It really does.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll have to see. It could fall apart at the ending. It could very much fall apart at the ending. I'd have to see. But I'm not going to say anything else. There will be no spoilers for Elden Ring.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would just say, let me put it this way. I bought the digital collector's edition, the digital like enhanced edition or whatever for Elden Ring before it came out because I was going to need the OST and everything like that, and I figured having the art book as well would help for any like conversation or discussions on it. And I want to get the game, obviously, so I was like, oh, I'll just do both. Then during my stream, I did a giveaway for Elden Ring, and so I bought another copy of it, and I think it's still well worth the money, even knowing that I spent that much for 2 copies and even more for a digital deluxe version of one of them. And I still think it was well worth the money. So that should tell you something. All right. Let me get back to this. I didn't keep count. Oh, I think you did. And now again, he's targeting her. He's trying to get her. Now he already knows the War Crimes Tribunal is going to come for him. He already knows that. So now he's trying to plant in her a seed. And he's asked her, how many Cardassians did you kill personally? I don't know. I didn't keep count. Oh, I think you did. And I'm sure your total wasn't limited to military personnel. After all, the most effective terrorist weapon was random violence.
Yeah.
Don't leave now, Major. It's just getting good. How many Cardassian civilians did you kill? Look, I regret a lot of what I had to do, but you were the enemy. Hold on a second. How convenient of you to regret what you had to do. How convenient of you. We had no choice. We were fighting for survival. So were we. We had an empire to protect. We needed your resources. Everything I did was for the greater glory of Cardassia. And if you spineless scum had to be ground under, so much the better. And again, he's kind of giving away his motivation here. All that mattered was Cardassia. I loved my homeland. That's what justified my actions. That's what gave me strength. He's now actually speaking from the heart here.
Yeah.
What is justifying his current actions and what is giving him the strength to go through with what he is planning is his love for Cardassia. $2 super chat from Peace is never an option. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's not a war crime if you have a fun time.
That's one way to look at it.
Yeah. Nothing justifies genocide. What you call genocide, I call a day's work.
Oh. That is a good line.
Then Odo, yeah, it's a really fucking good line. Go ahead.
No, just him continually pushing her and pushing her. Like, of course, something like that is going to enrage her.
Yep. And then we get to Odo laying out all of his evidence that Guldar Heel wasn't present to get Kalinoric syndrome, so he wouldn't have Kalinoric syndrome. There's no way, but this guy does. We also found out that this man looked you up before he got to the station, so he specifically knew you were here before he got here, and that starts the wheels in Kira's turn. It's like, no, he didn't. He told me himself that he didn't know that. Well, he also had reconstructive surgery, plastic surgery on himself.
Yeah,
on his face in particular.
He needed to take a supplement to help with it early on.
A dermal regenerator to help with the plastic surgery early on. And then after she's presented with all the evidence that Guldar Heel is already dead, that he had booked passage to this station on purpose after he looked up that Major Kira was here, that he looked into her, what the resistance shell she worked for was called and everything like that. After he had gotten constructive facial surgery and everything to change his appearance, then Major Kira slowly wanders back into the room with him. And let's see if I can get... hopefully that thing has the full thing.
This video, there's only like a minute and 20 seconds left.
Here we go. No, here we go.
Oh.
I gotta get the other... What is it? 20 seconds?
A minute and 20 seconds left.
No. This video.
Oh.
Okay, I need to go to 20 seconds in. Alright, here we go. Now she's coming back into the room to confront Guldar Heel with what she now knows. And prepare yourselves, everyone.
Yeah, this is an amazing scene.
How are you feeling?
I was starting to get a little bored, but seeing you again brightens my day.
Okay. So again, he's being defiant to her and everything, but notice how she's not, like, aggressive or anything like that. She just feels kind of dead with her, how are you feeling? Because she's starting to realize, she's starting to figure out now what's going on.
I was referring to Nora syndrome. Would you like to see Dr. Bashir?
Oh, so that's it. You want to see me writhing around the floor in pain.
Yeah. I was referring to your Kalinoric syndrome. Would you like to see Dr. Bashir? And he still thinks, that she's angry and upset and hates him. So that's why he sees me and I was like, oh, you just want to see me writhing around in pain and agony, you want me to be put on display. But no, that's not what she means at all. Because she's coming around to realize what he's doing, and she needs to know why he's doing it.
Cardassian would never put on such a deplorable display in front of a Bajoran. You just don't understand us at all.
Beginning to understand a great deal about you.
Okay. Yeah, Cardassian would never put on such a deplorable display in front of a Bajoran. You just don't understand us at all. And she says not about Cardassians. She is specifically talking about him. I'm beginning to understand a great deal about you.
One thing does puzzle me.
And what would that be?
Again, he still thinks he's in control. He still thinks that she's angry and hateful and spiteful of him.
He still thinks he's won.
Yeah. He doesn't realize that the entire game has been given up here. He doesn't know that it's over. So here we go.
How you contract syndrome?
Do you think that the mining accident affected only the Bajoran laborers and not our Cardassian masters? That would be very nice.
So you're...
Yeah. How did you get that? And he's saying that, well, I got it by being there. Duh.
Very nice.
So you're saying you were at Galatep when that mining accident occurred?
Of course. Why are we going over this again?
Because...
Yeah. And now he is starting to figure out that he let too much slip. He let her get off the hook too long, or that something else had helped her get away from his bait, get away from his fishing hook that he had in her so easily before. Now he's starting to realize that it's all coming unraveled.
Because your own report shows you were back on Cardassia at the time of the accident.
That's ridiculous.
Receiving your proficient service medallion.
The reports are wrong.
And you could see his answers are short. He's getting nervous. He's getting annoyed.
Yeah, he's no longer confident anymore.
He's not looking at her. He's looking away.
Yep. This is just great. This whole thing is just masterfully done. There's a reason that this is the best episode of season 1. Easily.
Not just that, but also like a huge fan favorite.
Oh yeah.
That won't be necessary. I know where I was.
See? That won't be necessary. I know where I was. Again, he doesn't have the bluster or the confidence anymore, and he tried to look at her and he couldn't, and he immediately averted his eyes after looking at her for not even a second. He looks at her, notices he's looking at her, and looks away from her.
Also, as Vehicles of Peace in chat said, our perfect record keeping. Wrong. Scoff, scoff.
Yeah, he had made so much about how good the records were, and he's like, no, the records are wrong. It's like, I had listened to these perfect records all the time for Maritza. They were perfect. There was nothing ever wrong with them. But no, these ones are wrong. I know where I was.
How are you taking a dermal regenerative?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Then let me help you.
Yeah. So you can see he's getting even more flustered. He's getting more antsy. So instead of being cool and calm and collected, where he was just sitting there high and mighty, now he can't stay still. He's fidgety. He's trying to look around. He's looking away from her. He's standing up.
5 years ago, when you first got to Cora.
All right, that's enough. Your presence no longer amuses me. Get out.
Yeah. See, he realizes he's lost. And he doesn't want her to spread this around. He needs the War Tribunal to come for him. He needs the War Tribunal after him.
Why he's altered?
Security, get this woman out of here.
Why are you pretending to be Guldar Heel?
Why don't you ask me something intelligent?
Yeah. Again, now he's lost any composure he had. Now he's just lashing out because he's seeing his plan unravel before his eyes. The thing that he has been dedicated to for years. Because remember, they said that he got reconstructive surgery years ago, and he had been taking it for a year.
5 years ago, half a decade, which this is a long plan here. This is a long game.
As for instance, how did I feel when we were withdrawing from Bajor? The answer is I was furious. The thought of leaving any survivors behind was repulsive to me.
See, again, now he's trying to lash out at her again. He needs her to get angry again. He needs Major Kira to be angry and impulsive and reckless. He needs her to constantly think that he is a monster and push for his execution. He needs this.
So our useless office clerks were packing their precious files. I ordered my overseers to begin slaughtering the laborers.
If you felt that way about your filing clerks, why did you take Maritz's name?
Now, if you felt that way about filing clerks, why did you take Maritz's name? Because again, he just let slip that the filing clerks and the office clerks were useless. And so they were packing up their useless paperwork. And he ordered all the other guards to go start executing everybody. Execute every single Bajoran you see. And now she's digging deeper. If you felt that way about your filing clerks, why'd you take his name?
Why did you take Maritz's name?
My plan was to do nothing less than kill every Bajoran in the camp. And to this day, my one regret is that I was not able to accomplish this honorable goal.
Yeah, see? Notice how he didn't answer her. Yeah, he is trying desperately now. He is now trying to fling as much stuff as he can to get her angry again. This whole idea of her questioning, her actually thinking and looking beyond what is immediately in front of her, he doesn't want that. He needs her to stay angry, off balance, and keep focusing on her hatred for him and for all Cardassians. He needs this.
And he's throwing everything at the wall to see what sticks.
Yep.
And nothing is.
You're Maritza, aren't you?
You're Maritza, aren't you? And he's taken aback for a second, and then he's quickly trying to spin together a narrative on how is he going to get out of this. You're Maritza, aren't you? You really are Maritza.
You mistake me. That would bring nothing. Oh, you stupid Bajoran girl, don't you know who I am? I'm your nemesis. I'm your nightmare. I'm the Butcher of Galatep.
Yep. You mistake me for that bug, that whimpering nothing? Oh. Yeah, and this is when it's going to get incredibly heavy. So.
Yeah.
Butcher Galatep died 6 years ago. You're Eamon Maritza, his filing clerk.
That's not true. I am alive.
That's not true. I'm alive. And you see, look at his eyes. He's not as defiant anymore. He looks miserable.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is the part that really elevates this episode. This whole part right here. The breaking of Goldar heel to reveal that he is Maritza is amazing.
I'll always live. It's Maritza who's dead.
There we go. It's Maritza who's dead. Not Goldar heel. Goldar heel is always alive. But it's Maritza who's dead. Here we go.
Maritza, who was good for nothing but cowering under his bunk and weeping like a woman. Who every night covered his ears because he couldn't bear to hear this.
And there it is.
Yep, and then he's going to continue because he's letting everything out now. Maritza, who was good for nothing, but cowering in his bunk, crying like a woman, who covered his ears every night.
Screaming of the Bajorans.
It sucks that we have to keep pausing it like this because
It really does.
it's breaking up the scene so badly, but it is so good.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah, and I'm already tearing up about it. God damn it.
Yeah, me too.
Same.
God damn it.
Just a little bit. There's a little bit of water in there.
Yeah. I'm just rubbing it away from my eyes. I'm just like, nope, get out of there. Get out. All right.
Cover my...
All right. And now that the whole thing has been exposed, and he has now finally revealed himself to be Eamon Maritza, we get this. When he fully speaks the truth about what his experience was every single night.
Cover my ears every night. I couldn't bear to hear those horrible screams. You have no idea what it's like to be a coward.
Oh, damn. Yep. Cover my ears every night so I didn't have to hear those horrible screams. You have no idea what it's like to be a coward.
See these horrors and do nothing. Brits is dead. He deserves to be dead.
God, I'll do the analysis after this scene is over, but this scene is based off of a real book called The Diary of a Nazi Soldier. And it was a book that we'll get into it after the scene's over. Let's get the heartbreak out of the way first.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I'm letting you go.
Which is such a strong moment for her and the journey she's had since the beginning of the episode. Because remember...
Since the beginning of the series, too, because she was hot-headed and how much she hated Cardassians and everything like that and constantly talked about how evil they were.
Yeah, but especially this episode, even at the start, she was all, if he's a Cardassian and he has this sickness and he was there and he's just as guilty as any of them and he should die.
Yep.
And now here she is. I'm letting you go.
Security! Get in here!
So now, again, he immediately was like, no, security, come in here. Come in here. She's letting me go. He doesn't know that the rest of the people have been told what's going on, and they're listening in on the conversation anyway. Again, it's going to be a war crimes tribunal, so of course they're listening in. You need to have this stuff in evidence if you need to use it against the person at a war crimes tribunal, at any kind of trial. That's why the whole thing of like, here is a brief life hack for you, chat. If you're ever talking to the police and you say you don't want to talk to them until you see your lawyer, and they just keep talking, don't say anything. No matter how much they may goad you and be like, well, do you think this guy did it? I think he did it. Look at him over there, sitting all quiet and smugly. I think he did, and I think he knows he's trying to get away with it, and stuff like that. They're trying to bait you and goad you, because the moment you speak after you have declared the fifth, they can compel you to speak until you reassert your fifth right. But anything you say in between that point, oh boy. Yeah, same thing here. Of course, the people are watching and listening in on the comms. We know every single prison cell here has comms, audio, and video in it. We know that. It's a Cardassian prison. Of course they were recording everything. And Odo, we even saw in If Wishes Were Horses, he has it where he can listen in and watch what's going on, too.
I think we see use of that more in the rest of the series as well for other prisoners.
Yeah. All right.
You didn't commit those crimes, and you couldn't stop them. You were only one man.
All right. And now here he's revealing why he went through with all of this. And again, Major Kira, to go from somebody, you were there, therefore you were guilty, to you didn't hold the gun. You didn't beat the people to death. You didn't cut their throats. You didn't do any of those things. You were just one man. What were you going to do?
Oh, no, don't you see? I have to be punished. We all have to be punished. Major, you have to go out and tell them I'm Goldail. It's the only way.
Yeah. So he's talking about how they have to be punished. They have to be.
And this is why Gul Dukat nailed it earlier when he said this is some kind of ploy to embarrass the Cardassian Empire. It's not that, the Bajorans were conjuring something up to make them look worse. It was one of their own who couldn't stand by the atrocities they'd committed and wanted it brought out into the light, kicking and screaming.
Gaedril says, I heard Star Trek had real-world allegories, but I didn't realize it was this deep. Holy shit, yeah. It is. This is how it is. This is Star Trek. This is Star Trek at its best.
Yeah.
And again, when we talk about the analysis of what this is based off of, I'll go into that. Yeah, alright, here we go.
Why are you doing this?
For Cardassia. Cardassia will only survive if it stands in front of Bajor and admits the truth.
Again, remember what he said earlier. My love for my homeland it's what justifies what I'm doing. It's what gives me strength. He was being honest. It justifies him putting on the charade. It justifies him pretending to be a war criminal so he can be executed. Because he's dying of Kalanoric syndrome anyways. He knows that that's his fate. And he is going to, if he dies, he is going to do it for the right reasons. He will die to save Cardassia. Because if Cardassia has to admit that Galatep wasn't just a labor camp, it was an execution factory. It was a meat grinder that was intended purposely to kill as many Bajorans as possible, then and only then can the truth really be revealed of how awful the occupation was. And then and only then can the citizens and even the soldiers back on Cardassia that were never part of the occupation, that never set foot on Bajor or Terok Nor, only then can they learn how bad things really were. And only then can Cardassia change for the better.
My trial will force Cardassia to acknowledge its guilt. And we're guilty, all of us. But that is necessary.
And we are guilty, all of us. My death is necessary.
We did say this scene would be getting pretty fucking heavy.
Yep.
And again, I know we've said it already, but this is one of the reasons why this is a fan favorite episode. And I'm not going to speak for the other two, but personally, season 1 is my favorite easily.
As I already said, yeah, this is easily season 1's best episode by far.
Yeah.
What you're asking for is another murder.
So, Kira, again, in stark contrast to how she started, what you're asking for is another murder. You're not asking for justice or truth. You're asking me personally now, knowing that you are an innocent man,
to send you off to your death.
still send you to be executed.
Enough good people have already died. I won't help kill another.
Yep. So, she went from hating all Cardassians, just universally, to specifying that if they were at Galatep, they are guilty and must be executed. That there is no innocence. To now saying that he is an innocent man and a good man, and she will not kill another good man.
Yeah, which is incredible growth for her. You don't see character growth like that today in movies or TV. I shouldn't say you don't see that today, but you don't see it nearly as often today.
Yeah, you don't see it enough in today's
or as
media.
well done.
Yeah, that too. Because we've referenced it tons of times. People will never know what you gave up. You were tormenting an entire town for months.
Yeah, you had kidnapped and mentally tortured and raped and destroyed an entire town for months. No one will understand how much you suffered. Oh, fuck you, Scarlet Witch.
Or Loki becoming a fucking simp and a bitch in his own show.
Yeah. Where Alligator Loki is way more compelling of a character than he is.
Well, I mean, it's Alligator Loki. Of course he's going to be more compelling.
Yeah. Oh, God. I can't remember. This scene, I'm pretty sure, cuts off here, and then he starts doing the guy's video we're doing here. Yeah, and then it's going to cut off into it. Okay. Yeah. So, she reveals that she won't kill him. She won't do anything like that. And then the next thing we see is Odo lets him out of the security office. And then Odo goes about his business. Major Kira and Maritza are walking on the promenade. And they're saying, like, hey, we could take you back to Cardassia where you belong.
Not just that, but she says something really important here. We need more men like you if we're going to fix things or make things right or something to that effect.
Yeah.
Just
I'm gonna get that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she says we can take you back there, and he says, oh no, there's nothing there for me anymore. There's nothing for me to go back to. If they believed that I was Goldar Heel, then my trial might have helped to bring about a new Cardassia. Now you've told them I was just a file clerk. What you tried to do was very honorable. The fact that you even tried to do this. If Cardassia is going to change, it's going to need people like you. And then we see the drunk Bajoran from before at the bar, sees Maritza walking, draws a knife, runs up behind him and stabs him in the back. Maritza cries out in pain, and his lung collapses, and he takes his last breath and dies in Kira's arms.
And she questions the man who did it. Why did you do it?
Why? Yeah, she just says, why? He wasn't Goldar Heel, why? He's a Cardassian. That's reason enough.
Which is...
And then she finally says, no, it's not.
Which is an amazing and tragic way to end the episode. But the whole point of that is she was in his position at the start. It doesn't matter. He's a Cardassian.
Yep.
And that's how far she's come. That she's... Yes, it does matter. It doesn't matter who they are.
Yep.
Yeah. Fucking brilliant. Absolutely a 9 out of 10.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is easily a 9.
Yeah, it's definitely a 9 out of 10. Holy shit. I was thinking 8 out of 10, but no, going back through it again and then going back through the analysis is definitely 9 out of 10. For sure. And again, this episode was based off of the Diary of a Nazi War Soldier. And he was a soldier who was originally he was just a soldier, and then he got drafted to work at a labor camp. And at first, he couldn't stand to hear them. He couldn't stand to hear the sounds and everything like that. So he tried his best to ignore them. And then his journal started getting darker and darker and darker. And he eventually got to the point where he wanted to kill every single one of the people at the labor camp just so he could get a good night's sleep. He didn't think of them as human anymore. He's like, I wanted to kill those things. We should just kill all those things so that we can get a good night's sleep for once. And it's showing that, again, in this situation, the unspoken of crime that Cardassia committed, that Nazi Germany committed, was that it made victims out of everyone. Even the people doing the abusing were being mentally tortured and destroyed, and they were no longer people anymore. You either turn into a monster, an unfeeling, uncaring sociopath, or you broke apart and became a blubbering mess that couldn't handle what you had done, or what had been done around you, even if you were not directly responsible. It's the people in the towns near these concentration camps, these extermination camps, that said we didn't know what was going on because they didn't want to know what was going on. You know what I mean? It was their only way to stay sane. We didn't want to admit that they were just lining people up and gassing them or shooting them and stuff like that. We didn't want to admit that's what was happening, so we just ignored it. So yeah, this episode has a very powerful thing it is based off of, and it also did its very, very due diligence in representing not only that book, but in representing like a different side of the conflict. The fact that, again, Maritza felt he was a coward because he broke down and he would cry every night and he would cover his ears and try to hide under his bunk just so he could sleep. It's just, oof, it is rough. No, Man in the Glass Booth is one of them. Yes, Man in the Glass Booth is definitely one of them. But it is a direct cited influence as well of Diary of a Nazi Soldier. Or it might be Diary of a Nazi Soldier inspired Man in the Glass Booth, which then inspired this. It might be a two-step connection. Yeah. Very, very powerful episode. Incredibly powerful episode.
Yeah.
And again, it's showing that the Bajorans are not the squeaky clean, just saintly victims in this. They have a lot of the bad blood to answer for as well. Yes, the Cardassians are overall the villains. There is no disputing that. They did horrible things during the occupation. But the Bajorans aren't perfect either. It's that whole thing of like, because the Nazis did such bad things does not mean the communists are good. Because the communists eventually fought the Nazis. That's not how that works.
Yeah, and that's going to continue into the next episode where Bajorans continue to be shit.
Yep.
Oh, we get a lot of that throughout the series.
Yeah.
Trust me.
Season 1 finale. Season 1 finale of Star Trek Deep Space Nine, In the Hands of the Prophets, episode 20. Yeah, this is This is a rough one. I'm pretty sure the A plot and the B plot. Yeah, the A plot and the B plot mix in here again. So we're gonna have to go chronological order.
They do, but I think this is one where we can kind of do one than the other.
No, we can't because the B plot is. So the A plot is about the school being shut down because a Bajoran Vedic, known as Vedic Wynn, shows up to the station, and she's not happy that Keiko is teaching that the prophets are just wormhole aliens. How dare you, mock our religion? How dare you belittle our faith?
It's worth noting, too, that a Vedic to the Bajorans is basically a priest.
More like a cardinal.
Okay.
Yeah. So you would have your normal worshippers who would be like priests, a pastor / father would be somebody who is in charge of an area. The bishop would be in charge of multiple pastors. And then you have a cardinal who's in charge of a bunch of bishops. And then cardinals will elect the new pope. So a Vedic is a cardinal. They are highly ranked.
I just ordered some food.
Nice. So, Keiko, and the way it starts off is Keiko and O'Brien are at a Bajoran food stand, and they're eating a jumja stick. Jumja. And they're like, it's too sweet for me.
Yeah, it's basically just a giant block of sugar on a stick.
It's like a super popsicle, basically.
Yeah, but not cold.
Yeah. I should say it looks like a popsicle. I think that's what they legitimately were. They were just popsicles.
If they were, they weren't melting.
Well, who knows how cold that set was. Holy cow.
Well, they look gooey. It almost looked like hardened maple syrup or something on a stick.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Speaking of maple syrup.
Don't say it. No.
Oh, caramel would be closer. It was probably more like a solid chunk of caramel on a stick.
No, but maple syrup. So, behind the scenes thing, there's a drink that the Cardassians drink called Kanar, and it is literally maple syrup.
Yeah.
That's the behind the scenes. They made it out of maple syrup, and you can imagine these people having to chug down maple syrup in front of the camera.
Oh, God.
Oh.
I mean, syrup is good, but you don't drink a fucking glass of it.
Yeah.
Why can't they just do, like, colored water?
Because they needed to look alien, so it needed that thickness to it.
Oh, God. Surely there could have been other ways to do that.
Well, they were trying to get away from the stereotype of, the Romulans just drink a blue drink. Oh, look at all these blue drinks. It's so blue. Remember even Space Quest made fun of that? That it was just blue?
I don't think I've seen Space Quest.
Oh my God, we gotta watch Space Quest. That's
Blue
a great
milk?
movie.
We've gotta watch fucking Heavy Metal.
Yep. I've watched Heavy Metal. You just want to see the titties.
I do not just want to see the titties. It is a good movie. It is a good fucking movie.
Yeah, you just want to see the titties.
Satch, I have connection to the internet. I can see all the titties I want.
Yeah, but now you can see titties for work. It's double duty.
I didn't say it was going to be part of STAG. I just want to... It's a good movie, and I want to share it with friends.
Like, and you just want to get to the part where the Jewish lady gets banged by the sex robot. I know.
I vaguely remember watching that movie when I was like 13.
Do you remember?
Did I say Space Quest? I meant Galaxy Quest. Thank God somebody caught that. Yeah, that's different. Space Quest, yeah, not the game. I mean the movie Galaxy Quest.
So I haven't seen Space Quest or Galaxy Quest. Pagan, do you remember the part of the movie with the B-17 bomber in World War II?
God, brutal.
That is like one of my favorite sequences in that movie.
No, I don't.
Yeah, we have to watch Heavy Metal. It is decided.
Okay, so Keiko is trying to teach her class, and Vedic Wynn shows up, and she's like, I just want to hear this. Like, don't you think you should teach a more neutral stance that these aren't wormhole aliens, they're prophets? You're filling our Bajoran children's heads with religious dogma. She's like, I'm not doing that. You're Your job is to teach the children, religion and faith. I am teaching pure science. Well, some would argue, my dear, that pure science is a religion. It's like, oh, you're one of those people.
See, one of the worst things about Vedic Wynn is she kind of reminds me of my grandmother, where she's just one of those people.
You know these people. You know these people.
Yeah.
They're meddlers, and they try to come off as, nice and friendly. It's, I just want to sit in and listen. But there's always an ulterior fucking motive.
Yeah, then at the end, they want to bitch and moan about what they just heard. Yeah, I know lots of people like this. I fucking hate those type of people.
They always try to act nice and friendly, like, I'm just trying to, do whatever. I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to, but the entire time they're scheming and manipulating. I fucking hate it.
Yep.
Yeah, it's fucking annoying. I hated dealing with these people when I was younger. It was so annoying. Yeah, they want to sit in and act like they're fucking saintly and shit. And then at the end, I heard you speak about that gay person as if they were actually a person. Oh, you need to stop doing that.
See, that's the thing with my grandmother, is she wasn't a religious person. Well, I doubt she is now. She probably isn't a religious person. Point is, it didn't matter. It's just, if she thought she was right, then that's it. You couldn't convince her otherwise. And my dad told me a story of this. He had a golf ball that had the word Nippon written on it. And she said, oh, that's an island in the Pacific Ocean. And my dad's like, yeah, that's Japan. No, it's Nippon. It's an island in the Pacific Ocean. Japan is an island in the Pacific Ocean. Yeah, but it's not the same. It is. That's what the Japanese call Japan. And he took out an atlas and showed her, and she still refused to accept that she was wrong.
Yeah.
God.
Oh, sorry.
My grandmother's like that. She's not religious, but man, trying to convince her that she's wrong about something, no matter how much proof you show her, it does not matter. There's no point in even bothering. It's why I can't talk politics with her anymore, because she just won't change her mind on anything. It doesn't matter what you show her. She'll believe what she wants to believe.
Unfortunately, some people are just like that. It's just part of humanity. Old people are stubborn as hell. Well, my grandmother was always like this, from what I've heard. Yeah. Anyways, so that's the A plot with, Huh?
Plot. Oh my god, I just remembered her name last time. Lena? Kina?
Girl.
Anyways, the Bajoran engineer who's been working with Chief O'Brien and O'Brien are trying to fix the station. And there's a lot of problems, and the Bajoran girl's like, oh, I don't think you're bad people. The Vedic is saying that, you're bad people. And the Vedic wind is starting to spread stuff like the Federation's here just to destroy our religious practices and everything like that. She's like, I don't think that's true. Well, O'Brien is also trying to talk about how, like, okay, well, when we repair this security consoles, they require a very specific tool to close. Wait a minute. I'm missing the tool that is needed for this, and it should be right here.
And it's a one-of-a-kind tool, too, basically, because it can... If it fell into the wrong hands, it's like, fuck. Whoever has that could get anywhere.
It could literally get you past every single security barrier. Which is why O'Brien keeps it safe and secure in his own stuff. It's his tools. And every engineer knows you don't touch a chief's tools. Ever. Ever. And that becomes important later. So now there's starting to become a divide on the station where Bajorans are starting to be like, hey, yeah, what Vedic Wynn is saying is right. You are teaching kind of like ideology and philosophy that destroys us. Meanwhile, Vedic Wynn is trying to say like, no, I'm being totally reasonable. She won't be reasonable at all. All she has to do is stop teaching about the wormhole whatsoever. And Cisco even says, like, that's not where this ends, and you know that's not where this ends. Next thing, you're going to be like, well, she can't teach that. Well, she can't teach this. She can't teach that. It's like, oh, God. Nippon is actually a mispronunciation of Nihon. It doesn't matter. Glorious Nippon Steel Division.
I mean, it doesn't matter because it was written on the golf ball for that story.
Yeah.
It was just, yeah, we don't know how it's pronounced. My dad didn't know how it's pronounced. I didn't know how it's pronounced. It doesn't matter. What matters is what was written on the golf ball. And then that dumb old cunt was wrong. Oh, sorry, I said that out loud. Cunt!
Yeah.
There we go.
But yeah, it's this bit where she's like, "Yeah, I'm being reasonable," and it's like, "Oh, but
yeah,
we'll come to those issues when we get to them." And
We'll
it's
cross those bridges when we get there.
I'm the one
like,
trying to be reasonable and making peace here. As you could see, it's her that's being unreasonable and saying no to my reasonable offer.
My totally reasonable, non-biased, not awful offer. Yeah, well, then we get back to O'Brien and the engineer, and they find the remains of a body and his spanner in a conduit on one of the other sublevels. And they're like, why was it there?
A plasma conduit, which means this whole thing is flooded with plasma when it's in use. They had to turn it off or reroute it just to check this area. Because that's where they detected a unique material for this tool.
Yep. And it's strange that it's there. And so they found the body of... I like to pretend it was the security chief, because the Federation security guy, because it explains why he's not here anymore. But it actually isn't him. It's a shame.
It's not even the body. Perfect. It's just barely DNA remains.
Yeah.
Because there's that little of him left.
Yeah, because the plasma basically ate everything else. And when I say ate, I mean burned to a crisp.
Yeah.
So then they're like, well, that's weird. He wouldn't take the chief's tools. Well, then they go back to O'Brien and Keiko on the promenade, and they're going to go try and buy a jump stick. And the guy behind the booth says, oh, we don't have any jump sticks. And they look down at the display, and there's 4 of them. What about these? These are not for sale. And then he looks over at Keiko, and O'Brien's like, well, you son of a bitch. And he's about to deck this Bajoran piece of shit when Odo shows up and is like, what's going on here? He refuses to sell any jump sticks. And the guy goes, I don't have to sell to them if I don't want to. And Odo's like, why wouldn't you want to sell to them? And they're like, all right, just go. And so O'Brien and Keiko leave, and as they're leaving, the guy screams, seek the prophets! Odo turns around, rolls his eyes, and says, seek them yourself. So, what's happening here? Wynn is poisoning the Bajorans against the Federation. He's just constantly poisoning them against them. And now this is when Wynn makes her thing, like, just don't teach anything at all about it. We'll cross those bridges. And see everybody gathered here, see audience. I have tried to be reasonable. She is inherently unreasonable. How dare her? And then she leaves with all the Bajorans. Now the Bajorans are starting to have grumblings about working with the Federation. They don't like it here and everything. And Keiko starts teaching who's left in the classroom, the few Bajorans and the Federation people that are left about Galileo and how he was persecuted and executed by religious fanatics. And it's like, yeah, you can see where this lesson plan came from.
Yeah, it's like, what a cheeky bitch. But you could see exactly why she's doing it.
Vedic Wynn is the primary argument why Gul Dukat did nothing wrong. God, it's hard to disagree, because, my God, she is that awful.
He killed one Bajoran too few.
Yeah. So this is Jake wondering, like, what the hell's going on, and Cisco's, like, coming down the side of them. So Cisco decides to go to Vedic Wynn's biggest rival. Vedic... Fuck, what's his name?
I can look it up quickly.
Barile. I just thought of it as I was watching the scene of it zooming in on his garden. I was like, oh, it's Bareil, Vedic Bareil.
All right.
Yeah, so Vedic Bareil is a very outspoken opponent of Vedic Win, and he is actually next in line to be the Kai. He's next in line to be Kai Bareil. So Cisco goes to him and asks him for some help, and then if he can come and speak out against Vedic Win, but he's like, I can't do that. I can't jeopardize like my position, because if I go with you as a friend, it could be interpreted that I am no longer a friend of the Bajorans. I no longer listen to the Bajoran people. I'm just trying to get clout. Therefore, I wouldn't win. And he's like, so being my friend now means you won't be there to help me and be a friend later. And he's like, unfortunately, yes. So yeah, so that gets derailed. He literally can't do anything. Cisco can't do anything. Bareil can't do anything. But now Bareil has been made aware of the situation. So that's at least
I liked his character too. They did a good job with introducing him.
Yeah,
I love that bit of like Cisco like bowing down and gives his ear.
To give him his ear. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's like, "Please don't do that. I can't stand that they used to do that to me."
Yeah. Every single time I would meet one of them, they would grab my ear and they would squeeze the paw right out of me. The very life force of my body. Just, it was like, I hated it. I will never do it to anyone else. But yeah, so it then gets into Cisco comes back to Ops, and he notices that 90% of the Bajorans are missing from Ops. Only Major Kira and a couple of Bajorans are left. And he says, oh, what happened? Oh, well, a lot of Bajorans are coming down sick. And he's like, do you think it's contagious? Oh, well, it's too early to tell. Major, you tell the Bajorans that if they don't show up here by tomorrow, they will have to look for other assignments elsewhere. He's not putting up with this bullshit.
Yeah.
Again, chat, if you have a dispute like this and people are inherently trying to be like, well, we're the reasonable side and everything like that, and it's a small number of them, get rid of them immediately. They're troublemakers. Just fire them. It's literally what Blizzard should have done is those people that did the walkout protest thing. They had 2,500 signatures. That's way too many people. But because only 100 or something walked outside, and because the people turned it into a fucking SJW circle jerk. God damn. But because now you have 100 SJWs out there who are causing trouble, fire every single one of them. Easy peasy. But yeah, so Cisco's like, you tell them they better get better fucking soon. Well, then as they're all talking, it goes back to the B plot where the Bajoran engineer starts flirting with O'Brien because she genuinely likes him, and she's starting to have doubts about everything that's being taught. So she's freaking out. Let's see. O'Brien goes to meet with Odo to see what the hell the situation is, what Wynn's problem is, and as he's meeting with Odo, there's a bomb that goes off. O'Brien's dead. No, I'm just kidding. The school has been bombed. Yes, the Bajorans blew up a school. Not a good look.
Yeah. Luckily there's no one in there at the time, but it's like, god damn, what are you guys doing?
Yeah, you're really making the Cardassians look that whole "I told you so" thing kinda
keeps coming back up.
Yeah, it keeps coming back up.
Oh, and it's gonna keep coming back up.
Yeah. And now he's freaking out, and Keiko luckily wasn't there, so they're looking in the rubble of everything that's happened. And Wynn was talking about this is such a terrible situation. It's so terrible, and it all could have been avoided if you just capitulated and bent the knee. How dare you, Federation, try to change us and everything like that. It's oh God. Well, then they get news that Vedic Bareil has decided to show up. He's like, you know what? I heard about the bombing, and this is just too far. I don't care if I lose Kai because of this. I will come and I will talk with the Bajoran people because this is ridiculous. They're blowing up a school? What the fuck?
Well, not just that. He was going there to meet with Vedic Wynn, too, right?
Yes, because he needed to talk her some sense into her, because she's clearly stoking the fire here. She's not actually helping.
Attention, Bajoran workers.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
So yeah, so Vedic Bareil's like, this is ridiculous. This is so fucking stupid. Meanwhile, O'Brien and them are still trying to figure out where the hell, like, why this happened, why he would take that security tool, why he would be so out of position. And then they start realizing that something's odd. The runabouts, the security systems are disabled all the way to one of the runabouts. So they fix that, and they're like, okay, so that's ominous. And then it is revealed that it is the Bajoran engineer assistant who has been doing all of this. She stole the tool. She helped with the bombing. She has been disabling security systems across the station. And she meets with Vedic Wynn, who has to reassure her that she is doing the right thing because she's wavering. She's like, I don't think this is the right thing to do anymore. There's something weird about this. I don't like this.
Because your escape route was closed off, this must be what the prophets wanted.
Yeah. If the prophets had intended you to escape, they wouldn't have allowed your escape route to be seen. So it's clearly the prophets want this to happen. Have faith, my child. Always have faith in the prophets. Then O'Brien realizes that she has been using him and his security code for authorization to do all these things, and she has disabled the weapon detectors without making all the weapon detectors read like they're normal, but she's disabled the weapon detectors on the promenade. He knows it. He knows it in his gut that she can do these things. She's a very good engineer.
So he has to hack into her personal logs to find a lot of this information, too.
Yeah. So Vedic Bareil? Holy shit. I just did a mass majority. Holy shit. Vedic Bareil shows up in front with Wynn and says that they should go talk in front of the school. And that they will have everyone there. So O'Brien realizes that she has hacked into the security system inside the security office using that tool, and she has integrated the false weapon scanners into the entire system. So everything on the promenade is disabled. All the weapon scanners on the promenade are disabled. Then, as the audience is gathered, the big crowd, to listen to Vedic Bareil speak, she starts lurking in the crowd, and she's walking towards Vedic Bareil. And Cisco realizes what's happening. She opens her toolbox. She pulls the phaser out. She fires, but misses because somebody in the audience bumps her, and the shot goes wide, and Vedic Bareil stares at her. He doesn't run. He doesn't look angry. He looks accepting. He's like, all right, if that's the way it is, if this is what the prophets demand, then so be it. And he stands there as she gets ready to fire another shot, but Commander Cisco fucking leaps like a tiger, tackles her, and knocks her ass to the ground as she fires again.
And obviously not hitting anyone, just so we're clear.
And then as it turns out, Vedic Wynn looks disappointed, turns to leave. Kira realizes what happened, runs up, grabs her, and says, it was all to get him here, wasn't it? You did all of this just to get Vedic Bareil out of hiding so you could kill him. And because the whole time that the assassin is being dragged away, she's saying, the prophets called, I answered. The prophets spoke, I answered. Yeah. So now Kira has realized that Vedic Wynn is a monster because there's no proof. She won't say anything. They know the assassin won't speak at all.
And keep in mind, too, it was earlier in the episode with the whole, the school debate about what they're teaching the kids versus the religion. It was Kira
Yep.
who said, "Yeah, I'm on Wynn's side."
Yep, and that, it's too early to tell if this thing is contagious to the other Bajorans. Oh, it's, maybe you should capitulate. And now she just had her faith thrown back in her face that somebody abused the faith that she holds so dear to do something horrible. And
By the end of it, she's gonna hate her own people.
and that is the end of season 1 of Deep Space Nine.
Yeah.
I'd say this episode is a 6.5 for me.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Yeah. And again, it's showing once again, the Bajorans are not squeaky clean saints. They aren't like the perfect, pure white innocent victims. They do terrible things too. Again, everything is a shade of gray in Deep Space Nine.
Yeah. Don't tell that guy we covered a few weeks ago because he hates shades of gray.
Yeah.
But yeah, overall, season 1 has some rough spots. Some weak and wooden acting at the very start, but pretty decent overall for the first season, and I think it only gets better from here, aside from the odd not so great episode or occasional really fucking shit episode.
So yeah, I would say, what a fantastic start to a series. Again, TNG's start was awful. Holy shit, season 1 was bad.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would definitely say that this is a very, very good start to it.
So, anything else we want to finish on?
Go play Elden Ring. It's good.
Yes, definitely play Elden Ring. I would recommend it. Again, it comes down to you if you have the money for it or anything like that. That's entirely your call. But thumb up so far. The ending could be shit. I'm hoping not, but the ending's could be shit.
I'm holding out on my my whole opinion of saying like whether it's good or bad until I completely finish the game. But so far,
yeah,
I have no complaints other than some very minor things that aren't even really worth bringing up. And then the ones that I do know about, I haven't even experienced myself. I've heard a couple of people say that they're having some performance issues, but I've not seen that myself or anyone else who's played the game and actually shown footage. I've not seen.
I showed it on my stream that there's been some performance hiccups here and there.
Okay, so there is some performance issues. Okay, and then the only other thing I have seen is where I actually seen it, and it has happened with multiple people, was a bug where sometimes when you call your mount, you just fly up into the air and die for no reason.
I haven't had that happen. I've had
I've only seen it happen twice, but yeah, it hasn't happened to me, but I have seen 2 other people have it happen to them on their stream, and I'm like, oof. So that is definitely a bug that other people are experiencing, not just one person. So that's not great.
Yeah.
I have verifiable proof that it's a 0 out of 10.
Oh yeah? God. Yeah.
I saw a tweet today about someone complaining that there's no plant physics. They don't move aside or interact with the player when you walk into them.
You want to know the worst one that I've seen, the worst take?
Is it the meme, the one that wasn't real, where it's like, oh, it doesn't do enough for black people or something?
No. It's worse.
Oh God.
Oh no.
It's how do people like this game? It doesn't tell you where to go.
Oh my God.
I saw that one, I think.
It's so fucking stupid. Yeah, I've seen that as well. It's like, just open your map. When they say, hey, the fort to the south, I need you to take it, open your mouth or open your map.
Open your
and
mouth.
Scroll. Open your mouth. No,
Well, see-
open your map and scroll down.
Yeah.
And it's like the fucking the only fort there. It's like it's not that hard.
See, that's the problem, Pagan, is you're telling them the opposite of what they should be. Open their mouth. No, these are the people who need to close their mouths.
Yeah. I don't know. I like formed map and south into one word for some reason. Ugh.
I should probably pick it up and play it because there'll probably be videos for us to cover.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely. Given the fucking shit takes I've seen so far.
It is so much fun. Oh my god, have you seen that video of the guy who's like, yeah, this game fucking sucks. The whole game is bad. I'm returning it now. I literally barely got out of the tutorial and I accidentally hit the guy with the white mask and he just keeps killing me over and over and over and over. So then I tried to run away and then the guy on the horse killed me and I gave up. Fuck this game. I don't know how anybody likes these games. The Souls games, or everyone who likes these games, are just fanboys. This game sucks. I'm returning it now. I'm returning it today. I'm just like, wow. What a fucking snowflake pussy.
I've got a question.
Yeah.
The people who make the, it's just fanboys fucking complaints and stuff, can we do to them what the Cardassians did to the Bajorans?
Legally, no.
Yeah, no, not legally.
Illegally?
I mean, illegally, you can do anything. Yeah, there's a reason it's illegal, though.
Oh, it's that simple.
Oh, it's that simple. Just be a criminal.
Oh, now I'm starting to understand why these criminals do it.
Anyways, I think we should end off there.
Yeah.
There's not a whole lot else I can think to add on to.
Yeah, me either.
Yeah.
You turning to the life of a crime? Yeah, I don't think there's much else we can add to that.
But yeah, go watch Deep Space Nine if you haven't yet. It's worth a watch. It's good. Yeah, it's really good.
And I cannot wait to have these two watch Babylon 5. It's gonna be fucking amazing.
And I can't wait to watch Heavy Metal with you guys.
It's gonna be so weird to see fucking titties. And we'll be on a call like, you see them titties? Oh, yeah, there's some good baps.
What, you don't want to watch titties with the bros?
You're focusing too much on the titties. There isn't that much titty in Heavy Metal.
There's quite a bit of titty in Heavy Metal, though.
There's definitely titty in Heavy Metal. It's not that overwhelming, though. There's just a bit.
I got some stuff. I got some stuff we can watch that would make you feel awkward.
No, thank you.
Are you sure?
I am positive. Anyways, good night, everyone.
Yep, night, everybody. Take care and have a fantastic evening. Thank you all for being here.
Yeah.